It began with an enigmatic poster appearing overnight, nailed to lampposts and plastered on every street corner. The image was hauntingly beautiful, a crimson tent draped in shadows with silvered edges that seemed to glint under the moonlight. It promised an experience like no other, the eternal reverie circus where dreams and nightmares collide. By dusk, the atmosphere in the neighborhood was electric with curiosity and unease. People whispered about the mysterious arrival of the circus, each of their conversations marked by an inexplicable shiver of apprehension. The tent, erected on the outskirts of town, was an imposing structure with dark red and black stripes. Its entrance a black void fringed with golden tassels that fluttered in the night breeze. Jonathan and Natalie entered the premises of the circus together with the other patrons. They saw a man spitting fire, a strong man, and jugglers, until finally they reached the entrance of the main tent, and adjacent to it there was a haunted house show. Jonathan invited Natalie to join him in the haunted house, but she wanted to see the exhibitions in the main tent. She was too scared of horror shows, so he told her to save him a seat and he would join her as soon as he was done, and they went their separate ways. Natalie entered the main tent that revealed a world that defied explanation. The interior was a vast, cavernous space, illuminated by eerie, flickering lights. Spectators stepped in, drawn by a compulsion they couldn't quite explain. Once inside, the air was thick with a heady perfume that weaved around their senses. The music was a haunting melody played on instruments that surely belonged to another era. Jonathan walked inside the haunted house. Animatronics of ghosts and recorded ghost moans played inside. Fake spider webs decorated the place. He made a turn and saw a cage with a sign that read, "The Unfathomable Wolfman." And inside there was a man in the best wolfman makeup he had ever seen. It was too real. The creature walked from side to side, growling with snarling teeth under a pair of crimson, luminous eyes. Inside the tent, Natalie couldn't believe her eyes. The performers were unlike anything she had seen before. Acrobats with skin that shimmered like opals, with graceful yet disjointed movements, as if time itself bent around them. Clowns with painted faces that seemed to move independently of their expressions, their laughter echoing unsettlingly in the space all around the audience. The animals, if they could be called that, were hybrids of beast and myth. Their eyes gleamed with an intelligence that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who glanced at them. Jonathan made another turn into a T-shaped corridor, and from the opposite side of him, the door banged open and a man wearing jeans overalls and a mask came out raging with a chainsaw that roared in the air, screeching against the metal wall as it spilled numerous sparks in the air in a terrorizing display of madness. Jonathan felt real fear and ran into the long corridor adjacent to the one he was in, and at the end he found a red door that he banged close as soon as he crossed it. In the main tent, as the show progressed, the audience was vibrant with excitement as though they were under a spell. The climax of the performance was celebrated with applause from the roaring crowd. The ringmaster, clad in an elaborate costume of crimson and gold, stepped into the center of the ring. His eyes were pools of deep black, reflecting a cruel delight. With a dramatic flourish, he announced the grand finale, a dance of shadows. In the haunted house, Jonathan was walking over a rope bridge that crossed the top of a pool of murky green water. He could not see what was inside of it, but spiky fins protruded above water, drawing a circle in the ghastly pool. Only the sounds of his heart still beating hard from the last room, and the drippings of water could be heard. As he crossed, a burst of water revealed an animatronic of a crocodile covered in weeds, with crimson eyes blinking. His heart almost came out of his mouth as he ran over the rope bridge. When he reached the end, at the side there was another cage with a sign that read, "Dagon, the monstrous creatures of the blood lagoon," and inside there was a creature that was a mixture of man and fish, covered in black scales, munching on a chicken inside of a pool. The creature growled as he watched Jonathan pass to the next room with a pair of bulbous black eyes and bristling gills. The main tent was plunged into darkness, save for a single spotlight that illuminated the ringmaster. A group of women took center stage, poi dancing and fire spinning to the rhythm of tribal drums. The shadows cast by the fire dancing seemed to come alive, stretching as though they were trying to escape from their own darkness. The audience watched, mesmerized, as the shadows began to creep closer, as the dancing reached its climax, their shapes forming into nightmarish figures that reached out with claw-like appendages. Jonathan finally reached a room marked by an exit sign pointing to a curve in the corridor. This was probably the most impressive haunted house he had ever visited, but he was glad it was coming to an end. He followed the curve and found himself in a room with a mirror and behind it there was a door with the exit sign. The strange thing was that instead of reflecting Jonathan, the mirror reflected a clown with red hair, red jacket and boots. The clown was perfectly mimicking Jonathan's movements, as if he was its true reflection. Jonathan looked around, realizing he was alone, yet the clown continued to mimic his every move and expression. In the main tent, the public stood in awe by the mesmerizing effects of the dancing. Gasps erupted as the audience grew ever more enchanted by the performance. The shadows, now fully formed entities, danced independent of the women. Their whispers filled the air, promises of eternal delight, of a never-ending night. Jonathan approached the mirror and touched, his index finger connecting with the clown's. Suddenly, the clown winked at him, finally breaking character, and Jonathan took a step back, bumping into someone. As he turned, he saw the clown's red eyes luminous in the dark, and his mouth open with a pair of fangs salivating.
Peekaboo, I see you.
Were the last words Jonathan heard after he was bitten savagely in the neck, and everything went dark. In the midst of the chaos of the ending of the show, Natalie finally noticed something that made her skin crawl. Jonathan never showed up for the performance. As she looked everywhere for him, she felt a cold, suffocating sensation enveloping her. Her heart beat fast as the ever-growing sensation that something was horrifically wrong. Desperation drove Natalie to look everywhere for him, asking for any sign of him. In her frantic search, she ended up in the backstage of the circus, and there, inside a tent partially obscured by heavy drapes, she pushed through looking for her boyfriend, finding herself in a small room, barely illuminated by a single flickering candle. Natalie's breath came in ragged gasps as she adjusted her eyes to the dim light. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest, the shadows of the circus tent still in her thoughts. She began to make out the figures of two men standing in the far corner, their voices low and murmured, but clear enough to catch snippets of their conversation.
Well, I received your letter. The circus is in town for a damn good show.
Natalie's curiosity overcame her fear, and she edged closer, trying to listen without being noticed. The men spoke of something that sounded like a grand plan. The name Dreadford echoed ominously in her mind. As a resident of the city, she knew it had its share of dark legends, but she had never imagined anything like this. Natalie's pulse quickened. The men's words suggested that something sinister was about to unfold in her own city. She decided to take a risk. Moving as quietly as possible, Natalie reached for the door, but just as she was about to slip away, one of the men turned, catching a glimpse of her shadow.
Who's there?
He demanded, his tone sharp and accusatory. Natalie froze, her heart racing. She had been discovered. She turned slowly to face the men, her mind racing for an explanation or an escape. The two men exchanged a look, a mix of surprise and calculation.
Oh, it seems we have an uninvited guest.
Before Natalie could react, a clown with red hair, red jacket and boots reached out with a sudden, swift motion. His fingers brushed against Natalie's cheek, his touch cold and electrifying. She felt a sharp, searing pain as his fangs punctured her skin, a sensation both agonizing and strangely intoxicating. Her vision blurred as a wave of darkness overwhelmed her senses, and she slowly collapsed. Agent Brooks stood alone, watching the grand preparations unfold at the luxurious estate. Various familiars were busy with last-minute tasks. While elegantly dressed guests began to arrive, their excitement palpable in the air. It was the winter solstice, almost Christmas, and as Brooks observed the falling snow, the scene felt even more surreal. The opulent surroundings, the glittering chandeliers, and the murmurs of anticipation all seemed surreal to Brooks.
It's funny how it takes so long to build up something of value. Years of hard work, and how fast everything you build is torn apart.
He gazed at the night sky, wondering if there was any sense to this world.
6 months ago, I was leading an FBI investigation into Dradford City Hall and the mayor. I was happily married. Today, my ex-wife hates me and took custody of her child after the divorce. I was onto something big with my team. We got onto several trails, all leading back to the same things. Corruption has always been common here in Dradford, but elusive. I had solid proof that could turn the city for the best. We were set to bring down some powerful figures in the city, but just before a raid, I received a call that would change everything. Soon after, our task force was dismantled and I was suspended. Oh, the rage I felt, it turned into obsession. An obsession turned into depression. My wife wanted me to move forward, but I couldn't. She left me soon after, filled with anger and resentment.
His introspection was interrupted by the sound of steps approaching him. He looked up to see Caroline Graves towering over him at the top of the steps. Her presence was commanding, almost otherworldly as she moved towards him. Brooks still struggled with the reality of vampires like her running the city. Ms. Graves's role as the chief of police only added to his disquiet. But after DuPont, after what he did and showed to Brooks, no more proof was necessary. The agent clenched his fists.
Agent Brooks, tonight is the beginning of something new for you. Do not succumb to fear. Everything will change, but if you act smart, you'll find your place in this world.
She handed him a mask, a gesture meant to reassure as she put on her own. Brooks hesitated for a moment before following her into the grand ballroom, his discomfort palpable.
In a city ruled by darkness and deceit, you have to become part of the shadows to find out the truth. But as I walked up the steps, I felt as if I was descending into the abyss.
Remember, trust no one. Everyone here has their own agenda.
Inside, the opulence was even more striking. Guests in elaborate masks mingled under the golden glow of chandeliers. Brooks looked around, taking in the masked faces and the undercurrents of power and deception. The atmosphere was thick with intrigue. Brooks, still uneasy, accidentally bumped into a hulking figure passing by. Tom Bridges turned to face him. His imposing presence and the menace exuded by his companions made Brooks stiffen.
"Watch where you're going,"
Tom said with a grunt, before returning his attention to Julio and Oliver, who were with him. They moved into a more discreet part of the foyer, and the secrecy made Oliver very curious.
"So what's up with the suspense?"
Oliver said in a tone of jest, but Julio's expression grew dark, and he proceeded to explain the affair of the blood contract. He detailed how Daniel had been DuPont's inside man during the meeting with the ebony dagger. The detective had secretly warned DuPont and arranged for everything to be recorded, allowing DuPont to make his dramatic entrance with the evidence.
"This is a very serious accusation. Are you sure it was Daniel?"
I am more than sure. This is a magical contract, guys. If I were inclined, I could use it to destroy Daniel because of the terms he infringed.
And why are you only bringing this up now?
I was not sure how to proceed at first, and we had Don Victorio's investigation that led into a battle with the tower. I thought it would do more harm than good, to be very honest.
It makes sense.
Now what?
I will confront Daniel, obviously, but I thought you guys should know it because all our eternities were in jeopardy that night.
Where is he?
He is with Eloise on the balcony. She wanted to speak with him in private.
At the balcony, Eloise's hair waved with the wind. She fixed a lock of her hair with charm and a captivating smile at Daniel.
Wow, you look stunning.
You thought I only had leather jackets and boots?
To be honest, yeah.
I clean up nice, don't I?
They chuckled together, and Eloise proceeded to tell the whole story about Pamela.
So he had you brainwashed?
Can you believe it?
After everything that happened this year, I actually can.
Daniel said, surprised with himself.
Please don't take this the wrong way. But you seem fine. If I had to guess, I would say anyone would be very upset.
She looked at the distance and sighed.
I was. But since I talked to Nayati, it's like my memories can't keep buried anymore. I still can't remember the facts, but I've been remembering feelings, like the way I felt around my family. It's so warm, and it makes me so happy in a way I have not felt in a long time.
There is always a silver line, right?
I guess so. You know what's weird? Wow. This is harder to say than I expected, but I think I'm kind of fond of him now. Maybe even love him like a father. He makes me feel safe.
The rancher? Wow, that's something I did not expect to hear.
Right? I'm sure when I get my memories back, I'll have more insight on it.
And how is this going to be moving forward? Should we call you Eloise? Pamela?
I am Pamela. And every time I say this or someone calls me by my real name, it's like it makes the brainwashing weaker. I want to be called by my real name, Pamela McCoy.
Okay, Pamela. May I offer you something to drink on this illustrious night?
You may, Mr. Reed, but you should kiss me first, before my father gets here.
Daniel smiled and leaned forward, very charming, as he softly fixed Pamela's hair by putting it on the back of her ear and gently holding her face. Pamela closed her eyes and leaned in as well, softly touching her lips on his. Not far from there, Jennifer stood in the VIP space while she overlooked the grand ballroom below. Music filled the air and the guests moved gracefully across the floor. Their laughter and conversation blended seamlessly with the melody. Beside her, Jacob Holloway observed the scene with a discerning eye.
Some of the mortals down there will become food, others familiars. Most of them will return to their lives, blissfully unaware of how close they were to death. But one of the mortals present in this ball will be selected to become one of us.
Jennifer nodded and turned, giving her full attention to Holloway. He was the Duke of House Dracula, and she was his familiar, his right hand. Once she was one of the best lawyers at his firm before he brought her into this shadowed world.
This tradition started after the Great Betrayal. The ball is a commemoration of the victory of the King's Court over the Tower and the Betrayer, ensuring our domain over the city. Every 3 balls, one mortal who attends the celebration is chosen to become Nosferatu.
He paused and turned to face Jennifer directly.
Tonight, I want to bring you into the blood.
Her heart skipped a beat, elation washing over her.
Mr. Holloway, I don't know what to say.
Don't. This is something I've wanted for a long time. Van Arden had managed to secure this ball spot for a woman named Christina, but she is not present and he had to withdraw her application. Now the spot is open and I will make it ours.
I'm ready.
I know. You served me faithfully, Jennifer. Never questioned, never failed. I need someone like you at my side in times like this. Enjoy this moment. Tonight you will become part of something eternal.
Jennifer found herself drawn further into the atmosphere of the ball. The grandeur, the elegance, and the hidden danger of it all swirled around her. She knew that after tonight everything would change. She would no longer be merely a familiar, a bloodsack, as many Nosferatu said in a derogatory manner, but a true member of House Dracula and a child of the Duke himself. The prospect thrilled her, filling her with a sense of purpose and belonging she had never known before. This opportunity was hers because she deserved it. No more laundry duty for Jennifer. Forever. She glanced over at another VIP space where Van Arden was playing chess with the rancher, a match that had been going on for decades, only played during the balls. The sight of it added to the surreal quality of the night, emphasizing the timeless nature of their world. Both Nosferatu were fully absorbed within their game. Each move was made with the utmost caution, following lengthy periods of intense calculation. The silence between them filled with unspoken tension and deep strategy. Van Arden, however, was visibly distressed by Christina's situation. He had secured the votes for her right to blood, but she had vanished and was not found in time to attend the ball. Pierre Dupont approached them.
Messieurs, what a great night. Rancher,
I'm busy deciding my next move.
The rancher interrupted without taking his eyes off the board. DuPont sighed and waited, visibly bored. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the rancher moved his knight to capture a pawn and then turned his attention to DuPont.
What do you want?
The Strix gestured for the Volkos to walk with him.
May we speak in private?
The rancher grunted and excused himself from the game. The two Nosferatu left Van Arden deep in thought, analyzing his next move. As they walked through the backstage corridors away from the ball, DuPont began to speak.
I want House Volkos' vote for today's right to blood to go to Caroline's candidate. I know that you promised to vote for Van Arden, but his candidate is not present.
The rancher stopped and turned to face DuPont.
Why should I do that for you?
The Frenchman's eyes narrowed.
You screwed me over with Yelena, but this you are going to give me. Otherwise, I'll make your life very difficult. Very difficult.
The rancher remained silent, his gaze steady on DuPont as the Strix vented his frustration. When he was finished, the rancher spoke calmly.
I can vote for Caroline's candidate, but you'll have to do something in return. Eloise is about to do something stupid that could get her destroyed. I want you and Caroline to vote against her destruction. I need both of you to guarantee it.
DuPont considered the proposal for a moment before nodding.
Agreed, mon ami.
A sly smile spread across his face as he turned to leave, satisfaction evident in his posture.
Holloway won't get away with that buffoonery at the library.
DuPont muttered to himself as he walked away, plotting his next move. The rancher watched him go, his expression thoughtful. The game Nosferatu played extended far beyond the chessboard. It encompassed the intricate and dangerous politics of their kind. He returned to Van Arden, who was still deeply engrossed in the game. After some time, he made his next move with the usual deliberate care. The night was young, and the real games had only just begun. In another balcony nearby, Yelena looked into the distance with a wine glass filled with blood in her hand, and sighed. The guilt of what happened to Amanda weighed heavily in her conscience. Holloway approached her cautiously. Her expression immediately darkened as she noticed him, clearly not pleased.
I want the right to blood at tonight's ball to go to Jennifer.
Yelena's face was one of surprise.
What do you think you are doing coming to me with this request? The Duke of House Strix is my imbecilic brother.
Holloway remained calm.
There are more House Strix supporters of yours than DuPont's here tonight. I made sure of it. You could ask for a decision of the House to empower you to deliver the will of House Strix instead of allowing DuPont to cast his vote. Then, it would be you who chooses for whom the Strix vote goes.
No.
She said cold as steel to Holloway's surprise. He frowned and leaned closer.
I saved your eternity in the library, Yelena. We both have an opponent in DuPont, the enemy of my enemy.
You misunderstood the situation if you think I needed your help. I would have gotten out of there without being destroyed one way or the other. And I will never associate myself with any of you wretched council members. I would rather base in the sun than help any of you.
She cut him off sharply. Before Holloway could respond, the pale man inconspicuously emerged from the shadows.
Marquis Yelena, it's time for your speech. Please follow me to the private room.
Yelena.
Holloway called and she stopped in place, but did not turn to face him.
I'll be sure to prepare that bath for you.
Yelena cast a final scathing glance at Holloway before turning to follow the pale man to the room where only Nosferatu were allowed into. Holloway watched her go, frustration bubbling within his calm visage. The pale man took up the stage.
Creatures of the night, with you, Lady Yelena, Marquis of the East Side from House Strix.
The ballroom was filled with applause. Lady Yelena took the stage wearing a slinky black dress and heels. She looked magnificent, waving to the crowd and sending kisses like a celebrity.
Thank you, thank you. You're a great crowd. As you know, we are here today to celebrate one more year of our eternity in Dreadfort. And what better way to celebrate eternity than celebrating life? I want you to look at our city and its mortals. I want you to see how full of potential they are and how privileged we are in being the stewards of this sprawling metropolis. Our streets, our deserts, our lake and beach. We have it all. The more this city thrives, the more we thrive. Remember this, fellow Nosferatu.
Applause erupted, whistling and cheers.
And now, the moment I am, and I know you are waiting for. The Marquess of the West Side, Lord Collector, from House Orlok.
The Collector took the stage with a smile, waving at the crowd as they cheered. He met Yelena and they kissed each other on the cheeks. She turned around to give one last wave and left the stage.
Lady Yelena, everybody. If that dress gets any smaller, someone's gonna have to call a doctor. I kid. But in case you do not call Dr. Julio from the Midnight Fiends. He has a doctorate, but he is not a real doctor, even though he will try to convince you that he is at length.
The Midnight Fiends laughed and patted Julio on the back.
Holloway's here. He's a doctor too, but don't call him, or Yelena might disappear under mysterious circumstances.
Holloway had an embarrassed smile on his face.
You taught me so much, Holloway. You taught me about law, deontological ethics, how to get away with murder, but what you really taught me is that you don't need to live in the sewers to be a piece of shit. I'm joking. A piece of shit might have more principles than you.
The old dragon made a dismissive gesture.
Spectre is here. Spectre is always dressed in black and wearing that black mask. Very serious. Very grim dark. But you would be surprised to know that underneath all the evil clothes, there is a very small, pathetic, and evil man with a squeaky voice. Yes, that voice modulator is a medical tool for him to be taken seriously. In reality, he sounds a lot like a chipmunk.
Greetings from Member Orlok. Tonight we will take over the city.
Spectre did not react at all.
DuPont is here! So watch out for your drinks, or maybe tomorrow you might find yourself speaking French, talking about art with a sudden urge to betray your friends.
DuPont made an offensive gesture.
Duchess Caroline is here. She's a warrior and a fighter. She is the law. She's also trained to sit, catch, and shut up by DuPont. Watch that drink.
Caroline mouthed an offense to him.
Wow. Do you kiss his ass with that mouth? The rancher is here. You know, most people say it's better to be quiet and let people think you're dumb than open your mouth and let them be certain. Not the rancher. He can be quiet and dumb all at the same time. He's efficient. He doesn't waste saliva to make it very clear that he is as dumb as the cows he puts to pasture.
The rancher had a deathly stare in his eyes, but other than that, he did not react.
That's not true. Everybody knows a cow would be smarter than making backdoor deals with DuPont. Watch that drink, I'm telling you.
Pamela was cracking up laughing, and Holloway looked at the rancher and DuPont worried.
Van Arden is here. Van Arden is undead proof that you can be older than a vampire when you are brought into the blood. Van Arden is so old that he needs dentures to suck blood. He doesn't have a familiar. He has a nurse. He is older than dust. Not only is he old, he even looks older than he is. It's like a raisin that was left in a drawer for too long.
Van Arden gave an amused smile and made a gesture as if he was tipping his hat off to the collector.
The Ebony Dagger is here. Did you know that they are the crew in town who have been together for the longest time in the whole city? Yes, not anymore. Apparently, Amanda Noir was put on detention by the council, and she did not see that coming. What an oracle. I would not take advice from her when investing in the stock market. And Yelena, beautiful Yelena. Give it up for her, my friends. Yelena was once called the Marilyn Monroe of vampires. Yes, it's true. Give it up for her. The only difference is that instead of singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President, she would scream, "The king is dead! Long live the queen!"
Amanda shifted uncomfortably in her place, but Yelena stood up from her seat at the Ebony Dagger's table, waved and took a bow, making the crowd roar in thunderous applause, and DuPont seethe in anger.
Talking about kings, the king is not here. Why would he? Look at this council. Your Serene Highness carriage would explode on the way and they would say it was an engine failure. It's a roast. Grow up. Talking about treacherous schemes, the betrayer is not here. Yes! How can a king trade all of his powers and privileges to align with the tower? Some say it was a three-dimensional chess move, but I think it was a three-dimensionally stupid move. Lost the crown, his eternity, and the city in one single move. He was the reverse Bob Fischer. I don't understand it either. The Midnight Fiends are here. Now that we are officially at war with the tower again, Father Michael is worried that he's the next target. Don't worry, Michael. They hate you over there, but we hate you over here too. It's very easy to hate you. You are conniving, slippery, and you have that kind of face that makes me want to punch you every time I see you. Even your son hates you. Let's hear for Daniel Reed, ladies and gentlemen. The detective that set out to destroy a vampire and become one. Next time I lose a dog, I'll give you a call like the rancher.
Daniel looked embarrassed to Pamela, but she was cracking up.
Finally, the man whose eternity we are here to celebrate. Don Vittorio. Vito to his close friends. What more can you say about a mobster whose boss is a police chief? That's saying something. But Vito, you know, he was that kind of guy. He had a very explosive personality. When he would come to the masquerade ball, he was just the bomb. Many don't know this, but he considered himself Daniel Reed's godfather, and when Vito was gone, it blew Daniel's world. In a few words, if Vito was here, he would blow you away.
Daniel got quite upset at that ending, but tried to keep his composure, but his companions noticed.
Too soon? Too soon?
Daniel nodded in agreement.
You all know I'm just busting balls, my friends. I respect each and every one of you. It is a pleasure to spend my eternity with all of you in this city I call home for more than 100 years. The city of Dreadford. I love it with all its beauty and ugliness. I'm talking to you, Tom. I kid. But in all seriousness, I propose a toast.
He raised a glass filled with blood, and all Nosferatu stood up, raising their glasses.
To this city and its stewards, you, my friends, to the King's Council, and of course to His Serene Highness the King, Godspeed, you beautiful sons of bitches.
They all drank.
Hey, I told you to watch that drink! Good night, everybody. See you soon.
They all applauded as he left the stage. The Pale Man came back and announced a group of musicians called The Bored and the Dead. The Nosferatu applauded and the music resumed. Daniel walked through the party and saw the Collector shaking a lot of hands and receiving many compliments. But when the Collector noticed his presence, he came straight to him.
Daniel, how did you like the show?
I think it was good, but I don't understand why you said all those mean things about me and my friends.
Mean things? Daniel, I did you a favor.
Please enlighten me.
You are Nosferatu now, and we are envious creatures, and you and your friends are having too much success. I just took the edge off.
What do you mean?
Gosh, you're so young. Get one thing through your head, my friend. If people are making fun of you on stage, it means you're good. Sure, you may walk around here and some of them might make fun of you or repeat some of the jokes, but you can't get sensitive about it. Banter back. That means you are in good standing. You want that. What you don't want is to walk around and receive silent, evil glares. When that happens, you better be real smart about it.
So you were doing the council a favor?
Oh no, they pay me to do that. Imagine I'm the court's jester.
And the Ebony Dagger?
Yelena and I don't see eye to eye most of the time, but it is undeniable that we need her in the Ebony Dagger.
And Vito?
I gave him a nice send-off to remind everybody how he was destroyed to get them pumped up for what's coming. Vito was a rival, but he was with the court. I could tarnish his reputation, but I didn't, even though the prick was encroaching on my territory.
I see.
Cheer up, Danny boy. You have so much to learn.
The Collector patted him on the shoulder, drank and went away to rejoice in the compliments on his performance. Daniel turned and saw Julio silently glaring at him. The Blood Apprentice finished his drink and went away, leaving the detective puzzled. Saul, a sleazy Nosferatu of House Leviathan, approached Caroline Graves with a swagger that reeked of overconfidence and a greasy smile plastered across his face.
Congratulations, Duchess Caroline. Brooks is one of the finalists for the Right to Blood at this year's ball. Quite the accomplishment.
Caroline glanced at Saul with a mix of disdain and resignation. Agent Brooks, standing nearby, watched a vampire dressed in fine clothes and mask discreetly biting one of the guests. The scene was a testament to the debauchery and degeneracy that permeated the ball, the opulent surroundings contrasting sharply with the hidden predations of the vampires.
I've managed to acquire some mortals as familiars here myself. Quite a good harvest this year, don't you think? Now, about Don Vittorio's domain.
He had a conspiratorial look on his face.
The tower destroyed him, and I believe I should inherit his territory and business. You did promise me after all.
Caroline sighed, her patience wearing thin.
Yes, Saul, I did say that if something happened to Vittorio, you would be next in line. But things have changed.
Saul's eyes narrowed, his tone growing insistent.
Changed how? I've been waiting for this opportunity.
War is near.
The pale man appeared beside her, his presence as cold as ever.
The voting for the rights to blood is about to begin.
Caroline turned to Saul, her expression resolute.
This will have to wait. Excuse me.
She moved towards the ballroom, where the voting was about to commence. Saul's eyes followed her, filled with a menacing intensity. Brooks and Saul locked gazes. A silent challenge passed between them. The agent turned and followed Caroline, leaving the Nosferatu standing alone, his malevolent stare burning into Brooks' back. Before she stepped onto the stage, she bumped into House Orlok's representative.
Spectre, may I have a word with you before we go on stage?
She pointed to a dark opening beside the stage, and he accompanied her.
Of course.
I know Vittorio was encroaching on part of your territory, and that was creating some friction between our houses. If I gave you half of his territory, could I persuade you to vote for Mr. Brooks?
Impossible.
I see. Well, are you interested at all in these territories?
Certainly.
Then maybe we can make a deal on something else.
I'm listening.
They got up the stage, and Spectre nodded his head to whatever Caroline was saying. The private room buzzed with anticipation as the guests prepared for the vote. The air was thick with the scent of blood and desire, a macabre celebration of their vampiric nature. A cacophony of hushed whispers thickened as the 6 members of the King's Council convened to decide who would earn the rights to blood for the 1994 ball. Julio sat with a heavy heart among the audience of vampires and their familiars, his gaze fixed on the proceedings. This was the chance for House Ashkari to win the right to blood for Christina. Yet, she was nowhere to be found, and the opportunity seemed to be slipping away. Van Arden appeared visibly uncomfortable as he stood before the council.
House Ashkari will abstain from this vote.
Jacob Holloway immediately interjected, trying to salvage the situation.
Van Arden, having no candidate should not prevent you from casting your vote for one of the other candidates. It's an opportunity to influence the outcome.
Before anyone could respond, DuPont cut in smoothly.
Leave Van Arden alone, Holloway. The man has already stated he will not vote.
DuPont's eyes glinted with a hint of malice.
If you wish, House Strix can provide resources to help you find Christina.
Without hiding a smirk, the Frenchman turned to the next council member.
Rancher, your vote, please.
Mr. Brooks.
Holloway looked at the Volkos council member, feeling betrayed. Next, DuPont looked at Caroline.
And yours, Chief Graves?
I cast my vote for Agent Brooks.
DuPont's gaze swept the stage before he announced his own vote.
I, too, vote for Agent Brooks.
With 3 votes already secured and 1 abstaining, the outcome was effectively sealed. The remaining votes were meaningless in changing the result. DuPont, not even pretending to wait for the final 2 votes, turned to the audience with a sense of finality. He stood up and announced to the ballroom.
The rights to blood for this year's ball go to Agent Brooks. House Leviathan's chosen. Congratulations.
He turned with a sly smile and saw the old dragon face darken, barely containing his fury. His usually composed demeanor cracked. A flicker of his vampiric nature seemed on the brink of revealing itself, as his eyes flashed with an intensity that betrayed his frustration. Jennifer, watching from the audience, felt a surge of anger. This was supposed to be her moment, her opportunity to ascend, now cruelly snatched away. She clenched her fists in silent rage. Brooks could feel the weight of the night pressing down on him, the knowledge that he was stepping deeper into a world of shadows and intrigue. Julio, still burdened by his own disappointment, could only watch as the proceedings concluded with Caroline taking her chosen one to the backstage. The room, once filled with anticipation, now seemed to hum with tension and unspoken resentment. The King's Council had made its decision, and the consequences of that decision were only beginning to unfold. Tom was coming back from the feast table, where fountains of blood graciously complemented the black and red velvet-draped cloth that adorned it, along with skulls and bones deliberately positioned. Midway, he encountered Obadiah with a young woman by his side.
Thomas, how have you been? Please call me Tom. I'm as well as the situation allows me, you. I'm all right. House Leviathan had a right to blood pending, and I got to snatch it after a conversation with Carolyn. I don't think she was really willing, but I guess the other prospects were worse. This is Isabella.
Hi there.
She greeted him with a smile.
Congratulations, I guess. I got some free time in a couple of days. Want to hang out by the coffin? Damn right, it's official. I've been wanting to take Isabella there, haven't I?
He sure does. Won't stop talking about it.
She said, kissing him on the cheeks.
If you don't mind, I can bring Virginia along. I don't know who she is, but feel free to bring anyone along. Oh, of course, you're an Orlok. You might know her as the Moody Banshee, the masked woman from the Ebony Dagger. Are you sure you want to do that? She didn't seem to like us very much, and I heard she's the trigger-happy kind of a woman. Don't worry. You'll get used to it.
In a dimly lit corridor, the hushed whispers and distant murmurs of the room faded away. Yelena moved swiftly, her presence commanding even in the shadows. She approached Pamela, who stood waiting, with a hint of unease in her eyes.
I'm here as you asked.
The Volkos could not hide her curiosity. Yelena's gaze was intense as she responded.
Thank you, Pamela.
The use of her true name caught the Volkos off guard.
How do you know? Only Daniel.
How could you say something that's sensible? Here of all places. Today. Yevor overheard telling a detective about your situation. It was a mistake to breach this subject so carelessly. The gossip has already spread, and now everyone at the ball knows.
Pamela's eyes widened. Her face showed a mixture of anger and fear crossing her features. Distant screams and voices filled with anger echoed through the corridor. Alarmed, Pamela recognized them, Daniel and Julio. Together, they hurried toward the source of the commotion, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. The night, which had already been filled with tension and secrets, now seemed poised on the brink of something even more dangerous. In the balcony, Julio was seething, his frustration boiling over.
How could you, Daniel? How could you betray the Midnight Fiends? And worse, lie to us after all, acting like nothing happened. It was because of you that a situation in the library occurred. Pristina was deeply shaken by it.
Julio, we should not discuss this here. It's not smart.
I've waited for this long enough. Now, thanks to you, she lost her chance at life.
We are vampires, Julio. We are not alive. And she wasn't into the whole idea of drinking vampire blood or becoming one herself.
Julio's eyes flashed with anger.
Stop with that wordplay about vampires being alive or not. She was supposed to survive her cancer, Daniel, and because of you, she might not. House Ashkari has been unable to locate her, and it's all your fault.
I can help.
You have helped enough, Judas.
Their argument had grown loud enough to draw the attention of others. Tom, looking to defuse the situation, tried to calm them. Obadiah and Isabella right behind him.
Guys, take it easy.
I only know the truth because of the blood covenant you signed with Van Arden, and here I quote it. Article 2, Section 1. I, Daniel Reed, agree not to reveal secrets from inside the lodge and all its facilities to outsiders. Full stop. Do you know the spell of the covenant allows me to destroy you for your transgression, Daniel?
So do it.
Daniel said, dead serious.
Let's not do this here.
Oliver said as he arrived.
Daniel worked with the Pole against his own crew. He betrayed House Ashkari by informing the King's Council and bringing them to our meeting with the Ebony Dagger. Agnes could have been destroyed, and he's been lying ever since. How can we trust he won't betray us again?
Is it true, Daniel?
Oliver asked, but Daniel did not respond.
Daniel?
Tom couldn't believe it.
This is not true. It can't be. Is it Daniel?
Pamela asked, arriving along with Yelena.
It is.
He said unequivocally. Yelena stood at the periphery watching intently, while other vampires, including Dupont, Caroline, Saul, Spectre, and others began to converge, drawn by the rising tension. Even Agent Brooks was there. Julio continued, his voice steady and resolute.
See, he betrayed us. He doesn't even feel remorse. Because of that, Christina lost her chance to be brought to the blood, and the city almost went down into civil war. He can't be trusted. I propose a vote to expel Daniel Reed from the Midnight Fiends.
The crowd murmured as Julio cast his vote.
I vote for expulsion.
Daniel, how could you?
Oliver said, feeling the sting of betrayal.
I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Julio. I vote for expulsion.
Oliver? No! Something is wrong here. I vote against it. We have to investigate this further, Tom.
Pamela said with her voice unwavering. Tom could not face Daniel. The Nosferatu who helped him gave him refuge, but he was not surprised. Such is the nature of vampires.
I'm sorry, but he confessed. How could you, Daniel? After everything we've been through, I trusted you.
Tom, I'm sorry, I really am. I don't know what came over me.
Stuff your sorries in the sack, buddy. I vote for expulsion.
Daniel looked resigned, the weight of his actions coming to bear.
What are you guys doing?
Pamela pleaded with her crewmates.
This isn't necessary. If you don't want me in the crew, I won't force the issue.
Dupont's face showed a wicked smile, his satisfaction evident as he watched the unfolding drama. With Daniel's agreement, the decision was made. Julio's voice rang out clearly, filled with a mix of sorrow and determination.
Daniel Reed is out of the Midnight Fiends.
Christina stood in her new, sparsely furnished studio as she worked hard to rebuild her career as a sculptress. The echoes of her chisel against marble were the only company she had in Dreadford. She had uprooted her life in Brazil to be with her husband Julio, as he took on a demanding job offshore, building an oil platform. The holidays had come and gone, each one spent alone, her husband's absence a heavy presence in this unfamiliar metropolis. The distance and loneliness weighed heavily on Christina, but her art provided a much-needed solace. Julio's accident had been a harsh blow. It cost him the movement of one leg, and their fight about him returning to work lingered in her mind for a long time. He had promised it would be over soon, and they could leave Dreadford behind and return home. But until then, she was alone, sculpting the hours away, the cold of the studio sinking into her bones. The strong smell of her working materials were ever present. The statue was a depiction of an ancient figure with mysterious and captivating features, a silent sentinel that seemed to watch over her as she worked. Its face, though unfinished, already held a somber, almost melancholic expression. As she focused intently on the delicate details of the statue's eyes, she felt a sudden, sharp pain in her chest. She paused, her breath hitching. Before she could process what was happening, a violent cough racked her body, and she doubled over, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. When she pulled her hand away, it was smeared with blood. Her eyes widened in shock and horror. She looked up at the statue, and her breath caught in her throat. The blood she had coughed up had splattered across the statue's face, giving it the eerie appearance of weeping blood. The crimson streaks ran down the clay cheeks, accentuating the sorrowful expression she had painstakingly crafted. Christina stared at the statue, her mind reeling. A vivid reminder of her mortality. She reached out with a trembling hand to touch the blood on the statue's face, and her fingers smeared it further. But it was of no use. The image of the blood-streaked face was seared into her consciousness. The diagnosis came suddenly. Cancer. Aggressive. She tried to reach Julio, but the offshore world swallowed him entirely. She was admitted to the hospital, each day a struggle. Her prospects were grim. When Julio finally arrived, Guilt etched deep into his features, and they spent precious moments together. She noticed the weight of his guilt, his presence a bittersweet comfort. Miraculously, she felt better the next day. The doctors were astounded. Julio and Cristina spent the entire day together, her energy boundless. Night fell, and as if a cruel joke, her condition deteriorated rapidly, plunging her into unconsciousness. When she awoke the following day, she felt well again. The doctors were bewildered. Her cancer had inexplicably vanished. They kept her under observation. Their optimism was infectious. Julio, however, disappeared, leaving no word behind. Days passed, and Cristina noticed strange changes. She felt tireless, her senses heightened. She could hear the whispers from other rooms, the rhythmic beating of hearts, the scent of blood permeating the air. Her strength seemed unnatural. She shattered a cup with a mere grip. She left deep imprints on a metal tray. Fear crept in. Was she going mad? As the doctors prepared to discharge her, she looked forward to returning home, eager to reclaim her life and work. But one night, as she stood on the cusp of freedom, strange figures entered her room. Darkness enveloped her. In the shadows of Dreadford, Christina's story was just beginning. She slowly opened her eyes, blinking against the dim light filtering through gaps in the ceiling. It was made of rusty metal sheets. She sat up, still feeling the unusual strength coursing through her body. She looked around and she seemed to be at a junkyard. Her senses reached farther than before. There was someone else with her inside the room, a huge man, maybe the tallest she had ever seen. He stood a few feet away, watching her with an inscrutable expression.
Where am I? What happened?
The man approached her calmly. Somehow she felt he was not a threat to her. Was something altering her thoughts?
We are in a junkyard, Christina. My allies and I brought you here after we took you from the hospital.
Took me? Who are you?
My name is Ivan, but among the Nosferatu I am simply known as the Preacher.
He pulled a chair and sat near Cristina. Her emotions were evident in the way she tensed as he neared. She concentrated her heightened feelings and noticed the man did not have a heartbeat.
Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I brought you here to tell you about a bargain your husband has pledged in his name and yours.
Julio, where is he?
You are going to meet him again soon enough. You had cancer, Christina. You were at death's door and suddenly you recovered by a miracle. Not only that, I know you feel different, healthier, sharper, stronger.
Christina's interest was piqued. How did he know that? Instead of asking another question, she resolutely waited for his answers.
Your husband earned your current state of good health by selling himself into the service of a family of Nosferatu, a family of vampires. And without knowing any better, he also sold you.
Vampires, please.
Ivan allowed his countenance to hint at how terrible a truly unshackled vampire could be. The woman's words died in her throat.
You might not believe it, but deep inside you know it is true.
He approached her, and his presence made her coil. Something about him was alluring and dangerous. He fixed a lock of her hair, and her eyes closed in terror. Something about him made her skin crawl.
With but a word, I could make you commit terrible sins, and with a bite I could drain the life of you to sustain my own.
She opened her eyes, and his eyes were luminous red, and his mouth bore a pair of fangs that awoken a primal fear inside her. She scattered to the other side of the bed, creating distance between them.
I could go on demonstrating it to you in more vulgar ways, but our time is limited, and I do not wish to insult your intelligence. I believe the message is clear. You yourself have proof of what I say within you. People don't beat cancer in an afternoon and develop gifts of the blood from their deathbed, Christina.
The woman took a few moments to choose her next words carefully.
Who are you truly? Why are you here talking to me?
As I said before, your husband has bargained his service to a family of Nosferatu, House Ashkari. This family serves a court of vampires that rules over Dreadford from the shadows. I am an enemy of this court and the house he serves, Christina. I am part of the Tower, a faction that opposes those who turned your husband. If I had my way, they would be no more. Unless they stop acting as instruments of the corruption that curses this city.
Vampires. It is so hard to believe.
Is it though, Christina? Why do mortals recoil from the dark? Why are they afraid to look under their beds? Because deep inside their souls, they know we and other creatures stalk them.
Why would they need him? Or me, for that matter?
Ivan's eyes narrowed, but his body did not move. No breathing, no heart palpitation. He looked like a stoic statue glaring at her.
Because Giulio is valuable to them, and they knew using you would bind him to their cause. They needed leverage, and you were the perfect bargain.
And how can they cure me when no doctor could?
Many of our gifts can be considered ungodly, but suffice to say, there are ways that one might consider unnatural, if not evil. Why don't you ask Giulio's new family about it? You might also want to inquire about the risks this treatment imposes upon you. See for yourself if they are going to act honestly, or if they will keep you in the dark, to control you just as they control him.
You are saying he is some kind of slave to these vampires, and me as well?
You will be treated differently, but you'll still be their familiar, a slave bound by their rules and by their blood.
I won't be anyone's slave, rest assured, but why are you telling me this?
Ivan gave her an intense look, and his eyebrows furrowed.
Because I am giving you a choice. You can continue down the path Giulio has set for both of you, playing the role they've designed. Or you can take control of your own destiny, find true power, and perhaps even free Giulio from their grip.
And why should I trust you if you are one of them, as you said?
I am a Nosferatu, yes, but not one of them. They are my enemies. Nothing would please me more than working towards their ruin. I want to give you a chance to break free from their chains.
But Julio, he's my husband. I can't just abandon him.
I understand your loyalty, but Giulio is no longer free. He's a slave to his new masters, bound by their laws. If you decline my offer, you'll never have control over your life again. But if you choose to fight, you can gain the power necessary to free him from the king's court.
I can't betray him. I cannot accept what you offer me.
Ivan handed Christina a seal.
See for yourself what awaits you down this road. If you want to find the means to fight back, go to the E station of the subway. There you will see a homeless man with a black dog, begging for money with a metal mug. Instead of money, offer him this, and he will bring you to me.
Christina took the seal. It was crimson red with the design of a tower engraved on it.
I won't be a slave, not to them, not to anyone, not even to you.
Good. Then I hope we'll see each other again.
Christina watched as Ivan went away, clutching the seal tightly. She felt confused, but she was sure of one thing. She will not be a pawn in a game. She will fight for her freedom, and if possible, for Julio's. Soon after that, Christina was rescued by Julio and a detective. She was brought to Dreadford's public library by them. Christina slowly regained consciousness, her senses coming alive in the dim, musty air of the library. The heavy scent of old books and ancient wood filled her nostrils as she blinked her eyes open, the world coming into hazy focus. Beside her, she felt a familiar presence, and as her vision cleared, she saw Julio's worried yet relieved face. Without a word, they embraced tightly, the warmth of their connection piercing through the cold uncertainty that surrounded them.
Julio, what's happening? Where are we?
He held her close with his hand gently stroking her hair.
We are safe now, Christina. I got help. You're safe here.
She pulled back slightly, searching his eyes for answers.
Who were those people? Why did they take me? What is going on?
Julio looked away with a pained expression.
I can't explain everything. There are laws and rules I can't break. But they want to hurt us, Christina. Hurt me, you, and all the vampires who help us.
Christina's eyes widened.
Vampires? Julio, I need to know more. What's happening to me? Why can't we go home?
He sighed heavily, the sound filled with resignation.
It is not safe to return home. We could be targeted again. And right now, the most important thing is to make sure you are 100% okay.
Christina's frustration bubbled to the surface.
But I don't understand. Who are these vampires? What do they want with us? You gave blood for me to drink?
I didn't know it was blood. I made a deal so they would help you get better. I myself still barely understand their world.
How could you make a deal you didn't understand? We need to take a step back and think clearly about everything.
Julio gently took her hands.
You've seen too much, Christina. Know too much. The only place you're safe is here, in the library. This place is under the protection of House Ashkari. The court can't enforce their punishments against you here. If they knew about you, they'd either erase your memories, bind you under sanguine fealty, or even worse.
Christina's mind raced.
So this means we have to stay here forever?
Just for now. Until it's safe, until we can find a way to protect you.
I want our privacy, our own space. But if this is the only way to stay safe...
It is. We can be attacked again if we leave.
Christina nodded slowly. The reality of their situation settled heavily on her shoulders.
All right, Julio, we'll stay. But promise me we'll find a way out of this together.
He embraced her again, his voice firm with resolve.
I promise. We'll get through this. Together.
After their talk, Christina was attended by familiars, those bound to serve the vampires. She was led down winding staircases to a subterranean room within the library. The walls were lined with ancient tomes and the air was cool, almost damp. The familiars were courteous yet detached, their eyes reflecting lives of quiet servitude. One of the familiars told her to let them know if she needed anything, with a voice devoid of emotion. Christina couldn't help but notice the bizarre nature of her surroundings and the peculiar demeanor of the familiars. There was an eerie stillness to the place, a sense of age and secrecy. Despite her unease, she cooperated, remembering Julio's plea for her to stay calm and comply. The next day, Christina experienced a strange realization. As the sun reached high noon, Julio was asleep as if in a death-like slumber. She approached him with her heart pounding. His skin was cold, and his body was utterly still as though he were truly dead. The sight chilled her to the bone. She could only imagine if this was the same to the other vampires. The familiars brought her any belongings she wished, and were always ready if she needed anything. As she roamed the library day after day, Christina observed their lives. They moved about, performing their duties with practiced precision. She could not remove from her mind the thought that they lived as servants. Their existence was bound to their vampiric masters. She noticed how differently she was treated compared to them. While the familiars were largely ignored, she received a special status, an unspoken recognition of her unique situation. Julio spent as much time with Christina as he could, trying to inject a sense of normalcy into their strange new life. Yet, it was clear to Christina that things were different now. Julio's presence, though comforting, lacked the warmth and vitality it once had. Some nights, he would leave without explanation, disappearing into the shadows of the library or the outside world. She, on the other hand, found herself confined within the library walls. She noticed a familiar who always seemed to be watching her, ensuring she never left the premises. The other vampires went about their business and paid her no mind. She made a point to stay out of their way. One night, Christina found herself wandering the halls of the library, drawn by the sounds of clashing metal and grunts of exertion. She followed the noise to a dimly lit room where Julio and one of the vampires, Sebastian, were engaged in a fierce duel. They moved with fluid grace, their swords flashing under the flickering lights. Julio, typically a man of science, seemed oddly at home in this brutal dance. Sebastian was relentlessly pushing Julio to his limits. Their swords clashed and whirled in a deadly ballet, each strike met with a precise parry. Christina watched, transfixed, as Sebastian suddenly drove his blade into Julio's chest. She gasped, horrified, her heart pounding in her chest. Blood seeped from the wound, and for a moment she thought she had witnessed her husband's death. But the vampires around her remained unfazed. Julio, despite the impalement, stood firm. With a grimace, he withdrew the sword, the wound already beginning to close. Christina realized with a shock that what would be a mortal injury to a human was merely a temporary inconvenience to a vampire. As Julio continued to train, Christina's mind reeled. This display of violence and resilience drove home the stark reality that the world of vampires was far more brutal and unforgiving than she had ever imagined. It was a place where strength and survival were intertwined, and even those like Julio, who cherished knowledge and reason, had to be adept in the art of combat. Next night, driven by curiosity and concern, Christina went looking for Julio. She knew he was studying inside a particular room deep within the library. As she approached, she saw a familiar standing guard outside the door. The familiar's expression was impassive. His eyes tracked her movements as she drew closer.
I need to see Julio.
The familiar shook his head.
Master Julio is busy. He cannot be disturbed.
Busy with what? I am his wife, and I need to talk to him.
Master Julio is studying. He has instructed that he is not to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Studying sorcery?
Christina pressed, while she tried to peer past the familiar into the room beyond.
Yes, Master Julio is one of the masters. He requires complete focus.
Christina felt a surge of anxiety. She hated the distance that had grown between them, the secrets that seemed to multiply with each passing day.
Please, I just want to see him.
I understand, but Master Julio's instructions are clear. He will come to you when he is finished.
Defeated, Christina stepped back, her heart heavy.
All right, thank you.
As she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling of isolation that had settled over her. The library, with its hidden depths and ancient secrets, felt like a labyrinth she was destined to wander alone. Despite the peculiarities, Christina remained composed, determined to understand this new reality. She would bide her time and seek answers to the mysteries that now defined her life. A couple of nights later, Candace approached Christina while she was seated at a table engrossed in a book. The vampire moved with a fluid grace, and her presence commanded attention. She placed a wine glass filled with a dark, viscous liquid in front of Christina. Christina looked up, her brow furrowing in confusion.
What is this?
She eyed the glass warily. Candace's expression was impatient and her tone blunt.
It's your medicine. Normally it would be disguised, but you already know the nature of it. So there is no reason to waste time pretending it is anything else.
Christina's eyes widened as the realization dawned on her.
Is this vampire's blood?
Yes, it is.
Christina recoiled slightly, shaking her head.
I have no intention of drinking this.
Candace's gaze hardened, and she leaned in closer, her voice low and serious.
If you don't drink it, your cancer will return and take your life.
Christina's resolve wavered for a moment, but she steeled herself, refusing to be swayed.
I hope it does. This is no way of living.
She said, hard as stone. Candace's eyes flashed with a mix of frustration and resignation.
One of us was destroyed to give you and Julio this opportunity. This is not something to take lightly.
Christina stood up, her muscles tensing as she prepared to flee if Candace tried to force her. But Candace merely sighed and turned away.
It is your choice. You know the consequences of refusing it.
With that, Candace walked away, leaving the glass of blood untouched on the table. Christina stared at it, her mind a whirlwind of fear and defiance. The choice was hers, but the weight of it felt almost too much to bear. She still refused the blood no matter how much Julio insisted. They fought over it. As the days passed, Christina found herself lost in thought, reflecting on the gravity of her situation. One evening she sought out Julio for a serious conversation. She was determined to get answers. She found him in a quiet corner of the library, surrounded by an alchemical apparatus and books. He was working on something. Blood. It smelled like it.
Julio, we need to talk.
Her voice was firm as she approached him. He looked up, and his expression softened as he saw her.
Christina, what's wrong?
She sat down beside him, her eyes searching his.
I need to understand what's going on. The things you're doing, the magic, the blood. I need to know the truth.
Julio sighed, running a hand through his hair.
I am trying to protect you, Christina. Everything I did is for us.
But why do you need to be so secretive? What exactly are you doing when you leave me here alone? Where do you go?
Her voice trembled with a mix of frustration and desperation. Julio hesitated, clearly struggling to find the right words.
I cannot tell you everything, Christina. The King's Court has rules, secrets I must keep. But I promise, it's all to keep you safe.
Christina leaned forward with pleading eyes.
Why do you insist I take that medicine? You know it's vampire blood. I know if I don't take it, my cancer will return. That vampire woman was clear on that. But taking it, it's not right, Julio. It's blood taken from someone. And I know there are side effects when you drink vampire blood.
Julio's expression grew serious.
I have learned how to handle those side effects.
He pointed to a flask containing blood that was part of the apparatus he was working on before she arrived. He took the flask and offered it to her.
It's my blood, and I am the one who prepared it. You just need to trust me.
Trust you? How many people have been bled dry so I can live? So you can perform your magic? How much harm has been done in the name of keeping us safe?
Julio left the flask over a table and reached out, taking her hands in his.
I've spoken to Van Arden. He's working to secure the right to blood for you. The situation is going to end soon. The council denied us, but an opportunity is approaching. A masquerade ball at winter solstice. We just have to hang tight until then.
A familiar rushed in with urgency in his eyes before Christina could respond.
Master Julio, there's been an explosion. Daniel Reed was caught in it.
What? How?
He was attacked at his motel room. He is languid. Eloise is taking him to Volkos territory. She asked to tell you to go there immediately.
Julio stood up abruptly. His mind was clearly racing.
I need to handle this, Christina. I'm sorry. I need to go.
Christina watched him go, feeling the weight of their conversation still heavy on her heart. She was left alone once again, with more questions than answers, the flask of blood still untouched on the table. Night after night, Christina sat in her room, surrounded by books and papers, trying to lose herself in study. Ever since she had come to this place, her mind had been unable to focus on her work as a sculptress. One night, as she tried to concentrate, she heard screams and loud noises echoing through the library. Uneasiness settled over her, and she dropped her study materials, her heart pounding. She took a flashlight and went to find out what was happening. She heard voices nearby as soon as she stepped into the darkened library. The place felt even more ominous than usual, with shadows playing tricks on her eyes. She crept closer, straining to make out the conversation.
Let's be pragmatic. We cannot decide this question surrounded by hostiles. We need to call off the voting.
These hostiles are rebels and work for her. She is the problem. Let's solve it.
What is happening? Julio, are you all right? What is all this noise?
She stepped into the room, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The vampires turned to look at her, their eyes glowing unnaturally in the dim light. She could smell blood and see their inhuman features. To her, they all looked like monsters, even Julio. Christina's heart raced as she recognized her husband among them. Julio's face was a mask of terror as he saw her. He moved towards her quickly, his voice urgent.
Christina, you shouldn't be here!
Why is this place so dark? Who are all these people? I am hearing a loud noise coming from here. What is happening?
Julio pulled her into his arms protectively.
It wasn't anything, you...
I apologize. She's just a familiar working here in the library. Please, Julio, escort her back to her quarters and return here immediately.
Christina felt a surge of anger at being called just a familiar. She resisted a little as Julio led her out of the room, but they left without anyone getting in their way. Back in her room, she was fuming.
I've had enough of this, Julio.
Julio tried to calm her, his voice soothing.
Christina, please. It's for your own safety. Just try to rest.
It was right then that she finally understood. Her husband was lost to their games, to their world, and she was helpless to do anything about it. She was just a burden to him, to the vampires around him, even to the familiars that were tasked with helping her. He was a slave now, and if she did nothing about it, she would become one as well. She would fight this court, and for that she needed strength, whatever the cost might be, even if it was taking a road to hell. She laid down to sleep, but her mind was still racing. As soon as Julio left, she got up and went to the place where she had hidden the seal Ivan had given her. Her conversation with the preacher echoed in her mind. She took the seal and stared at it for long hours. In the end, she made her choice. No one would decide her fate for her. Christina knew she had to flee the library. As she was prohibited from leaving due to the watchful eyes of a familiar, she needed a plan. She decided to make her move in the afternoon when the familiars were busiest handling mundane tasks and the vampires were asleep. Next morning, she approached one of the familiars who was always hovering nearby.
I haven't been able to sleep properly. Normal sleeping pills aren't working because, well, you know, I'm altered by the blood.
The familiar nodded sympathetically.
I understand. We have something stronger, crafted by the masters. It's common for familiars with insomnia. I'll get it for you.
A few minutes later, the familiar returned with a small vial of a powerful sedative. Christina took it, thanking him profusely. She knew this was her chance. She studied for days the right moment and way to administer the sedative to the familiar who kept watch over her. When the time came for her plan to be launched, it was a simple matter. Within minutes, he was out cold. She quickly hid him in a storage closet, ensuring it would take hours for anyone to find him, maybe even until the next day. Once outside, she breathed a sigh of relief, the cool evening air filling her lungs. She made her way to the coordinates Ivan had given her. She was surprised she still remembered them so clearly. Christina reached the E-station, scanning the area, until she spotted the homeless man with the black dog. Her hands trembled slightly as she approached him and offered the seal Ivan had given her. The man's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the seal. Without a word, he nodded and motioned for her to follow him. He led her through a series of dark, twisting corridors in the subway, finally arriving at a secluded platform. A train waited there, looking old and forgotten. The man gestured for her to board. Christina hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself and stepped onto the train. The doors closed behind her with a hiss, and the train lurched into motion. In an underground chamber dimly lit by a reddish light, Ivan stood before a group of vampires.
We can't win against the court. We are outnumbered and often outmatched.
A bloodling vampire said.
Strength does not always come from numbers. It comes from understanding your true nature, embracing it fully. Each of you has the potential to surpass even the strongest of their ilk. But you must be willing to let go of your fear and embrace the darkness within. However, always remember the need for discipline. Recklessness will allow this darkness to devour you all.
A familiar approached the group of vampires.
Master, there is a woman here to see you. She is sure you would receive her. She had this with her.
Ivan let a smile escape as he took the seal in his hand.
Admit her.
The familiar looked surprised but bowed and rushed to follow his command.
Remember what I have taught you. Reflect on it. Our time will come, and when it does, we must be ready.
With these words, Ivan emptied the chamber of his students. Before Christina arrived, he approached the huge mirror.
It worked, my lady. I doubted you. Pardon me for my lack of faith.
The mirror remained silent, its surface cold and reflective. Moments later, Christina entered the chamber, her eyes filled with determination. She was caught by surprise by the huge pool of blood in the middle of the room, but tried her best to ignore it.
You were right. I am ready to take up your offer.
Ivan turned to face her, his expression inscrutable.
I am pleased to hear that, Christina. You have made a wise decision. Now, you must know what it entails.
Christina watched him intently, her resolve unshaken.
This will be the end of your mortal life, and you will be reborn into a new existence.
I understand, but the life I treasured once no longer exists. There is nothing to cling to, and I won't spend my remaining years as a slave.
Ivan approached her, his immense size towering over her, but she did not feel threatened. She held her breath as he reached out, tilting her head to the side.
This will hurt, but not for long.
Christina closed her eyes and Ivan sank his fangs on her neck. cold wind whispered through the streets of Dreadford, biting at Daniel Reed's skin. A faint glow from neon signs bathed the narrow avenues in electric colors, but the sky remained oppressive, a thick layer of clouds choking out the moonlight. The detective walked with his coat drawn tightly around him, his collar up against the chill. His boots splashed quietly through puddles on the wet pavement. It was late, but the city was far from silent. Dark figures huddled in doorways, smoking, watching, living their desperate lives.
Dreadford always had this scent, decay, like the soul of the city is rotting. But now there's something more. Something new since I turned. The distinct smell of blood.
As he walked, he passed a closed pawn shop, its barred windows casting thin shadows across the sidewalk. For a moment, he took notice of his reflection in the glass. His face was pale, haunted and tired. The man he once was felt like a ghost, a distant memory from a life he could barely recall. A group of rowdy youngsters stumbled past him, laughing loudly, their voices jarring against the quiet hum of the night. One of them, a young girl with blonde hair, caught Daniel's eye. She stared a moment too long, taking interest in his mysterious persona. Daniel could feel the blood rushing beneath her skin. His hunger flared, sharp and sudden, like a knife twisting in his gut. He clenched his jaw and kept walking. His thirst pulled at him, clawing at his mind, but he forced it down. To live in this city is to ride over temptation's wings. Every corner, every alley hid something dangerous, something corrupt, something degenerate. It was the lifeblood of Dreadford pulsing through its veins. Dreadford did not have a heart, but a rotten apple pulsating with live maggots clawing their way to the center, away from the light. He could hear the whispers in the alleyways, the rasp of breath in the lungs of the homeless, lined up against crumbling walls. Ahead, a puddle shimmered in the dim light of a flickering street lamp. It looked like oil, catching the light in strange, iridescent hues. But Daniel knew better. Blood. Not much, just enough to catch the scent. It would have been unnoticed by most passers-by. Dreadford had seen worse, much worse, but Daniel found his feet drawing him closer. There was an irony to how fragile and without value life was here, how quickly it spilled onto the streets, ignored by the living.
How can life mean so little to this city?
Yet, to Daniel, the scent was irresistible, calling to something deep within him. His hunger stirred again, more insistent now. He would never have noticed the blood before, not as a mortal. But now everything is different. He knelt, touching it lightly with his fingers. It's fresh. Too fresh. He turned into a shadowed alley beside the puddle, and the scent grew stronger. It wasn't just the blood. He could hear it, the heartbeat of a man, fast and frantic. Daniel slipped deeper into the darkness, moving silently. Further down the alley, a homeless man slumped against the wall, bruised and bleeding, his eyes wild with fear, while his attacker, a thug with a knife, stood over him, kicking at his already broken body. The rush of anger Daniel felt was quick. He moved faster than the human eye could track, grabbing the man by the collar and yanking him away from his victim. The thug's arm swung wildly, plunging the knife into his stomach. He barely felt it. The blade pierced his flesh, but no pain followed, only a dim awareness of the wound. Daniel's hunger screamed. The monstrous Nephilim inside him awoke, its claws scraping against his control. The smell of blood, both from the wound and from the man before him, was intoxicating. It urged him to feed, to take what was his by right. The criminal struggled, his breath coming in terrified gasps, but Daniel was too strong.
Leave, now!
He said to the homeless man who stumbled his way out of the alley. Daniel's fangs elongated, and before he could stop himself, he sank them into the man's neck. Blood, hot and thick, rushed into his mouth, filling him with a surge of vitality. Each pulse of the man's heartbeat felt like a drum, growing slower, more sluggish as Daniel drank. The taste was overwhelming. It wasn't just blood, it was life. The man's memories, his fear, his pain, all flooding into Daniel's mind, feeding the hunger and making it harder to stop. The world outside narrowed, until all that existed was this moment, the connection between predator and prey. But Daniel fought it, wrestled with the darker urges that whispered to drain the man dry, to silence that heart forever. His mind flashed to the victim he just saved. With great effort, Daniel pulled back, his fangs retracting, the blood dripping from his lips. The criminal collapsed, unconscious, but alive. He looked down at the man, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His stomach wound had already healed, his body mending itself without him even having to think about it.
Each night I walk these streets, the thirst mingles with the scent of fear. Every heartbeat echoes in my ears, a reminder of what I am. Justice, or the hunger. Which one will claim me first?
The night wrapped around him again, heavy with sin and unanswered questions. Daniel stepped out of the alley and into the street, his mind filled with thoughts of justice and hunger. Every heartbeat he heard, every breath he smelled, was a reminder of the darkness inside him. The door to Daniel's office creaked open. He flicked on the desk lamp, casting a pool of dim light over the space. Sighing, he slumped into the chair, its leather creaking beneath his weight. He leaned back, eyes closed, trying to push the memories away. It had all started in an office very much like this, the day Sarah O'Connor's parents walked in, their faces drawn with grief, asking him to find their daughter's killer. He hadn't known then what it would lead to. How could he have? How could he have guessed that tracking down a murderer would lead him straight into the dark heart of the vampire world, that it would lead him to Father Michael? Daniel's fists clenched at the memory. Father Michael, the one who had turned him, who had brought him into this existence. He thought about the past few months since his expulsion from the Midnight Fiends. They had been more than just a gang. They had been his family in this new world, until they weren't. A sharp shiver crawled up his spine, pulling him from his thoughts. He wasn't alone.
Finally, my son. I wasn't sure what time you'd return, but I decided to wait.
A voice called from the shadows. Daniel tensed, his hand moving instinctively to the stake hidden in his coat, but he didn't draw it. He knew that voice. There was no mistaking it. Father Michael stepped into the faint glow of the lamp. His eyes gleamed with a knowing calm, as if he had expected this moment.
What are you doing here?
Do I need a reason to visit my son?
Don't act like this is some family reunion.
How have you been?
I'm scraping by, picking up whatever minor cases I can find just to stay off the radar.
You are still hung up on the past, Daniel. Forget the fiends, they're small-minded. You were destined for something greater, something much bigger than that little gang of petty vampires.
I was fine where I was.
Michael chuckled softly, as if Daniel's frustrations were amusing.
You don't see it yet, do you? Being expelled from the fiends is the best thing that could have happened to you. You're free now. Free to move beyond their petty politics. Let them squabble in the shadows while you rise above it.
I don't care about rising above anything. I'm just trying to survive. And you being here doesn't help.
On the contrary. I'm here to help you, Daniel, to make sure you're prepared for what's coming.
I'm doing just fine on my own. I've arranged a meeting with Bloody Mary at the Rapture. I'm going to settle my debt.
Good. Daniel, when you meet her...
Don't worry, I won't let her put any ideas in my head.
I'll see you soon, my son.
The older vampire turned and made his way to the door, and then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him. Daniel remained standing in the dimly lit office, the silence thickening around him once more. He stared out the window, his eyes tracing the skyline of Dreadford, the city lights flickering in the distance. The night had swallowed the city, and he could feel its weight pressing down on him. To Nosferatu, this city was like their domain, but also their prison, a place where monsters like him hid in plain sight, preying on the weak, feeding on the forgotten. Vampires were supposed to be in control, to wield their power with purpose. But Daniel felt like he was teetering on the edge, uncertain of his path, uncertain of where this life would take him, more lost than ever.
The night breathes secrets, secrets of horrors that should be long dead.
A soft knock on the door broke the quiet, pulling him from his reverie. His heart lifted just a little. He didn't need to guess who it was. He knew. A rare smile touched his lips. The door opened with a creak, and Pamela stepped inside. The coldness of the room seemed to melt away in her presence. Her bright eyes and teasing smile brought a brief respite from the storm in his mind.
Daniel, you look like you've seen a ghost. What's going on?
She closed the door behind her and stepped into the room. Daniel forced a grin, but it didn't reach his eyes.
I'm starting to feel like one.
Pamela's expression softened. Without a word, she sat down beside him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Pamela broke the silence with a soft chuckle, trying to lift the mood.
Come on, Daniel, you're going to have to spill it. I know that look. You're brooding over something.
Daniel's gaze dropped to the floor. He hadn't wanted to talk about it. He hadn't wanted to admit it. But with Pamela here, the words came tumbling out before he could stop them.
I drank human blood. It felt so wrong. But for a moment I caught myself justifying it.
Pamela's expression shifted, but she didn't recoil. She didn't look at him with disgust or judgment. Instead, she watched him with the same calm she always carried, as if what he'd said didn't surprise her. It didn't. She had always been more comfortable with her vampiric nature than he was.
You're not the first vampire to feel conflicted about it. But you can't be at war with yourself and endure.
But isn't it wrong? Drinking from people? Hurting them? Feeding on them like we're monsters?
He rose from his seat and started pacing around the room. She crossed the room and reached for his hand, pulling him gently toward her.
We don't have to be monsters, Daniel. Yes, we're vampires. Yes, we drink blood. But that doesn't mean we're evil. We can choose. We can decide how we live.
Her words were gentle but firm, spoken with the conviction of someone who had made peace with what she was. Daniel envied that about her, her ability to reconcile the darkness without losing herself in it.
Look at me. I feed when I need to, but I don't let it define me. We don't have to live in torment forever, Daniel. There's a balance. You just need to find yours.
Balance. Is that what this is? Drinking human blood and pretending we're not monsters?
If you keep fighting what you are, it will consume you. It's not about pretending. It's about accepting. Vampires don't have to be monsters, but we can't deny what we are.
He looked at her, a flicker of frustration in his eyes.
And if I don't want to drink human blood, is there another way?
Unless you're one of those Zen vampires from the old myths, the ones who supposedly slew their own Nephilim and transcended the thirst, then no. There isn't another way.
Zen vampires?
Fairy tales. Legends that say some vampires found a way to live without the thirst. But even I don't believe them. We feed, Daniel. It's what we are.
Daniel sighed, rubbing his temples. The weight of everything was pressing down on him again. But Pamela was right, fighting it, hating himself for it. It wasn't helping. It was only dragging him deeper into a pit of guilt he might never escape. As the conversation faded, Daniel shifted the topic.
I've got to go to the Rapture tonight. I need to settle things with Bloody Mary.
And you think you should do that alone?
I don't want the Midnight Fiends involved. I'll handle it. I don't need to drag them into this.
All right, but I'm going with you. Bloody Mary can be dangerous.
As they prepared to leave, Pamela paused, turning to him with a curious look.
By the way, you still haven't told me why you brought DuPont to the library or why you did what you did. That's why the fiends think you're a traitor, Daniel.
Daniel's face darkened, the memory flashing in his mind. He still didn't fully understand it himself.
I don't know. When I'm near DuPont, it's like I want to please him. At the time, it seemed like the right thing to do. I can't explain it.
Pamela frowned but said nothing, her eyes lingering on him as they stepped out into the night. The Rapture was alive, a chaotic blur of lights and sound that assaulted Daniel's senses as he and Pamela entered. The pulsing beat of the music seemed to vibrate through his bones, and the flashing red, blue, and green lights cast the revelers on the dance floor in ghostly hues. Mortals and vampires alike writhed together in rhythm, their eyes glazed with pleasure. Some of them, Daniel thought with a distant sense of unease, might be under vampire influence, perhaps even being fed on right now without even realizing it. The pair moved through the packed club until a tall vampire, with a demeanor that suggested they were expecting them, motioned for them to follow. They were led upstairs away from the thrum of the crowd into a quieter space on the second floor. Here the atmosphere shifted. Vampires and familiars sat at desks, wearing headphones, speaking into microphones. The room had the look of a radio station in full swing. As they passed, the host of a show leaned forward and spoke into the mic, his voice echoing around them.
Coming soon, the moment you've all been waiting for, the Red Hour, brought to you by our very own Bloody Mary, broadcasting live with truth they don't want you to hear.
Pamela raised an eyebrow at the mention of Bloody Mary's infamous show, but said nothing, merely giving Daniel a knowing look as they continued through the space. Eventually, they reached the door to Bloody Mary's office. It was half open, and her voice carried through, sharp and cutting, even when she was speaking in a conversational tone.
Jean-Luc, always the little puppet.
licking the boots of the Dracula. I tried to bring him in on the revolution. I thought he might have some spine, some vision. Together we could corner the market. But no, he'd rather stay in the king's court, cozying up to the Fang.
Your visitors are here.
Let them in.
Daniel and Pamela stepped inside to find Bloody Mary seated behind an imposing desk. The room was dimly lit, but the shadows couldn't hide the dangerous glint in her eyes. She exuded confidence, power, someone who thrived on chaos and rebellion.
Well, cousin. Nice of you to finally visit. I was starting to think I'd have to be more persuasive. I see you have brought company. How are you, Pamela?
Always a pleasure, Mary.
So, cousin, what brings you here tonight? I'm afraid I've only got about 20 minutes before I'm due for my broadcast.
I came to settle a debt. For your help with the not-so-discreet matters involving the Midnight Fiends recently.
Oh, the Midnight Fiends? Always stirring up something, aren't they? But yes, the debt. You wouldn't believe the kind of trouble the court has been giving me lately. But we can settle things, of course. There's just one thing you can do for me.
What is it?
I was going to send you after someone who's been a thorn in my side for a while, but something more urgent has come up. One of my familiars, one of the competent ones, has gone missing. Kelly. She disappeared yesterday and no one's seen or heard from her since. I want you to find her and bring her back to me.
Do you know where she was last seen?
No. That's what makes this so troublesome. She's usually reliable, and if she's gone dark, something's wrong. This is serious.
All right, I'll find her.
As he turned to leave, Bloody Mary called out, her voice laced with curiosity.
By the way, cousin, aren't you tired of being a tool? The King's Court? They gorge themselves on power while you do their dirty work. Haven't you ever thought of turning the system on its head?
Is that what the Red Hour is about? Tearing everything down?
The trick, dear cousin, is not to play by their rules at all. This city, this world, it's ripe for a change. You just need to stop being their pawn and start making your own moves. So this is what the Red Hour is about. A show for like-minded people.
Bloody Mary grinned, her voice dripping with conviction. Daniel glanced at Pamela, then back at Bloody Mary.
I'm here to settle a debt, that's it.
Suit yourself. Find Kelly and we'll be even.
With that, Daniel and Pamela turned and left the office. They descended back into the pulsating chaos of the rapture.
Has Bloody Mary ever tried to sell you on her revolution?
Oh, of course she has. She loves trying to recruit anyone she can. But I stay clear of politics. Too messy. That's something I learned well from Nayati.
Her voice trailed off, and a brief flicker of emotion crossed her face. A memory seemed to weigh heavy on her, and for a moment, they walked in silence. Daniel could feel the tension in the air between them. He gently brought her back to the present.
Are you ready to start this investigation?
Yeah, let's go. Where do we start?
We ask around here, the place she worked, about her and possible places where she was last seen.
Daniel and Pamela started speaking to staff and patrons about Kelly's whereabouts. It became clear that Kelly had left the club 2 nights ago, heading home after her shift, and had been expected to return yesterday. But she hadn't shown up, hadn't answered her phone, and no one had heard from her since. As they probed deeper, Daniel began to notice something strange. People didn't just respect Kelly, they seemed wary of her. Vampires and familiars alike spoke her name with a sort of nervous edge. At first, he thought it was respect for her competence, but as the conversations continued, Daniel sensed something darker. After he was satisfied that he got everything that he could from the rapture, they went to her apartment building. The streets outside were quiet, and as Daniel parked the car, a sense of foreboding settled over him. He didn't expect to find Kelly here, but he hoped her apartment would give them more clues. Pamela glanced up at the building, wrinkling her nose.
This place gives me the creeps.
Daniel nodded in agreement.
Let's see what we can find.
They slipped through a window to avoid drawing attention. Inside the apartment, it looked as though Kelly had left in a hurry. Clothes were strewn across a chair, and papers were scattered on a desk. Daniel and Pamela moved through the apartment carefully, searching for anything that might give them a lead. After a while, Daniel picked the living room phone and pressed redial. The phone rang twice before it was answered by a cold, formal female voice on the other end.
The Grand DuPont Hotel. How can I assist you?
Daniel froze. He quickly hung up.
Kelly called DuPont, but why?
Why would she call him? Isn't she Bloody Mary's familiar?
He began searching through Kelly's things again, trying to figure out where she might have gone after calling Dupont. Eventually, he found a note scribbled on a scrap of paper, a booking confirmation for a room at the Grand Dupont Hotel, Dupont's personal domain.
She's there, at the hotel.
Do you think she went to him willingly? Dupont is one of Bloody Mary's rivals.
I don't know, but it's not looking like she was forced. I'm going to guess she went on her own terms, and that makes this even more dangerous.
Daniel ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of the situation.
If she's with Dupont, that's not good. With him involved, I don't know if I can be trusted. I won't.
Daniel, you can do it. I am going to be there with you. We can do it.
We need to go.
Daniel nodded and took some moments as he calmly collected himself. As they left the apartment and headed toward the hotel, Pamela glanced over at Daniel.
How are we going to get in?
Daniel's face was unreadable, but his voice carried a hint of dark humor.
Through the front door. I'm his lackey, right? I'll just walk in and request an audience with the leader of my house. I am a Nosferatu of House Strix, after all.
Pamela smirked, though the tension between them remained.
Let's hope it's that easy.
Daniel drove on, feeling the weight of the impending confrontation with Dupont settling over him like a shroud. As Daniel parked the car near the towering Grand Dupont Hotel, the air felt thick with tension. The hotel, all glittering lights and elegant architecture, loomed before them like a fortress. Daniel glanced at Pamela, who had been silent since they left Kelly's apartment.
Are you picking up her scent?
Pamela closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. After a moment, she nodded.
Yeah, it's faint but unmistakable. She's here. Follow me.
Together, they entered the hotel. Pamela led the way, weaving through the lavish hallways past bellboys and staff who were oblivious to the danger stalking these halls. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious suite that acted as Dupont's office, Kelly stood near the large windows with a conflicted expression as she listened intently to Dupont.
Ah, Mademoiselle Kelly, you are a woman of ambition. You don't let past attachments bind you. That is why you're different. And that's why you belong with me.
Kelly hesitated, her eyes flicking between Dupont and the view of the city outside. He could see her resolve wavering. Dupont continued, his voice hypnotic.
You've served Bloody Mary well, but why remain a mere familiar? I can make you one of us. You'd have power, immortality, everything you deserve.
Kelly's posture softened, her defenses crumbling.
Think about it. All you have to do is play your part. We'll stage your kidnapping, make it look like Bloody Mary's allies rescued you. You'll infiltrate her world for me, and when it's done, I'll give you the gift of eternity.
The silence hung heavy in the air as Kelly seemed to consider it. Suddenly, Daniel barged into the room. The guards posted outside barely had time to react before he was through. Pamela followed close behind, her eyes scanning the suite. Dupont straightened, his gaze locking onto Daniel with a mixture of surprise and curiosity.
Ah, Daniel, what a pleasant surprise.
I came to discuss my reward. I'm done being a nobody, a footnote. I want power. I want my place in the king's court.
Well, look at you. Finally, you found your voice. I must admit, I'm impressed, Daniel. Ambition suits you.
He turned to his familiars and security and dismissed them with a casual wave, his smile never faltering.
It's fine. Leave us. Daniel and I have business to discuss. Let's talk, shall we? I'll finish my business with Kelly, and then we can discuss your ambitions. But first, let's drink to the occasion. I have the perfect vintage for such a meeting.
Dupont stepped into an adjacent room to retrieve the wine, leaving Daniel and Pamela alone with Kelly. Daniel wasted no time. He rushed to Kelly's side, who looked mesmerized under Dupont's powerful charm.
Kelly, you're being played. If you don't get out now, you're dead. Dupont isn't going to turn you into one of us, he's using you. You'll be his puppet forever.
He whispered urgently, pouring as much of his own vampiric charm into his voice as he could muster, trying to shake her free from Dupont's hold. Kelly blinked, her eyes flickering with recognition as Daniel's influence began to break through. She looked shaken, but he could tell she was starting to wake up from Dupont's thrall.
What? Who are you?
You need to leave. Now. If you stay, you are done for. Get somewhere public with lots of people.
But before she could react, Dupont reappeared, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. The pleasant mask was gone, replaced by cold fury.
Traitor.
His form blurred at an inhuman speed. He grabbed a spear mounted on the wall. His presence filled the room with a crushing wave of terror, Daniel felt an ancient power pressing into his mind, urging him to stop, to submit. His body faltered, his instincts screaming to kneel before DuPont's authority. Pamela's hand grabbed his arm, squeezing tightly.
Daniel, snap out of it!
She hissed. Her voice, combined with her presence, helped him resist the mental onslaught just enough to regain his focus. DuPont struck, spear flashing forward like lightning. Daniel barely dodged, moving with supernatural speed. The spearhead grazed his side, tearing his jacket. Pamela didn't hesitate, her strength letting her catch DuPont's arm mid-strike, the force of their clash sending a shockwave through the room. The Frenchman grinned as if amused, easily shrugging her off and shoving her into the wall. The plaster cracked under her impact, but she was on her feet in seconds. Daniel's danger sense flared again, and he dodged another spear thrust, rolling to the side and pulling out his stake. He knew it was useless against an elder like DuPont, but it was all he got. He feinted an attack, hoping to buy time for Kelly to run. Pamela moved next, grabbing a heavy brass candlestick from a table and hurling it at DuPont's head. He caught it mid-air, chuckling darkly.
You think these games will save you?
His eyes flashed, and Pamela faltered as a telepathic wave slammed into her mind. She stumbled, trying to shake off the mental attack, but DuPont's power was overwhelming. Daniel, taking advantage of the distraction, pulled Kelly toward the door.
Run!
He commanded, pushing her out of the room. Just as she made it into the hall, DuPont's spear flashed again. This time it found its mark, right through Kelly's heart. She gasped. Kelly's eyes widened in shock.
Mad, she wasn't even turned yet. Well, c'est la vie.
Daniel felt a rage like never before rise inside him. Kelly's death was senseless, and DuPont's casual cruelty only fueled his anger. But Pamela grabbed his arm, pulling him back.
We need to go, now!
They lunged toward the door, slamming it shut behind them as they bolted down the hallway, weaving between luxurious furniture and guests, all blissfully unaware of the carnage that erupted nearby. To their surprise, the security did not come after them. DuPont's laughter echoed, sinister and mocking.
Run, little rats, I'll catch you soon enough.
Daniel felt the pull of DuPont's blood connection, something deep inside begging him to turn around, to face the elder who held so much power over him. But Pamela grabbed his arm again, yanking him forward.
Not now, Daniel, not here.
They sprinted through the lobby, past towering art pieces and DuPont's grotesque life-size statue. The ornate surroundings blurred as they pushed toward the exit. As they burst through the hotel's grand entrance, the cold night air hit them like a slap to the face. They immediately returned to the Rapture. They were told Mary was underground and were directed to an elevator that descended into the underbelly of the nightclub. Something was wrong. Pamela stood beside him, her nostrils flaring as she caught the scent of blood, a thick, overwhelming odor that made her stiffen. As the doors slid open, Daniel entered into a nightmare. Rows of medical tables filled the room, each one occupied by humans strapped down, motionless, with tubes draining their blood into large, cold storage containers. The pale glow of overhead lights reflected off the crimson liquid as it pumped rhythmically through the tubes, a grotesque display of efficiency. Some of the people twitched in their restraints. Daniel's stomach turned. This was no ordinary blood bank. This was industrial, merciless, and utterly horrifying. He clenched his fists, his senses screaming in anger and disgust. He moved toward one of the tables, rage burning through his body as he yanked at the straps holding a man down.
We have to stop this. This is wrong.
Daniel, wait. Look around. They're not going to let you wreck this place.
Her warning came too late. Several vampires, some dressed in medical garb, appeared from the shadows, their eyes cold yet ready for violence.
If you interfere, be ready to face the consequences.
One of them hissed, his voice dripping with menace. Daniel's fury swelled, but before he could act, the doors to the facility opened, and Bloody Mary came in, her eyes gleaming with controlled power. She took in the scene with a raised brow, her expression unreadable.
What is going on here?
What the hell is this, Mary? You're keeping humans like livestock, draining them for blood? This is monstrous. You need to stop this now.
Do you think revolutions are fueled by ideals alone, Daniel? Where do you think the resources come from to fund our operations? To buy weapons, secure allies? It comes from the blood we sell.
So you're fine with this? With being a monster?
We're all monsters, Daniel. Don't fool yourself into thinking otherwise. This is how we survive, how we win.
The tension between them grew, palpable in the air. Daniel's mind raced as the reality of the vampire world crashed down on him. He wasn't just disillusioned, he was repulsed by the cruelty, cloaked in ambition. Bloody Mary, her patience thinning, crossed her arms and fixed him with a stare.
Enough. What happened with Kelly?
She's dead. DuPont killed her. He's probably coming after you next. You're running out of time and allies.
At the mention of Kelly, one of the humans strapped to a table stirred. Daniel froze as a young woman, pale and weak, slowly lifted her head, her eyes hazy but focused on him. For a brief, haunting moment, her gaze seemed to pierce through him. His stomach knotted and a wave of nausea swept over him.
We need to leave or I'll do something stupid.
Daniel muttered to Pamela, his voice barely steady. Pamela gave him a firm nod and together they turned away, moving quickly through the facility and toward the exit. Later in her private office, Bloody Mary sat at her desk, her fingers drumming lightly on the surface. She was deep in thought, contemplating the fallout of Daniel's visit and DuPont's looming presence. With a sigh, she pulled out a sleek business card from her desk drawer. Nicholas C. Graham. She dialed the number, her expression hardening as the line connected.
Mr. Graham, we need to resume our unfinished conversation.
The distant hum of the subway echoed through the dark, damp tunnels beneath the city, a constant reminder of the tower's downfall, forced by the King's Court to retreat to the outskirts of Dreadford and take refuge in the sewers like rats. Most vampires had grown weary of hiding. They longed for a fight, held back only by their former leadership. Since the High Priestess assumed control, however, the preparation for war had been relentless, like a storm gathering strength. On this Christmas Eve, Antoinette and Akasha shared their anguish in the quiet shadows.
I don't understand why you care so much about this.
Because he's my big brother. I don't know. We used to be closer, but ever since what Vittoria did to him, he was never the same. Never trusted anyone again.
You don't trust anyone either. Always sulking around the shadows with your secrets.
That's different.
How?
Because it's me! Besides, we can't see Mom anymore, so all I have is him and Jolene.
Why don't you go see her if you miss it so much?
Have you seen her? She's crazy!
Takes one to know one.
Before Akasha could retort, a knock on the door interrupted them. Oppenheimer stepped in, a mischievous grin on his face.
Hey, ladies. May I interrupt?
Go away, Opie.
Akasha said, barely looking up.
You better leave.
Antoinette stood up and pushed him out.
I want to talk to my sister. Alone.
Listen, punk. You can pull that serial killer posture with the bloodlings around here, but not with me. I'll dump your ashes in a cat litter without a second thought.
They stared off in silence.
Don't worry, Nettie. Put him in. I'll catch you later, okay?
Antoinette gave her a look and Akasha nodded.
Consider this your lucky day, punk.
Antoinette said as she left, closing the door behind her.
She's full of herself these days, ain't she?
If your blood was as thick as hers after only 10 years walking, you would be too.
You're damn right I would.
So what do you want?
Well, since you so kindly asked with that knife to my face to join my plan, I thought I'd let you in on my next move.
Oh, now you want my help. What went wrong with your genius plan?
Nothing went wrong. Perfectly calculated.
Potato, potato.
Oppenheimer winced in anger but tried to remain calm and friendly.
Will you help me? Jolene is coming too.
Ah, no. She's a pain.
It'll be like old times. Come on.
Thank you. Bye.
Oppenheimer growled and stood up.
Well, don't you want to know where we're going?
She shrugged.
We are gonna make a prison break at the dead man's prison.
That caught Akasha's full attention.
You're a liar! No one knows where it is.
Oh, what I do? As I said, my plan was perfectly calculated. So, can I interest you in some explosive fun?
A grin spread across Akasha's face, but then she narrowed her eyes, a flicker of suspicion.
Why tonight, though?
Oppenheimer's expression darkened with mischievous delight.
Because it's Christmas Eve. Who in their right mind in the King's Court would expect something like that tonight? They're probably having a party or something.
Akasha's grin widened, mirroring his.
You're insane.
Exactly.
As they made their way through the subway tunnels, the tension in the air was replaced by a sense of shared purpose. When they reached Jolene, she was leaning casually against a wall, hands in her pockets.
So you convinced little Miss Pandemonia? Good for you.
Yes, we're going on a family trip, little sisters.
Awesome.
Could you be any more boring? I think you can do better.
Akasha teased, making Jolene raise an eyebrow.
It seems we have a family feud here. This might be entertaining.
Pagliacci, what are you doing here?
We are in town on tour. I'm just passing by to announce myself and my crew to the High Priestess.
I am sorry, but this is a show I'll have to miss.
Well, it's a pity. You should join us. You would make a terrific clown.
I hate clowns.
Then why do you dress like one?
I may look like a clown, but I always have the last laugh, while you make people laugh at you for a living.
Nice comeback. Did Morgan teach you that?
Oppenheimer, Akasha, and Jolene glared at the clown as his laughter grew louder.
Pagliacci, she will see you now.
The clown sauntered off in the direction of the room with the huge mirror, still laughing. Elsa approached Akasha, her demeanor cold and standoffish.
I see what you're doing with my grandchild, Akasha, and I don't care for it. You should rethink your strategy before I decide to intervene in your affairs.
I do not care for you meddling in my business, Elsa. Intelligence affairs are my business. If you have any complaints, talk to the preacher. My department doesn't do customer service.
Stop leading him into danger. You've been warned.
Without waiting for a response, the businesswoman turned and left.
Whoa, a lot of tension here today. Anyways, I got permission for us to use the Flying Dutchman. The High Priestess has agreed. It is being prepared in the garden. We should go.
Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Ding dong, with joyful ring all caroling.
Maybe we'll get the chance to carol after we blow up the prison.
Or we could just blow it up to Jingle Bells.
The siblings exchanged grins, the weight of the mission momentarily lightened by the absurdity of their situation. Christmas night was about to get a lot more interesting. As they prepared for the dangerous task ahead, each of them focused on their own ritual of readiness. Oppenheimer worked meticulously, his hands steady as he assembled several explosives. The tools of his trade, wires, detonators, and a variety of chemicals were laid out in front of him like a surgeon's instruments. He handled each component with the utmost care, ensuring that every device was perfectly calibrated. His face held a rare intensity as he double-checked his work, his mind already calculating the best ways to make use of these little packages of destruction. Akasha, on the other hand, preferred a more personal approach to her preparations. She spread out an array of knives, each one gleaming wickedly under the dim light. Her fingers danced over the blades, selecting the ones she would carry, each knife chosen for a specific purpose, destined to serve her in a moment of need. With practiced ease, she began hiding them on her person, tucking them into boots, sliding them into hidden sheaths and securing them under her sleeves. Satisfied, she pulled out a well-worn deck of tarot cards, shuffling them with a flick of her wrist. The cards were a source of comfort and power, a connection to the future and her ability to read it, something she often relied on. She stuffed the deck into a concealed pocket, a secret weapon of a different kind. Jolene's preparation was more chaotic, yet no less effective. She rummaged through a bag filled with an assortment of oddities, trinkets and tools, each one with a story and a use only she truly understood. Her bag was a Pandora's box of possibilities, filled with gadgets and gizmos that could get them out of any number of tight spots. She carefully selected the items she'd need, from lock-picking tools to small mechanical devices that could be used for distractions or sabotage. Her hands moved quickly, grabbing what she needed and stashing it away, her mind racing with potential scenarios and the solutions she might need to pull from her bag. With their preparations complete, the three siblings reconvened at the far north of Dreadford's National Forest, near Lake Dreadford. They moved, taking great care not to draw the attention of the King's Court or any other unwelcome eyes. As they approached the old stone bridge, they were met by 4 men, each eerily identical, appearing as strong 30-year-old men with cold, lifeless eyes. Even after all this time, the Morrigans were not accustomed to the High Priestess's unsettling servants.
The Flying Dutchman is a vessel of the Shadowlands, a realm of ghosts and lost souls. You must navigate it carefully or risk being lost forever. Be prepared. The moment you step aboard, you'll be in the waters of the Valley of Shadow and Death.
The 4 spoke at the same time, their voices intertwined perfectly, while one of the strange men guided them under the bridge. As they followed, a swift disorientation overtook them, a sensation like slipping between the cracks of reality. Mist closed in around them, bringing with it a biting chill, and they knew they had crossed the threshold into another world. The other 3 men trailed them silently, their presence only adding to the creepy atmosphere.
You are not exactly filling us with confidence here.
Don't worry, the ship is needed for us to reach the prison without anyone noticing.
So you really know the location of the prison? The legendary pit where the King's Court sends their rejects? I can already see the ghost of Christmas past waiting to give us the grand tour. Maybe we'll get a festive little haunting. Fa la 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 la, freaky!
The servant barely acknowledged the joke.
An anathema is required to guide the ship through the Shadowlands. Mother has prepared one to accompany you. He is waiting aboard.
As they approached, the Flying Dutchman loomed out of the mist like a spectre, a ship born from nightmares. Its sails were torn and frayed, yet it moved smoothly over the black water, propelled by some unseen force. The ship's wood groaned under the weight of countless years, each creak a reminder of the souls who had suffered upon its cursed decks. Ghostly figures whispered in the fog, their forms barely visible before dissolving into the shadows. The 3 Morrigans boarded the ship, its ancient timbers cold and unwelcoming beneath their feet. The stench of decay and the despair of the trapped souls clung to the atmosphere like a shroud. As the ship prepared to depart, they caught a fleeting glimpse of the garden where the High Priestess resided. It was a place of unnatural beauty. Every flower, leaf and tree, a deep crimson, as if fashioned from blood itself. These otherworldly plants swayed gently. Their vibrant hue stood in stark contrast to their grim surroundings. With a sudden lurch, the Flying Dutchman set off, leaving the blood garden behind. The ship glided through the Shadowlands with an eerie grace, the sea around them transforming into an inky black void. Jolene stood at the ship's railing, her eyes narrowed as she peered into the abyss. She felt the presence of restless souls pressing against the hull, their mournful cries barely audible. She was sure something was peering back at her. The Shadowlands were alive with the dead, but death was nothing new to Jolene or her siblings. After all, they were Nosferatu.
Hey sis, you planning on making friends with the dead, or are you just sightseeing? We've got a plan to finalize, and I don't think the ghosts are gonna help us with it.
Just making sure we're the only ones on this ghost ship. But yeah, let's go inside. Oppenheimer's probably waiting with one of his brilliant ideas.
These bloodborns give me the chills. They're all identical, like they were carved from the same unsettling mold. I mean, what even are they?
They're creations of the High Priestess. Born directly from her garden, they've never been mortal and they've never received the gift of Babylon. They're born as they are, perfectly identical and quite devoted. They serve her in the garden. while the servants she sends to the outside are the anathemas. Nosferatu, twisted by an old-style rite that strips away any trace of their humanity and turns them into monsters. Each house becomes a different kind of anathema.
Well, that's not terrifying at all.
They stepped into a cabin where Oppenheimer was waiting.
Well, ladies, time to get ready for the main event.
The three siblings took their seats around a worn wooden table, the dim lantern light casting long shadows across their faces.
Our objective is the dead man's prison, the place where the King's Court hides away vampires and other beings they don't want destroyed, just forgotten. We're going there to rescue the 4 bloodlings who got caught after we took down Don Vittorio.
And how exactly did you find this so-called secret prison?
Oppenheimer's smile widened, a glint of something almost mischievous in his eyes.
2 of those bloodlings, Leon and Javier, they're my vampiric children. The court would love to interrogate them, and I knew I could follow their blood by the bond between sire and child straight back to the prison.
You allowed them to get caught on purpose.
Oppenheimer simply smiled, leaving the question hanging in the air like the ghostly mist that surrounded the Flying Dutchman. He leaned over the table, his fingers tracing a rough sketch of an island near the coast of Dreadford.
It's here, an old maximum security penitentiary for mortals, now long abandoned. The court has repurposed it, and beneath the ruins in the underground tunnels from the 19th century is where they've hidden their true prison. It's a labyrinth of traps, alarms, and shadows. The warden is a Nosferatu of House Urkula, a creature as twisted and ancient as the prison itself, and he commands an army of wraiths.
Akasha and Jolene listened intently, their eyes narrowed as he continued.
The place is haunted not just by wraiths, but members of House Moroi act as jailers in the depths of the complex.
Jolene shivered slightly at the mention of wraiths, but Akasha seemed almost amused.
You've been busy, Opie. You're never this forthcoming with information. What gives?
Once I pinpointed the location of the prison, I sought help from Beatrix Vanderhoven. She sent a wraith under her command to infiltrate it, posing as one of the warden's own. With this little scouting mission, we managed to gather some intel.
He unfolded a hand-drawn sketch of several tunnels and chambers detailing the underground of the island. Akasha grinned, clearly pleased.
Well, this is a treat! It's not every day you hand us the keys to the castle. How about I see if the cards have anything to add?
She reached for a deck of tarot cards, the edges worn and familiar, carrying the weight of countless readings. With a flourish, she spread the deck across the table. The cards landed in a chaotic pattern that seemed random to the untrained eye, but held deep meaning for her. She closed her eyes for a moment, then began turning them over, one by one. Oppenheimer watched closely, a flicker of recognition in his eyes.
You do it just like her, don't you?
Don't mention it,
she muttered before focusing back on the cards. As she flipped a card, her eyes widened. It had the image of a carefree figure on the brink of a cliff, about to step off into the unknown.
The Fool. This is our path. When we reach the underground, we'll come to a junction where all logic says to turn back. But we'll need to trust in the unknown and take that leap of faith. The warden doesn't expect anyone to be reckless enough to use it. That's where we strike.
She pointed to one of the tunnels in the drawing. Akasha pointed to another card, the 9 of Swords, the image of a figure sitting upright in bed, hands covering his face, surrounded by 9 swords hanging over him.
The 9 of Swords. Fear. Nightmares. We'll be walking into a place that preys on our worst fears, our deepest regrets. But this card also means that the worst is often in our minds. If we can face our fears, we'll find a way through.
She pointed to the next card, the 3 of Pentacles. 3 figures were working together to build something, their efforts combining into a single structure.
Collaboration. This isn't a task we can accomplish alone. We'll need to rely on each other, on all our strengths to make it to the end.
Then she took the 5 of Wands, showing a group of figures locked in combat, their staffs clashing.
Conflict. We're gonna face resistance, perhaps from within the prison, or even from the Ras. It won't be straightforward, but we can use the chaos to our advantage. Find the cracks in their defense while they're distracted.
The card that followed was the Six of Swords. It depicted a boatman steering a small vessel across the water, carrying passengers toward a distant shore.
Transition. This is our journey through the underground, a path that will take us from danger to safety. If we can navigate it wisely, we'll need to keep moving, never linger too long in one place.
She flipped the Hanged Man, depicting a figure suspended upside down.
Sacrifice. We'll need to make a difficult choice. Give something up to proceed. This isn't going to be a clean operation.
Next was the Seven of Cups, showing a figure overwhelmed by 7 cups, each holding a different tempting vision.
Illusion. We'll encounter something that's not what it seems. A deception. But we must stay focused on our goal, not get distracted by what looks appealing but isn't real.
And last was the Devil. The image of a horned figure loomed over the card, its presence ominous.
Temptation. Binding. We'll face something dark, something that will try to hold us back, keep us trapped. We need to be wary of anything that seems too easy. There's always a cost.
Akasha gathered the cards back up. Jolene nodded, her mind already working through the possibilities.
We'll have to move fast then. Exploit that weakness before they realize we've found it. Let's hope the warden's as arrogant as he's old.
Oppenheimer folded the map and stood, his smile returning.
Then it's settled. We strike through the fool's path.
The siblings exchanged glances, the tension of the mission balanced by the thrill of the hunt. This would be no ordinary rescue, but they had the intel they needed. Now all that was left was to execute their plan, face the horrors of the prison, and hope the cards had read true. The Dutchman emerged from the mists, slipping into the material realm with a ghostly grace. The ancient ship's tattered sails flapped gently in the wind as it cut through the dark waters, the island looming ahead. Against the starless sky, the crumbling structures of the once imposing prison stood silent and foreboding. Midnight cast an eerie stillness over the island, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves against the hull as the ship neared the shore. In the ship's shadowy depths, Jolene could hear the mournful cries of unseen wraiths. She could sense them, the restless spirits tethered to the island, their sorrowful energies pulsing faintly. Immediately, she weaved a powerful illusion to conceal the ship now that it was back into the material world. Heavy footsteps echoed behind her. Jolene turned to see a towering wolfman emerge from the shadows. His hulking form was a blend of man and beast, muscles rippling beneath a pelt of midnight black fur. His eyes glowed faintly as he gazed down at her.
We're about to land.
Thank you, Abaddon. Stay with the ship. We'll need you to be ready for escape.
I'll be here, little crow.
As the ship glided into a hidden cove, its keel scraping gently against the rocky shore, the siblings checked their gear one last time. They disembarked in silence. Their boots sank into the damp sand as they moved swiftly into the cover of the island's jagged rocks. Above them, the prison loomed like a dark fortress of stone and shadows. Jolene paused, her senses stretching out into the darkness. The ghosts were there as she expected, their spectral forms drifting among the ruins like pale memories. She could feel their cold, lingering presence, their sorrow and anger, the emotions of lives long lost. They were bound to the warden's will, patrolling the desolate landscape in a ceaseless, mournful vigil.
We'll stick to the shadows. There are fewer ghosts along the western side. I can guide us through, but we'll need to move quickly and stay silent.
Lead the way, Jolene.
With a final glance at the Dutchman, now hidden in the misty cove, the siblings began their approach. Jolene summoned her power, weaving an illusion around them to make them nearly invisible against the rocky terrain. They moved as one, slipping through the ruins like phantoms. Their journey was tense, the air thick with the presence of the restless dead. Jolene's heart would be pounding if she was still alive. But her instincts held true, and she guided them, avoiding the concentrations of ghosts that clustered near. The ghosts of the island were everywhere, pale specters drifting through the ruins, their hollow eyes sometimes fixed on the vampires with a cold, unwavering stare, before moving on. They scaled crumbling walls and slipped through narrow gaps in silence. Finally, they reached the entrance to the prison, a massive archway of ancient stone that loomed above them like the maw of some great slumbering beast. The stone was blackened, scorched by time and weather, and covered in a thick layer of moss. The darkness beyond the entrance was impenetrable. The air was thick with the scent of decay and damp earth, a cloying smell that clung to their senses.
This is it. No turning back now.
Good work, Jolene. Let's finish this.
The silence was oppressive, the kind that suffocates and crushes the spirit. She turned to her siblings, her eyes meeting theirs in the dim light. Oppenheimer's eyes gleamed with determination, his hand reassuring on her shoulder. They stepped into the darkness, the shadows closing around them. Oppenheimer took the lead. Each step was cautious, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Jolene stayed close behind, her senses attuned to the ghostly whispers that permeated the air. Akasha brought up the rear, her eyes glowing faintly as she relied on her divination. Finally, they reached a vast chamber. The ceiling stretched high above them, disappearing into the inky blackness, and the walls were lined with the remains of ancient cells. Rusted iron bars jutted out, and the floor was littered with debris, shattered stones, broken bones, and the tattered remnants of prisoners long forgotten.
This place reeks of death.
Oppenheimer nodded, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the task ahead.
We have to find the watchtower. That's where the warden's eyes are. From there, he can project his senses to the whole island.
It didn't take long to find the crumbling structure. The watchtower stood tall and menacing, its ancient stones blackened and cracked. Faint glimmers of light flickered from the windows at the top. The three Morrigans ascended the stairs, only to be confronted by a bizarre and intricate contraption, a fusion of ancient sorcery and technology. A large glowing sphere crowned its top, swirling with energy that resembled a living nebula. Tendrils of black, cable-like conduits extended from the sphere, snaking outward and embedding themselves into the walls and ceiling, as if the device had dominion over the entire space. The base of the device was a towering cylindrical structure, adorned with intricate glyphs and runes etched deeply into metal panels. Around the base, glowing green fluids pulsed with energy, amplifying its power. Suspended around the device were floating metallic discs, orbiting the apparatus in a slow, graceful dance. These discs shimmered with strange, gravitational properties, defying natural law. This was the focal point of the warden's surveillance, the device through which his senses could project across the entire island, allowing him to see, hear, and feel everything within his domain.
We have to take this down. If we don't, the warden will know the moment we go underground. We could blow it up!
Oppenheimer's hand instinctively went to the explosive strapped to his belt. Jolene shook her head.
No, we need to do this carefully. It's partially mystical. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we act. I can't take it apart.
Oppenheimer frowned but nodded in agreement.
All right. Jolene, you're up.
Jolene stepped forward and studied the intricate contraption before her. She could feel the pulse of the apparatus, its rhythm almost like a heartbeat, syncing with the malevolent energy that filled the air. This was no ordinary device, it was alive, in a way connected to the island. To the warden, she worked with precision, her hands already probing the enchanted contraptions, her fingers deftly manipulating the arcane mechanisms that powered the warden's surveillance. Her sharp mind pieced together its function as she probed for weak points. She reached into her bag, retrieving a set of delicate picks and probes. She always came prepared. She inserted a thin, needle-like probe into a seam between two metal plates, carefully prying them apart without triggering the protective wards etched into the metal. She studied the shifting glow of the central crystal, carefully observing the sequence of colors and the rhythm of the pulsing light. She realized it was a pattern that governed the flow of energy within the apparatus. Jolene smiled to herself, a challenge but nothing she couldn't handle. Suddenly, Akasha tensed.
He's noticed something. We should move faster.
Before they could react, a low, guttural hiss echoed through the watchtower. Oppenheimer didn't hesitate. Drawing a knife from his belt, he stepped toward the entrance.
Jolene, finish this. Akasha, you're with me.
As soon as they exited the watchtower, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows. A Nosferatu with a twisted form, part man, part spider. Its limbs were elongated and spindly, covered in bristling hairs, and its eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger. It moved with unnatural speed, lunging at Oppenheimer. He barely had time to raise his arms before the creature was upon him, its clawed limbs slashing at him with deadly precision. He blocked the initial strikes, his muscles straining as he held the creature at bay, but it was relentless, its attacks coming faster and faster. The chamber erupted into chaos, the sound of their struggle filling the air. Akasha darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's snapping mandibles. As she moved, several prison guards, drawn by the commotion, rushed into the chamber, weapons drawn. They brandished a mix of ancient swords and modern firearms, their eyes glinted with malice. With a fluid motion, Akasha drew her hidden knives. her body moving with inhuman speed as she danced through the oncoming assault. Her blades flashed as she deflected strikes and countered with lethal precision. Gunshots rang out, bullets tearing through the air, but Akasha moved like a shadow, her agility allowing her to evade the deadly projectiles with ease. She weaved between the guards, and as they realized their shots were hitting their own, they ceased fire and closed in for melee combat.
Intruders near the warden's eyes. Send backup, I repeat, send backup.
Oppenheimer grunted as the grotesque vampire slammed him against a wall, its claws digging into his flesh. Laughing in defiance, he grabbed one of the creature's legs and twisted with all his strength. The sickening snap of bone echoed through the chamber as the limb broke, and the creature let out a screech of pain. It lashed out with its other limbs, its eyes glowing with fury. Jolene, still focused on the sabotage, worked frantically as the battle raged. Her hands moved swiftly as she bypassed security runes with a series of precise cuts and adjustments. She inserted another tool into a crackling junction of wires, redirecting the flow of energy. The green glowing accents on the device sputtered and sparked as she systematically disabled its energy conduits. The floating metallic discs that hovered around the apparatus trembled, their gravitational fields destabilizing, the warden's surveillance system gradually losing its grip on the island. Akasha spun, her knives slashing through the air as she took down another guard. The ground around her was littered with bodies, yet more kept coming, their eyes burning with fanaticism. They struck at her from all angles and she deflected and dodged with acrobatic grace. It was as if she anticipated the attacks before they even began. The thirst crept at the edges of her mind, but she pushed it aside, her focus razor sharp. Relenting wasn't an option, not now. Oppenheimer wrestled the monstrous vampire to the ground, grappling in the dirt as the creature's fangs snapped just inches from his face. Drawing on the cursed blood surging through him, he gripped the fangs at the ends of its chelicerae, one in each hand, and wrenched them apart with a sickening crunch. The creature tilted back, screaming in agony, exposing its chest. In a flash, Oppenheimer drew a knife and plunged it deep into the creature's clavicle, releasing a spray of black blood. As the monster tried to heal, he twisted the blade, making the wound even wider. The blood drained too fast for the creature to recover. It fell to the ground, limp and barely conscious. Its body twitched and curled in itself like a dying spider. Oppenheimer, blood dripping from his wounds, scanned the chamber. Akasha had dispatched the last of the guards, and she stood with a satisfied smile on her lips.
Jolene, how much longer?
Almost there. Just a little more.
Her fingers a blur as she made some adjustments. Jolene's focus was absolute. The warden's oppressive presence weighed on her mind. She could feel the device fighting back, as if it were a living extension of his will. She pulled a vial from her bag and injected a neutralizing agent into the tubes. The liquid inside hissed and changed color, its energy diffusing into harmless vapor. Finally, Jolene reached the core of the apparatus. The crystal's light flickered weakly now, its glow dimming as the energy that powered it was carefully siphoned away. With a single decisive cut, she severed the last connection, a thin silvery wire that pulsed with a faint green light. The swirling energy inside it dissipated, and the entire device groaned as if it were an ancient beast breathing its last. The floating discs around it dropped to the floor with a dull clang, and the once radiant glow faded entirely, leaving the chamber in near darkness. She stepped back. The apparatus was neutralized.
Ha! It's done.
She left the watchtower and regrouped with her siblings. Oppenheimer nodded. With the warden's eyes blinded, they had a chance. Jolene glanced at the grotesque, spider-like creature, her eyes widening in surprise, the cursed vampire coughing blood in his last moments.
So they really have Nosferatu from Hasmoroi here.
Akasha crouched beside one of the fallen guards, her fangs elongated as she prepared to sink them into the corpse's neck, desperate for the blood to replenish her strength. But before she could bite down, Jolene's sharp voice cut through the tension.
Akasha, don't!
Almost gotcha. It doesn't matter. You are all destroyed already. Your mission is doomed to fail, you goddamned ravens.
You know, a gathering of ravens is what you might call an unkindness, a treachery, a conspiracy. And that is all fine and dandy, but the crow, it remembers when it's slighted. It never forgets. Never. Even from the grave, they protect their own. When you slight one crow, you slight them all. Now you see, do you know what a gathering of crows is called?
The Morrigan said, as he approached the vampire, stepping on its legs, forcing them to budge and break underneath his weight. The creature winced in pain and coughed blood as Oppenheimer approached, revealing Akasha and Jolene behind him, and at his sides, terror started to fill his eyes.
It's called a murder of crows.
Cobwebbed walls loomed over Leon as he lay strapped to a metal table. The dim light above him flickered sporadically, casting faint, shifting shadows over his emaciated frame. His wrists and ankles were bound in thick iron shackles that cut into his skin. The smell of old blood clung to the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth. It soaked into Leon's senses, an ever-present reminder of his deprivation. He was so thirsty. Across the room, standing motionless in the gloom, the brain warper waited. Tall and impossibly gaunt, his shallow skin stretched taut over his skull, his sunken eyes burned with a sickly glow. He approached Leon, his long, thin fingers gliding toward Leon's head with a slow, deliberate grace. The chill of his touch seeped into Leon's scalp, sending a tremor through his spine.
You speak eventually.
Leon grit his teeth, trying to brace himself. But it was pointless. He was nearly dry, his body ached, and his mind was clouded by the lack of blood. Without another word, the brain warper's psychic tendrils invaded his mind. The sensation was unbearable, like barbed wire threading through his thoughts, tearing apart his mental barriers. Leon convulsed, his muscles strained against the restraints. His mouth opened in a silent scream as the vampire's icy presence flooded his consciousness, pushing deeper and deeper, seeking the knowledge buried in his mind.
Tell me about the tower, its plans, its secrets, its leader. Who's the spy the tower has inside the king's court?
Leon could feel his memories being pried open, one by one, like the pages of a book being forcefully torn apart. He tried to hold on to something, but his mind was unraveling.
No, I won't.
The brain warper's grip tightened on his head, and the pain flared again. It felt as though claws were raking across his brain, peeling away layer after layer of thought.
Your resistance is pointless. You're too weak, too consumed by thirst. I almost feel thirsty just wandering through your thoughts.
He wasn't wrong. Leon's throat burned with a dry, desperate hunger. His veins felt like fire screaming for blood. This left him feeble and defenseless against the relentless assault. Still, he tried to lock his mind away from the invader. But the brain warper was already pulling pieces free, fragments of conversations, faces, names. Minor tower secrets surfaced in Leon's thoughts, and he cursed himself for it. He saw flashes of the tower's inner sanctum, vampires milling about, the pool of blood and the mirror.
There it is. Names. Oppenheimer. Jolene. Jacqueline. Luke. Unfinished hours. Fire. Hector. Minor planes, perhaps. But useful.
The brain warper's voice slithered through the pain, his pleasure at Leon's suffering palpable.
The warden will be most pleased.
With a sudden wrenching force, the brain warper withdrew his tendrils from Leon's mind. The pain lingered, a dull throbbing ache that spread through Leon's skull, leaving his body trembling violently from the strain. The brain warper stepped back satisfied as he observed the broken vampire on the table.
You will tell me more soon enough. Take him back to his cell. He's finished for now.
As the guards approached, Leon could barely register their presence. His mind was a shattered mess, pieces of his thoughts scattered and blurred, slowly getting back together. He heard the clanking of chains echoing through the winding tunnels as he was dragged along by the guards. The thirst screamed at him, a constant reminder of how close he was to breaking. Around him, the stone walls of the tunnels glistened with dampness, overrun with webs that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The cobwebs stretched across the corridors like a net. Every so often, Leon would catch a glimpse of a spider scurrying across the webs, its small black body disappearing into the shadows. In the corners of the passage, massive egg sacs bulged, pulsating with the promise of something dark and deadly inside. The heavy iron door clanged shut behind Leon as the guards tossed him into the cell. He stumbled forward, barely catching himself on the rough stone floor. Leon's wrists throbbed where the shackles had dug into his skin. He saw Javier slumped in a corner with his knees drawn up to his chest, his hands gripping his head as if trying to hold it together.
Javier, you all right?
It's the headaches. They've been getting worse.
Since the fight with Corse?
Yeah. It wasn't so bad at first. I could manage, but now it's like my skull splitting apart.
He winced, gritting his teeth as another wave of pain hit him.
You should have said something earlier.
Weird, isn't it? Why are we in the same cell? They could have split us up. Should have, really.
It's intentional. They're watching us. We're being observed. Every conversation, every movement. They want to learn more about us. Maybe see how we work together and what we talk about. They're probably doing the same with Wade and Stephanie.
Javier furrowed his brow, then winced as the movement triggered another sharp pain.
But there aren't any cameras. I've checked 1,000 times. I always look for them, and there's nothing. No hidden lenses, no glimmers of light. Nothing.
Doesn't mean we're not being watched. Magic, psychic monitoring, maybe even the spiders.
Javier looked skeptical, but his headache was making it hard to focus. He grimaced, his hand clenching into a fist as the pain surged again.
We'll figure it out, but for now just hold on. We're not out of this yet.
Leon said, though he wasn't sure if he believed it. He felt as helpless as ever. Javier let out a dry laugh, though it quickly turned into a groan as another wave of pain hit him.
Ow. Yeah, I'll try.
Leon glanced around the cell once more, feeling the oppressive weight of the prison bearing down on them. He couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching, waiting for them to break. Later, in another cell, the door creaked open, and Wade was shoved inside by the Moroi guards. His body was tense and his expression unreadable. The door slammed shut behind him, sealing him in with Stephanie. The guards were gone as quickly as they had appeared, leaving the two of them alone in the dimly lit cell. Stephanie was pacing, her boots scraping the rough stone floor as she moved back and forth in a constant nervous rhythm. Her eyes, though calm on the surface, betrayed a hint of fear. She stopped mid-step when Wade entered, her gaze locking onto him.
Wade, what did they ask you?
Wade stood silent for a moment, his back against the cold wall. His jaw was clenched, his eyes dark with something close to anger. Finally, he spoke.
They wanted to know about the tower, the leaders, the secrets, if we had any allies.
They stood in silence for a time, the oppressive atmosphere of the prison weighing down on them.
We have to hold on. They'll try to offer us deals, try to turn us against each other. We can't let that happen.
Wade looked away for a moment as if considering her words.
I know. My father taught me that. The people in the organization he worked for, they trusted him with the most compromising information. He never spoke. Not to the cops, not to anyone. Loyalty was everything.
Stephanie's gaze softened slightly, but there was a flicker of curiosity. She stepped closer.
You've mentioned your father before. It seems like he meant a lot to you.
Wade's eyes darkened, his mind flashing back to the fight with Tom.
Tom said something about my father during that fight. He said something about who killed him. I always knew it was Don Vittorio who gave the order to have him murdered, but now...
Wade spoke as if he was still piecing together something, and Stephanie frowned, her curiosity deepening.
What do you mean? What exactly did Tom say?
He asked me if I knew who landed the shiv. He was so certain it was like he knew the one who actually murdered my father was someone other than a goon.
He was trying to mess with your head.
Maybe, but it didn't feel like it.
Who was your father, Wade? You've mentioned him a few times, but I don't think you've ever told me his name.
Wade's jaw tightened, and for a moment he was silent. Then, in a quiet voice, as if speaking the name could summon the past, he said,
William Morning.
Stephanie's eyes widened, her entire body tensing at the mention of the name. For a moment, she was completely still, her usual calm shattered by a wave of shock.
What is it?
Stephanie quickly looked away.
It's nothing, just the name caught me off guard.
Don't lie to me, Stephanie. You know something.
Stephanie's silence deepened, and she took a step back, ending the conversation. After his next interrogation, Leon was thrown into an isolated cell. His body slumped against the damp stone wall, too weak to stay standing. The relentless vampiric thirst had drained him of strength, of clarity. His veins ached with a need he could no longer suppress. It was consuming him, hollowing him out. Something dark. It was hungry, and if he didn't feed soon, it would take over, consume him entirely. It was the same for the others. He had seen it in their eyes whenever they crossed paths. They looked haunted. They were all fighting the same inner demon, and they were all losing. The cell was suffocatingly dark, the kind of darkness that wrapped itself around you thick and stifling. The silence was heavy, broken only by the occasional distant drip of water echoing somewhere in the tunnels. Then, through the thick silence, he heard a familiar voice.
Leon? Are you there?
It was Stephanie. She sounded close, her voice muffled through the wall. For a moment, relief flooded through him. At least he wasn't completely alone. He dragged himself closer to the wall where the voice had come from.
Stephanie?
Are you all right? I was worried about you.
I'm managing. What about you? Are you okay?
I'm holding on. But, Leon, have you thought about getting out of here? Do we have any plans? Orders from the tower? Anything that could help us?
Leon's brow furrowed, suspicion creeping in. Why was she asking this now? And why through a wall when the guards could easily be listening?
I'm not sure. We're all in this together. We'll figure something out.
Leon, if you know something, you need to tell me. We're running out of time. They're going to break us. We need a way out. Do you remember anything from before we were captured?
I don't know, Steph. We have to be careful. They're listening. They're always listening.
For a long moment, there was no response. Was it really her? Did she turn on them and was working for the court? His thoughts were spiraling now, and he couldn't hold on to anything solid. Finally, the voice came again.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm just scared, Leon. We all are.
Leon didn't answer right away. He leaned against the wall, trying to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. But how could he know? How could he be sure? In this place, he couldn't trust his own mind. Time stretched on, and Leon lost track of how long he sat there in the dark. The walls seemed to close in, the silence growing more oppressive. Every sound, every flicker of movement in the dark could be a trick. Could be them. Finally, he spoke again.
You are not Stephanie. She would never admit she was scared even if she was. Nice try.
The voice didn't answer. One night, the four of them were dragged inside a huge dark room one by one. Their footsteps were sluggish and they all felt weak. The room was dimly lit by a single torch. It was the first time they'd all been together since their capture, and the sight of each other was jarring. Leon glanced around at his companions. Javier leaned against a wall, his face tense, hands gripping his head as if trying to keep it from splitting apart. Wade stood silently, his eyes dull. The confidence he once exuded now buried under exhaustion. And Stephanie, pacing anxiously, her movements twitchy, looked like she was barely keeping it together. They were all broken, physically and mentally deteriorated, shadows of their former selves. For a while, no one spoke. The silence was thick, oppressive, the weight of their shared failure hanging in the air. Javier was the first to break it. His voice was bitter, filled with frustration.
So this is it, huh? We lost to the Midnight Fiends. And now what? Does anyone even know if Don Vittorio was caught? Or are we left to rot in this place for nothing?
Caught? Are you serious? Don Vittorio's not caught. He's behind all of this, probably watching us suffer, enjoying every second of it. We're just pawns in his game.
Javier gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into his scalp.
Man, I should have been able to stop that Dracula. I should have been able to...
Stephanie cut him off, her voice cold, almost accusatory.
Why didn't you stop him, Javier? You beat Corse, didn't you? You tore him apart with your powers. Why not do it again?
The guilt in Javier's eyes was unmistakable. He opened his mouth to respond, but a wave of pain crashed through his skull. He winced, gripping his head even tighter.
Ever since Javier used his powers against Corse, he's been suffering. Headaches, pain. He's afraid to use them again. And it's more than just physical. The Raven is taking its toll on him.
Javier tried to interject, but another sharp jolt of pain shot through his mind, silencing him. He leaned against the wall, struggling to keep himself together.
The boss might have a plan. He wouldn't just abandon us. We just have to hold on.
Stephanie shot him a look of disbelief, her eyes flashing with anger.
Hold on? The boss used us. He used us and left us. There's no plan. We're expendable.
Wade's expression darkened, his suspicion growing as he stared at her.
Enough. We need to keep our heads in the game. Whatever's happening, we can't afford to turn on each other. Javier, don't push yourself too hard. Wade, stay focused. And Stephanie, don't lose hope. We're not done yet.
But even as he spoke, Leon's mind drifted elsewhere. Thoughts of his brother, Anthony, crept into his mind. Memories of the time Anthony took the fall for him. Leon should have been the one sent to juvie, but Anthony took his place. Now Leon was in a prison far worse than any mortal could imagine. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was trapped in a nightmare of blood and stone, and there was no escape. Suddenly, the door to the room creaked open again, and in walked the brain warper, flanked by Moroi guards. He smiled, a thin, cruel smile as he surveyed them.
How delightful. All together at last.
Their eyes locked on him with a mixture of fear and hatred.
There's no escape from this prison. The warden sees and hears everything within these walls. You will spend an eternity here. That is, unless the court decides to end you. Every word you've spoken, every thought you tried to hide, has been laid bare to us. Your little secrets, your pathetic attempts to resist, it was all for nothing. I've been in your minds from the very start, pulling out every piece of information you tried to withhold. You are no longer of any use to us.
The brain warper's smile widened.
And now, it's time.
He nodded to the Moroi guards. Before any of them could react, the guards plunged wooden stakes into their hearts, one by one. Leon felt the sharp, burning pain as the stake pierced his chest, and then, nothing. His body went limp, his limbs paralyzed, but his mind still screamed in fury. They were helpless, unable to move as the Moroi guards drained their blood. Leon could feel the unrelenting hunger that had haunted him for nights, becoming unbearable. But the stake left him powerless, trapped in his own body as life slowly ebbed away, his vision blurred. Just before the darkness claimed him, the Nephilim blood within roared for vengeance. Then, there was nothing. Just the cold, silent sleep of the languid state. They were left in darkness, their bodies empty, their minds trapped in eternal stillness.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration in the streets. It's a
A lone Moroi guard stood at his post, his pale face hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. His long fingers gripped his weapon tightly as the alarm bell rang throughout the prison. In the distance, a muffled explosion rattled the walls, shaking the ground beneath him. Dust drifted down from the ceiling, a warning of the chaos that was unfolding somewhere else. Echoes of distant footsteps reverberated through the passages. Another explosion, and then another. The ground trembled once more, and the guard's eyes narrowed beneath his hood. A second guard from House Moroi appeared in the corridor, flanked by 6 grotesque familiars, misshapen and warped. Their yellowed eyes gleamed with hunger as they slunk behind their master.
What was that? Brother, we have intruders inside the prison. They're moving fast.
How is that possible? The warden can't find them?
They destroyed the Warden's eye and its guardian.
The first guard was stunned. The Warden's eye was the prison's most powerful surveillance. For it to be destroyed meant they were dealing with something far beyond the ordinary.
And the specters?
They're using illusions to misdirect the specters. All the corridors are blocked, and the guards are ready. But they took the Widow's Walk.
The first guard stiffened. The Widow's Walk was a death trap, a part of the prison so dangerous even Nosferatu feared to tread its passages. Only the most insane or desperate would dare.
That path leads right past here.
The Warden sent me to reinforce this position. If they are coming for the prisoners in this cell, we are to defend it with our lives.
They'll never pass through the Widow's Walk.
A distant clash echoed through the halls, followed by a monstrous roar that rattled the walls. Both guards exchanged a glance, their fingers tightening on their weapons. Then, with a sudden and violent force, an explosion ripped through the wall beside them, sending dust and debris flying. The air filled with smoke and stone fragments. Out of the haze came the sound of a maddened laughter, a laugh that chilled the blood. Figures emerged from the smoke. Oppenheimer, Akasha, and Jolene, battered but defiant. Their eyes glowed with hunger. Before the guards could react, Jolene raised her hand, and the trio vanished into thin air, their forms dissolving into a cascade of shifting illusions.
They're here!
Panic gripped the Moroi sentinels as they fired blindly into the haze, their shots ricocheting off stone walls and disappearing into the swirling darkness. Without warning, one of the guards was lifted off the ground, his feet kicking wildly, as though an invisible hand had gripped him by the throat. His eyes bulged with terror, and his screams turned into a sickening gurgle. His head twisted violently with a bone-cracking snap, and his body went limp, dropping lifelessly to the floor. The illusion shattered, revealing Oppenheimer standing amidst the chaos, his eyes alight with madness and hunger. He grinned, blood trickling down his fingers as the crumpled body hit the floor.
Too slow,
he sneered, launching himself at the remaining guards with explosive speed. The other guards barely had time to react before Oppenheimer was on them. His fists crashed into his enemies with brutal strength, breaking bones and shattering ribs. Akasha, meanwhile, moved with deadly grace. She danced between the familiars, her acrobatic agility allowing her to dodge their attacks with fluid precision. Her blades sliced through the air as she cut down the twisted creatures. One by one, they fell, blood splattering the stone floors. She spun and leaped, each movement a deadly flourish. Jolene, taking advantage of the chaos, slipped past the fighting. She crouched before the cell door, her fingers deftly working the lock. A guard lunged at Oppenheimer, desperate to land a blow, but Oppenheimer caught him by the throat and slammed him into the wall with such force that the stone cracked. The guard crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain. Akasha flicked her blade clean of blood as the last of the familiars collapsed at her feet. She turned toward a wounded familiar, struggling to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood behind. It whimpered, eyes wide with terror.
Mercy, please.
The creature begged, trying to pull itself out of reach. Oppenheimer chuckled darkly, stepping over to the familiar.
Mercy? Wrong number. There is no one with that name here.
He placed a heavy boot on the familiar's back, pressing it down until the creature squealed in agony. With a swift, brutal motion, he ended the creature's life, the familiar's body going still as its blood soaked into the stones. At that moment, the lock clicked, and Jolene stood up, swinging the cell door open. Inside, 4 figures lay slumped against the stone walls. Wade, Javier, Stephanie, and Leon.
We have to move quickly. The alarms will bring reinforcements soon.
Jolene reached into her bag, pulling out 4 blood bags.
We need to wake them first. This is powerful stuff. Blood from a vampire strong enough to give them a little boost. Feel free.
Oppenheimer pulled the stakes from the 4 Nosferatu one by one, their bodies jerking as the wooden shaft slid free. Jolene knelt beside them, offering the blood bags, pressing the first to Wade's lips. His eyes flickered with hunger, and he drank deeply, his strength returning in slow pulses. Javier, Stephanie, and Leon followed, their faces grim but grateful as the powerful blood infused them with a new vitality. They drank in silence, the intensity of their hunger apparent in every swallow. When the bags were empty, they stood, the power of the blood coursing through them, a dark energy that rekindled their dead bodies. The 4 Nosferatu were freed but visibly shaken. They exchanged glances, the weight of their recent torment still heavy in their eyes. Jolene stepped forward, her voice soft and soothing.
We're here to get you out. We're taking you back to the tower's territory. You're safe now.
Leon's eyes flicked toward Oppenheimer and Akasha, still standing by the door, alert and ready for anything. Oppenheimer's eyes narrowed with impatience.
Safe? Not yet. We don't have time to waste. Move.
Javier winced, his hand going to his temple as a sudden headache pulsed through his skull. He staggered, gritting his teeth. The others turned to look at him, and Jolene's expression shifted instantly, recognizing the signs.
Don't use your gifts. You're still low on blood, and trying to push yourselves will only make things worse.
Javier, unwilling to be a burden, glanced toward one of the dead guards near the cell. His eyes landed on a firearm discarded in the chaos. He reached down and grabbed it. Wade followed his example, snatching up another gun, while Leon and Stephanie did the same. With a sharp sound, they cocked their weapons. Akasha, however, had her mind elsewhere. The hunger gnawed at her, worsened by the battle. She recalled the moment Jolene had stopped her from feeding on the Moroi guard earlier, right before they had descended into the underground tunnels.
How did you know you had to stop me from drinking the blood of that guard?
Varys said that the Moroi venom is dangerous to us vampires. There could be poison in their bloods.
Akasha froze, the hunger making her body tremble slightly as she processed Jolene's words. Poison in the blood. It made sense, but it didn't ease the craving inside her. Jolene glanced at Akasha, noticing her struggle. Without missing a beat, she reached into her bag and pulled out the last 2 blood bags she had brought for the mission.
Here,
she said, tossing one to Oppenheimer and the other to Akasha. Oppenheimer caught his bag mid-air, tearing into it with his fangs. The blood flooded his mouth, warm and revitalizing, bringing a surge of strength back into his body. Akasha did the same, drinking deeply, the familiar taste of blood temporarily calming the fire within her. As Akasha finished, Jolene's gaze flicked toward the far wall. A faint shimmer, barely visible, passed through the stone. The ghostly forms of specters drifting through the prison's tunnels, searching for them.
We need to move. We go this way.
No, we go that way.
Oppenheimer countered, stepping forward with a grin.
That way take us deeper into the prison. You know that.
Jolene's eyes narrowed. Akasha's mind raced as she caught the subtle tension in Oppenheimer's demeanor. He was hiding something. Her eyes flicked to his, sharp with realization.
What are you not telling us?
Oppenheimer's grin widened, but he didn't answer. He simply turned and began walking in the direction he had pointed. The others, unsure but unwilling to split the group, followed him, the walls seemingly closing in around them as they descended further into the heart of the prison. The corridors of the labyrinth twisted and contorted like the limbs of a spider, stretched on before them. The wraiths drifted through the walls like sentinels, but Jolene's illusions kept the group ahead of their enemies. Oppenheimer led the way, but from time to time he got busy planting small, subtle explosives at key points in the stone walls. The distant sounds of the guards echoed down the corridors as they continued, explosions soon following behind them, rumbling through the labyrinth and shaking dust loose from the ceilings. As they continued, they came to a towering wall blocking their path. The stone stretched upward, slick with moisture, with no easy way to climb. The only way forward was up, and the height seemed insurmountable. Akasha stepped forward, assessing the distance. Without a word, she took off in a sprint. She leapt, pushing off a protruding stone, then twisted her body mid-air, catching another narrow ledge with her fingertips. Her movements were graceful, precise, and filled with elegance as she launched herself higher, bounding from one jutting surface to another with the agility of a dancer. Her boots scraped against the damp stone as she performed a final flip, landing on a narrow ledge high above. From this vantage point, she found an old rusted mechanism hidden in the shadows. She pulled a lever with a grunt of effort, and a creaking noise echoed through the tunnel as an old rickety set of metal stairs slowly descended. The stairs clanged into place with a heavy thud, providing a way for the rest of the group to climb. Up there, they finally found a long corridor. At the end stood a single, ominous door. It was heavy and reinforced, crafted specifically to contain powerful vampires. Akasha glanced at the door, narrowing her eyes.
Who's in there?
Oppenheimer's smile widened as he moved to the door.
Give us a hand, Wade.
Of course, boss.
Their combined strength tore it from its frame with a sharp screech of metal and stone. The door slammed to the ground, revealing the darkness beyond. The only light was the faint, flickering glow from the corridor, illuminating a solitary figure inside. A man, his thin frame barely visible through the shadows, was shackled with heavy chains and manacles. His skin was pale, drained of life, his body exsanguinated but not entirely. He had the hollow look of a prisoner long forgotten. His black hair hung messily around his face, and as he raised his head, his eyes gleamed faintly in the low light, with an intellect that had never dulled despite the endless torture.
What a nice family reunion.
Last one.
Jolene's face lit up. She immediately rushed forward, kneeling to work the lock on his chains. Her fingers, moving with delicate precision, set about freeing him. Akasha remained at the entrance, arms crossed, but even she seemed taken aback.
I was not expecting him.
The Lost One tilted his head, his eyes shifting to her with mild amusement.
Nor was I expecting you.
Why did they leave you with blood? Why didn't they drain you like the rest of us?
The Lost One's gaze shifted to Stephanie, his smile faint but chilling.
Because the warden enjoys his games. Torture was more fun for him.
Soon, Jolene released the last lock. The chains fell away and the Lost One sagged, his body too weak to stand. Oppenheimer stepped forward, catching him before he could collapse.
You'll be fine,
Oppenheimer said, his tone almost teasing as he helped him to his feet. Jolene embraced him briefly. Akasha gave him a nod, acknowledging him with the respect of kinship, but her eyes remained wary.
Can we go now? Any more surprises?
No, dear sister. Now that our cousin is with us, we have all we came for. Let's move.
It was time to return to the surface and flee before the warden's forces closed in on them. They turned toward the exit. Akasha led the way, her keen senses guiding them through the maze-like structure. Jolene followed closely. Behind them, Wade, Javier, Stephanie, Leon, and the Lost One moved in silence, still shaken but determined. Oppenheimer kept a watchful eye on the rear, his body coiled like a predator ready to strike. They steadily made their way upward. The prison's layout was a nightmare of spirals and dead ends, but at last, the scent of fresh air grew stronger, a sign they were nearing the exit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they emerged into a wide, open chamber near the prison's edge. The exit loomed ahead, a massive iron door half open with the faint light of the outside world spilling in. But the sight that greeted them in the chamber was anything but a relief. Corpses littered the floor, twisted in grotesque angles, drained of life and abandoned where they had fallen. The stench of death was overwhelming, a bitter reminder of the prison's horrors. And there, standing, was the warden. He was a tall figure, draped in a long, tattered cloak that swirled around him like mist. His mere presence seemed to leach the warmth from the room, and a chilling aura of death clung to him like a second skin. Flanking him were two of his most powerful creations, specters that had taken possession of ancient, decayed warriors. On one side stood a towering figure encased in battered samurai armor, the faint glow of its undead spirit flickering within the hollow skeleton. The other, equally imposing, was a long-dead Viking warrior, its rusted chainmail and helmet giving it a fearsome, ghostly visage. These were no ordinary wraiths. They were the warden's strongest ancient souls, ready to serve him in death. The warden's lips curled into a thin smile as he regarded them.
All you've done is useless. The island is surrounded. All you managed to accomplish is to deliver yourselves into my hands.
Jolene immediately began weaving an illusion, the air around her shimmering, but the warden lifted his hand and flicked his wrist with an almost dismissive wave. The illusion unraveled instantly, crumbling into nothing. Jolene's eyes narrowed, frustration flashing across her face. The warden's voice rose in a guttural chant, a fell incantation that sent a shiver through the air. His hand extended toward her, his fingers twisting in a motion that was both deliberate and vicious. In an instant, a rift tore open behind Jolene, reaching also Javier and Stephanie, who were unlucky nearby. The fabric of reality itself seemed to unravel. The edges of the veil between the material world and the Shadowlands, the realm of the dead, tore apart and the three were yanked into the void, their forms flickering before they vanished entirely. Jolene's last expression was one of shock as her body was consumed by the dark magic. disappearing into the abyss with a haunting silence. The others stared in horror at the now empty space where their companions had stood.
Now, let's be done with those little illusions,
he said as the two specters stepped forward, weapons drawn, ready to face the remaining group. Jolene, Javier, and Stephanie found themselves thrust into the eerie, colorless world of the Shadowlands, a dimension just beyond the reach of the living. The air felt like an unending fog that carried the whispers of the dead. All around them, the landscape was a twisted reflection of the prison they had just left, but here it was, overrun with the phantoms of the long dead, specters that could never fully manifest in the physical world.
What the hell just happened?
We're on the other side of the veil now. These specters, they couldn't touch us before, but now they can. And we can hurt them too.
As if on cue, dark shapes emerged from the mist. Their forms moved like shadows through the fog. They floated closer, dozens of them, drawn to their presence, hungry for the meager life force the dead bodies of Jolene, Javier, and Stephanie carried with them. Javier clenched his teeth, gripping the firearm he had taken from one of the dead guards. Jolene reached into her bag and pulled out an intricate glove with metallic veins running through it. She slipped it on, the glove crackling to life with arcs of blue electricity dancing around her fingers. A grin spread across her face as the glove began to hum with power.
Well, this is going to be fun.
With a flick of her wrist, Jolene unleashed a bolt of lightning from her gloved hand, the electricity arcing through the air and striking a group of specters. The wraiths disintegrated upon contact, their forms vanishing into the fog with a sizzle and a wail. Jolene laughed, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of the fight. Javier, still holding his firearm, opened fire on the approaching specters. The bullets passed through them, dispersing their forms, but the sheer number of enemies quickly became overwhelming. For every specter that fell, 3 more took its place. His magazine quickly ran dry. He threw the empty weapon aside. With no other options, he took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't avoid it any longer. He had to fight with everything he had. His mental powers flared to life, and with a violent sweep of his hand, he sent a wave of force crashing into the specters, their ghostly forms scattering like leaves in a storm. His body trembled, but Javier didn't stop. With every push of his telekinesis, he sent more of the specters flying, their ghostly bodies disappearing. But despite their efforts, the specters were relentless, closing in from all sides, their ethereal forms lashing out and cutting into Jolene and Javier with claws made of shadows. Blood streaked down their bodies from the gashes, pain searing through their minds. Stephanie, watching their struggle, finally had enough. Darkness swirled around her like a living thing, and with a motion of her hand, she raised a towering wall of shadow between them and the approaching ghosts. The specters slammed into the wall, but it held. For a moment, they were safe.
Stay behind me!
But the specters began to breach the wall, their ghostly forms seeping through the cracks in the shadow barrier. Stephanie clenched her fist, and the shadows in her hand began to solidify. She shaped them into a sword, long and jagged, and in her other hand, a shield, dark as the void itself. She stepped forward, placing herself between her allies and the specters, and swung her shadow sword in a wide arc, cutting through the advancing ghosts. To her surprise and pleasure, the sword cleaved through the specters effortlessly, their ethereal forms torn apart by the dark blade.
Looks like I found their weakness.
Stephanie muttered with a smirk, her confidence surging as she slashed through the enemies. Each strike of her shadow blade reduced the ghosts to nothing, their forms dissipating into the air as she held the line. The 3 fought in unison, Jolene unleashing arcs of lightning from her glove, Javier sending out waves of telekinetic force, and Stephanie holding the front with her shadow sword and shield. But despite their combined strength, the number of specters seemed endless, and their energy was waning. Oppenheimer, Akasha, Leon, Wade, and the Lost One squared off against the towering necromancer Warden and his 2 powerful undead specters. The Warden stood at the far end of the chamber, one of his hands raised containing the dark spell that kept Jolene, Javier, and Stephanie trapped on the other side of the veil. Despite his intense focus, the Warden still had enough mastery over his magic to assault his enemies in the material realm. The dead samurai charged first, its katana gleaming as it slashed toward Wade, who barely dodged the attack. The sound of an impact rang out as Wade retaliated with a powerful blow, tearing the armor. The Viking swung his sword, nearly taking Leon's head off. He ducked just in time, his speed unmatched. In a flash, he gained distance and opened fire on the Viking. The undead brute, however, barely flinched, its decayed corpse too far gone to feel pain. Akasha, moving with swift grace, buried one of her knives through the Viking's forehead, cracking the bone beneath the rotting flesh. The samurai was relentless, his attacks precise and methodical. Oppenheimer lunged at him using his knife to parry a swing of the katana. With a brutal pull, he ripped apart the sword arm of the samurai. Wade saw an opening and followed with a punch that launched the samurai's head away from the body. The Viking answered Akasha's blow with one of his own, her knife still stuck at his head. Leon felt the raven inside him stir, and as he concentrated, he sensed the speed of the movement of his undead enemy wane. Instead of accelerating himself, he made the Viking move terribly slow. The creature helplessly tried to attack Akasha once more, but to everyone it seemed to move in slow motion. She stepped to the side to avoid the attack, and launched a storm of blows, taking knife after knife from where she hid them, and leaving each one stuck at the Viking like a pincushion. Each attack shattered its body more and more until the Viking fell inert. However, to their dismay, each spectre possessed another nearby corpse, rising again in a new form and drawing their weapons again.
No fun! They keep getting back up!
It's the warden. He's keeping them alive. As long as he holds the spell, they'll keep possessing new bodies.
Oppenheimer roared, before he and Wade sent another reanimated corpse crashing to the ground. The spectre immediately left the fallen corpse and entered another body on the floor. It rose again, this time in the form of an ancient knight in rusted plate armor.
Enough of this!
Oppenheimer snarled. He turned his focus to the warden. With a burst of speed, he launched himself at the necromancer. The warden flicked his wrist, and a blast of necrotic energy slammed into Oppenheimer, sending him crashing into the far wall. The impact shook the room, and for a moment everything seemed to stop. Oppenheimer pushed himself up, blood trickling down his face, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. The warden raised his hand again, but this time Akasha, using her agility, darted in and struck him across the chest with a sharp knife. The warden staggered but answered with an even more powerful necrotic blast. She was sent away and fell to the ground, barely moving.
You are going back underground and into your cells soon.
Leon, use that last power on the warden.
Leon once again concentrated and felt the dullness spreading against the warden. This time his enemy resisted much better, but Leon's efforts were still enough to slow down the necromancer. Wade flashed around the room, and with the warden's slowed reflexes, he managed to dodge the necrotic blast. Wade used this opportunity to grapple the necromancer instead of punching him.
Boss, he is ready!
Oppenheimer took his chance. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between them and drove his fist into the warden's chest. The necromancer gasped as the force of the blow crushed his ribcage. Oppenheimer laughed, and with one final vicious strike, he tore the warden's heart from his chest, holding it in his hand as the necromancer's eyes widened in shock.
And here is your Christmas present,
he said as he stuck a knife at the hole in the warden's chest. Before letting go of the knife, Oppenheimer charged it with a powerful energy. Both Wade and Oppenheimer barely had the time to get away before the warden exploded from inside out, the dark magic leaving his ashes in an ethereal wail. The spell binding Jolene, Javier and Stephanie to the other side of the veil was broken. With a sudden shimmer, they reappeared in the material realm, their forms solidifying as they returned. Jolene blinked, disoriented. Javier, bloodied and bruised, gave a shaky nod of recognition, while Stephanie, her shadow sword still in hand, surveyed the scene. The group fled the prison. Behind them, the echoes of pursuers followed them closely. Undead spectres and guards determined not to let their prey escape. They reached the coastline where a thick, unnatural fog hung over. A towering, ghostly ship awaited them. The Flying Dutchman. Its black sails rippled like shadowy wings, and its weathered wood creaked ominously as it bobbed on the waves. Abaddon stood at the helm, ready to take command of the ship. Oppenheimer was the first to leap aboard, followed quickly by Akasha, Jolene, and the Lost One. Behind them, Leon, Javier, Wade, and Stephanie scrambled up the gangplank. Just as the last of them boarded, the Dutchman began to sail, the ship cutting through the mist as if it were water itself. The enemies behind them faded into the fog, powerless to follow the ship as it sailed into the Shadowlands, disappearing into the gloom of the realm of the dead. Once aboard, silence fell over the group, the only sound the creaking of the ship. Leon and his companions exchanged wary glances. They had escaped, but the tension between them and Oppenheimer was palpable. They had been left behind before, and the bitterness of that betrayal still lingered.
You used us. You left us to get captured to find the prison.
Yeah, you kept us in the dark about everything. About Don Vittorio, about the whole plan.
What was all this really about?
We were just your pawns in all this.
Oppenheimer's eyes narrowed, the glowing intensity of his gaze returning. He took a threatening step forward, his presence dominating the deck of the ship.
Get something through your skulls. I made you a promise that we'd bring down Don Vittorio, and we did. Don Vittorio is gone, destroyed. You have what you wanted.
Leon clenched his fists, not backing down.
You didn't tell us about the Midnight Fiends, about the real danger. We could have prepared better.
You lost to them because you weren't prepared? Not my problem. One of them, a rat-eating detective, doesn't even drink the blood of humans. The other, a polite, gentle Orlok, and you still lost.
The words cut deep, and they fell silent, their expressions dark. Oppenheimer's voice lowered even further, dripping with disdain.
You truly are a bunch of carrion eaters, feeding off the scraps of others, living in the shadows of stronger vampires.
Leon gritted his teeth, but then a smirk crept onto his face.
You know, that's the name we choose for the crew.
He looked over at the others, Wade, Stephanie, and Javier, who all nodded in agreement.
Yeah, the carrion eaters. That's who we are now.
Oppenheimer paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the group. Then a slow, sardonic smile crept across his face. He let out a low, almost cruel chuckle. He turned his back to them, his focus returning to the horizon as the Dutchman sailed deeper into the misty expanse of the Shadowlands. The Flying Dutchman drifted silently to a stop at the edge of the Crimson Garden. The air here was thick with the scent of iron, the sky above a dusky red. Every flower, every tree, every vine and blade of grass was colored in deep, rich shades of scarlet, as if the entire garden were nourished by blood. Roses with petals like dark rubies bloomed in every direction, their thorns gleaming under the faint, eerie light. The bark of the trees was slick with a wet sheen that mirrored the crimson hues around them. Droplets of blood hung from the tips of their leaves like morning dew. The garden was alive, pulsating with a dark energy. Oppenheimer, Akasha, and Jolene walked together, their eyes absorbing the sinister beauty of the place. Behind them, the carrion eaters remained silent, their earlier quarrels forgotten in the face of this otherworldly scene. The Lost One followed also in silence. Finally, they stopped, where a massive blood-red tree stood. The tower of a castle loomed beyond, casting long shadows over the garden. Akasha gave a silent look to her brother, and he nodded. She proceeded to guide the carrion eaters to the exit. When they were alone, Oppenheimer turned to the Lost One, his brow furrowed, frustration evident in his posture.
You've been quiet since we left the prison. It's time to talk. We brought you back. We risked a lot to get you out of there. Now that we freed you from the King's Court and their tortures, we want your help to destroy them.
You speak of the tower, but I am unwilling to join.
The Lost One said softly, his voice still dry from his long imprisonment. Oppenheimer's jaw clenched, his frustration flaring. He stepped closer to the Lost One, his fists tightening, but Jolene's reaction was immediate. She stared at him in disbelief, her voice rising.
After everything we went through to rescue you? After the King's Court destroyed our house? Why would you refuse to join us in the tower?
Before she could say more, the Lost One raised his hand, interrupting her. His voice was quiet but firm.
Your kindness has not gone unnoticed. I will not join the tower, but I can repay you with the information that can and will destroy the court as it is today.
What? Some kind of weapon?
Even better, a secret buried by one of the ancient evils of our city inside a sarcophagus.
The night air around the cathedral was still, as if the world itself had held its breath in reverence. Inside, the cold stone walls of the ancient structure absorbed the moonlight that filtered in through fractured stained glass. At the heart of it, kneeling before the grand altar, was Jacqueline. Her eyes, icy and dark, were closed in deep prayer, lips silently forming the words of a faith most vampires had long abandoned. The flicker of candlelight illuminated her porcelain skin, casting her in an ethereal glow, as if she were not of this earth. And she wasn't. Not anymore. The cathedral was silent, but the tension in the air was thick. The vampire wasn't simply praying, she was waiting. The echo of footsteps broke the tranquility. The clack of boots on stone reverberated through the church, a stark intrusion into the sanctity of the space. Jacqueline's eyes opened slowly, her mouth closing with the final whisper of her prayer. She remained kneeling for a long moment before standing gracefully, turning to face the newcomer. Stephanie strode down the aisle at odds with the divine surroundings. She was defiant, unbothered by the sacred space she had intruded upon. She was not long for this new life, still more mortal than monster, yet she walked as if she owned the world. Jacqueline's eyes narrowed at her approach. The disappointment was palpable.
Do you understand where you stand? In a church. I thought vampires were supposed to burn in places like this. Guess that's a lie too.
The corner of Jacqueline's lips twitched, with a hint of irritation. Stephanie's gaze moved around the cathedral, her casual demeanor unshaken.
Do you really believe in all this? God and all that?
Her voice was tinged with genuine curiosity, as if the concept was so foreign to her that she needed to hear it aloud to believe it.
And do you not?
Stephanie laughed, a sharp sound that echoed too loudly in the hallowed space.
Ha 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 ha. Why would I? After everything, all of this. There's no God in this.
For a moment, silence hung between them like a tangible weight. Jacqueline's expression softened, not with warmth, but with something deeper, something older.
My sister was a nun once. She could perform miracles.
The words hung in the air, unexpected.
Before this curse, before the blood, she healed the sick, gave comfort to the dying. Her faith was unshakable.
Jacqueline's eyes grew distant, as if she were seeing something far beyond the church walls, something lost in the folds of time.
And it remained so even after she became what we are. She believed that this...
Jacqueline gestured subtly to herself, to her vampiric nature.
Was a test from God, a trial of faith.
Stephanie shifted uncomfortably.
And you? You believe that?
Jacqueline's gaze sharpened again, the moment of vulnerability closing like a trapdoor.
My faith has never wavered.
Before Stephanie could respond, her sire's tone turned colder, like the bite of frost.
But that is not why you're here.
With a swift movement, the older vampire stepped forward, her presence suddenly overwhelming. She looked down at Stephanie, her eyes glinting with disapproval.
You were weak in battle. You failed.
Stephanie bristled.
We were ambushed. There was no way.
Jacqueline's hand snapped up, silencing her with a single gesture.
You deserved your defeat. You let them into your mind, let them control you. Do you think yourself a Volkos? Do you think rage will win battles for you? You spat hatred at your enemies as if it were a weapon. I hate you, you said. Childish. Foolish. Weak.
Stephanie clenched her fists, her jaw tight.
I was angry. They had us pinned. What else was I supposed to do? You are supposed to control yourself. You are House Basilisk now. Our power is in focus, in the void, in stillness, indifference. You fight with your mind, not your emotions.
Jacqueline turned, pacing slowly toward the altar, as her words sank into the silence of the cathedral.
Anger is for the Volkos, for those who burn with fury and chaos. We are the void, cold, silent, absolute.
Stephanie bit back a retort, but the other woman's voice cracked through the air again.
Emotions weaken you. They make you a slave to your enemy.
Jacqueline turned back toward her, her eyes sharp and cold.
Do you want to be a slave, Stephanie?
Stephanie glared back, her defiance smoldering beneath the surface, but she didn't answer.
You will learn control. You will learn the power of the void.
For a moment, there was only the echo of Jacqueline's words in the vast emptiness of the cathedral. Stephanie stood still, her mind reeling with the sharpness of the rebuke. The weight of the moment settled heavily in the church. Stephanie knew that this was no ordinary lesson. Jacqueline wasn't here to simply teach her how to fight. She was here to shape her into something more, something dangerous, something invincible. Jacqueline led Stephanie outside, through the stone corridors and into the open courtyard behind the church. The training ground was lit by flickering torchlight, casting long shadows across the floor. Stephanie looked around, her body still sore from the events that had led to her capture and eventual freedom. Her mind raced as she recalled the defeat by the Midnight Fiends. Anger flickered in her chest, but she quickly buried it. She wasn't about to show weakness in front of her sire again. Jacqueline remained a few paces ahead. There was an air of control about her, an energy that seemed to suck the warmth out of the night itself. She didn't need to look back to know Stephanie was following. Without turning, she spoke.
As I said before, you let your emotions rule you. That is why you failed.
It wasn't just that. They outnumbered us. They had
nothing you couldn't have defeated if you had been still. You handed victory to them.
Jacqueline interrupted, turning sharply to face her. Her gaze pierced through Stephanie as though she could see the turmoil within. The words hit hard, and Stephanie struggled to hold back her retort. Her pride stung at the harsh words.
So what should I have done? Just stood there and let them kill me?
No, you become a void so empty that you devour your opponents whole.
She moved closer, her towering figure casting a long shadow over Stephanie.
You're saying I should fight without emotions? How is that even possible?
It's not only possible, it is necessary. Let me show you.
Without another word, Jacqueline drew her sword, a blade forged of shadow and ice, its edges jagged like the teeth of a frozen beast. Stephanie could feel the cold radiating from it, the sheer power it held. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a manifestation of the void itself.
Draw your weapon.
Stephanie hesitated, unsure if she was even capable of conjuring something like that. But as the tension within her mounted, she focused, drawing upon the shadows around her. She stretched out her hand, and from the darkness a sword began to form, a jagged thing made of the same shadowy void as Jacqueline's, though far less refined. The blade shimmered with an unnatural cold, and Stephanie felt a surge of power as it solidified in her grasp. Without warning, Jacqueline lunged. Her blade moved with an eerie silence, slicing through the air as if it were cutting through the night itself. Stephanie barely had time to react, raising her own weapon just in time to block the strike. The force of it rattled her, and she stumbled back.
Focus.
Jacqueline hissed.
Feel nothing. Be nothing.
Stephanie's instincts screamed at her to retaliate, but her sire's words echoed in her mind. Feel nothing. Be nothing. She tried to center herself, to focus on the emptiness Jacqueline was demanding. She swung her sword, aiming for her opponent's midsection, but her strike was wild, fueled by frustration. Jacqueline parried effortlessly, her blade moving with a calm precision. Each time their blades met, Stephanie could feel her own rage bubbling to the surface. Every miss, every blocked hit stoked the fire within her.
You are angry again.
Jacqueline taunted, her voice low and steady.
I can feel it.
I'm not.
Stephanie growled through gritted teeth, lashing out with more force than before. She pushed herself harder, hoping to break through Jacqueline's defenses. But her every move was countered, every strike dodged or blocked with an ease that infuriated her.
You fight like a child,
Jacqueline said, her voice dripping with disdain.
a child who doesn't understand the true nature of her own power.
Stephanie's grip tightened on her weapon, her frustration boiling over. She swung again, harder this time, and Jacqueline met her blade with a resounding crash that sent a shockwave up Stephanie's arm. The force knocked her off balance, and she stumbled backward, gasping. Jacqueline unleashed a powerful blow that broke through Stephanie's defense. Her sword was shattered in her own hands, and Jacqueline's blade struck with precision, breaking Stephanie's arm. The sound of the bone snapping echoed in the courtyard. Jacqueline's blade was at her throat before she could recover. Stephanie fell to her knees, clutching her broken arm. Pain coursed through her, but more than the physical agony, it was the shame that weighed heavy on her. She had failed again. Jacqueline stood over her, her expression impassive.
You let your emotions rule you once more.
Stephanie gritted her teeth, fighting back frustration.
How do I stop it?
You must empty yourself, Stephanie. Become the void. Only then will you have the power to command the darkness that defines us.
Stephanie looked away, feeling hurt, and Jacqueline picked up on that. The The sire tilted her head in realization.
You carry guilt, don't you?
Stephanie looked at her, caught by surprise, and without words to respond for the first time this night.
This is why your emotions are awry. Something causes turmoil inside of you and you can't control it because you are afraid of it. What is it?
Stephanie looked away, feeling exposed, her anger rising.
Spill it, child. Unburden yourself so you can heal and move on. Confess.
Silence followed, but before Jacqueline could demand again, Stephanie spoke, looking at the floor.
I was engaged once. My fiancé, Richard, he was my world. I grew up in a broken home. Dad left for cigarettes and never came back, and Mom was an alcoholic. Suffice to say, I learned to take care of myself really young. Once, I ate a whole jar of peanut butter for Thanksgiving because Mom was too drunk to cook or buy groceries.
She laughed softly to herself.
I met Richard in high school, and boy, I knew he was trouble as soon as I laid eyes on him, and I loved him for that. I never needed help to defend myself, but it was nice to have someone take care of me. He made me feel safe. We dropped out and decided that work was for suckers. We started small. A few convenience store robberies, a bank once. We were like Bonnie and Clyde, armed to the teeth and in love.
Her expression grew dark.
And then, we met Don Vittorio. We stole one of his trucks with contraband cigarettes. For some reason, he liked Richard and decided to bring us to the fold. But in order to do that, Richard would have to do something. To kill a man named William Morning in jail. So he got arrested. Vittorio moved him around the penitentiary system and got him to the same cell block as William, and Richard made good on his word. William was dead. One life to save, too.
What does that have to do with anything?
William Morning is Wade's father.
Jacqueline narrowed her eyes, her mind calculating the implications of this information. This had Oppenheimer's fingerprints all over it. It was no coincidence.
Where is Richard now?
Stephanie looked away, a blood tear striking her cheek. Before she answered, she closed her eyes in deep sorrow, forcing more tears to drop on the floor.
I killed him,
she cried, releasing all of her emotions at the same time.
He was my partner, my protector, the only person who ever cared for me, and I killed him to save myself.
Her expression grew ever more darker, the shadows around her coiling and recoiling ominously, reacting to her inner spirit. For a moment, Jacqueline's stoic facade faltered, and her eyes betrayed her, showing surprise.
How did it happen?
We wanted to leave Dreadford, away from Vittorio's grasp. At the time, we were selling his cigarettes, and at a chance, we sold all the product in 2 days, leaving us about 3 to 4 days to deliver payment. So we took the money and bought drugs with the idea to resell it with enough profit to escape town and still pay Vittorio. But we got robbed after the meeting. Some guys in masks and tactical gear stole from us. Vittorio decided that this time someone would have to pay in blood. He left me and Richard in a room with a gun and told us we would have to decide who would pay.
She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was resolute.
Richard couldn't. He stood there looking at me, his face covered in tears, begging me to do it. He promised me he would never hurt me, and he never did. I, on the other hand, picked that .45 and shot him dead.
She finished, the blood on her face already dry. Silence fell between the sire and child, and only the rustle of leaves and the wind could be heard for a long moment.
How do you feel now?
I feel empty.
Good. Draw your blade again.
Despite the pain, Stephanie looked up at her sire with newfound determination. She had seen the power Jacqueline wielded, felt it in every strike, and now she wanted that power for herself. She needed it. The void inside called for her, and she reached back. The night had grown darker, colder, as the hours slipped away unnoticed during their training. As they both rested, she couldn't help but ask,
how did our house come to wield these powers? Why are we tied to the void?
For a moment, Jacqueline seemed to weigh the question, her usual coldness softening ever so slightly as she glanced at her progeny. Stephanie's curiosity wasn't born of defiance this time. It was genuine, and perhaps that's what swayed Jacqueline to answer.
Very well. You deserve to know where we come from.
Stephanie straightened, Intrigued, she hadn't expected Jacqueline to indulge her curiosity.
Our house's power over the void, over darkness and entropy, begins with Kingu, the son of Tiamat, the first of the Nosferatu. Long ago, in the age of myths, when gods and monsters walked the earth, Tiamat sought immortality after her husband, Apsu, was slain by mages. It was a betrayal that set her on a path of vengeance, and Kingu stood by her side, loyal and resolute. Kingu was a nobleman, a ruler of great distinction. Several of his vassals followed him into the darkness alongside Tiamat, forsaking everything in the quest for immortality and revenge. Together, they set out to slay the dragon Nephilim, a powerful being. It was this ritual that would turn Tiamat into the first Nosferatu. When the time came, Tiamat chose Kingu as the first to replicate the ritual. She tasked him with a quest, to seek out the snake Nephilim, the bringer of entropy, chaos, and death. And Kingu went alone to face this great beast.
He killed it?
Stephanie leaned forward, captivated.
He did more than kill it. Kingu consumed the snake. Its power of darkness and void became his. And when he returned to Tiamat, he was no longer merely her son. He had become the first of our house, a being who wielded the void itself. In the battles that followed, Kingu trained tirelessly, preparing for the war that Tiamat would wage against the mages. He became her greatest weapon, a force of pure entropy and silence. When the final reckoning came between the Nosferatu and the mages, Kingu led her armies. His very presence consumed the light from the battlefield, leaving only cold, darkness, and the ruin of those who opposed him.
Stephanie shivered, feeling both awe and fear.
So, that's why we command the void?
Yes, it is our inheritance through Kingu. Our power is tied to the entropy that snakes have embodied throughout mythology, like Apophis, the great serpent of shadow and destruction in Egyptian lore, or the snake in the Garden of Eden who was responsible for the introduction of death and entropy into creation. We are the embodiment of that. Humanity has an allure for the dark, and our blood controls it. We are the darkness that rules over them. After their victory, Tiamat rewarded Kingu. She appointed him as the ruler of mortals, giving him dominion over humanity itself. According to some myths, it is even said that humanity came from his blood. Tiamat reserved for herself the right to rule Nosferatu as their queen, but she trusted only Kingu to guide mortals, and ensured that our house would always hold dominion over them. Also, Kingu was one of the few whom Tiamat trusted to ask for counsel, and he became her vizier and advisor. Tiamat's final gift to her son was the Tablets of Destiny, a source of forbidden knowledge, corrupted by his powers over the void. For centuries, he studied them, his abilities growing as he unraveled the secrets of existence itself. His connection to the void deepened, and with it, his understanding of the universe's endless collapse into entropy. Kingu's powers became unparalleled, but with that power came a greater obsession, one that consumed him as surely as the void itself. This is the power you are training to inherit, Stephanie. Kingu's blood flows through your veins just as it does mine. You must learn to control it, or it will consume you.
I won't fail. I'll become what I'm meant to be.
Jacqueline nodded before continuing.
There were 4 of his children who survived the fall of the Tower of Babel and carried Kingu's legacy forward. The Babelites of our house. The Voidwalker, which represented the absolute emptiness and endlessness of the void. He was a nihilistic figure who embraced the universe's collapse into entropy, seeing it as an inevitable end. The Sovereign, who embodied our house's destiny to rule over mortals, regal and commanding. It was said he exerted an irresistible obedience and control in those he encountered. The Templar, who acted as our house's sacred and ruthless enforcer, who froze entire armies and shattered them like brittle ice. And finally, the White Serpent, which represented the insidious nature of darkness, not just as an absence, but as a force that corrupts and consumes. It is said this vampire traveled to the east, and one of his children is responsible for the house being called House Orochi there. We in Dreadford are descended from the Sovereign.
As Jacqueline continued her recounting of House Basilisk's ancient history, she shifted her gaze toward a corner where shadows seemed to stretch and writhe as if animated by her words.
After the fall of the Tower of Babel and the end of the Age of the Founders, the world of the Nosferatu was fractured. Our house, House Kingu, found itself embroiled in an unending feud with House Dracula. As the organization that would become the Tower was formed, it was surrounded by these early rivalries. Both houses accused the other of having invaded the domain that belonged to itself. Dracula started ruling over mortals and basilisks over Nosferatu. Thus began the conflict that would last for millennia. It was not always a war of armies, but also of whispers, of assassinations, of the slow erosion of power across generations. As we spread our influence, our house found fertile ground in the ancient lands of Egypt, where serpents were revered as figures of royalty. Our bloodlines thrived under the rule of the pharaohs, and we watched, from the shadows, as kingdoms rose and fell. Our power, you see, was never overt. We thrived by turning the wheels of history from behind the veil. Eventually, we also spread to Persia, where darkness was associated with Ahriman, the great adversary. There we fought fiercely with the Dracul. Each house manipulated kings, priests, and generals to further their agendas. But it was during this time that our house began to evolve. It was no longer enough to be mere shadows, whispering in the ears of mortal rulers. The time came for us to rise. This evolution came at the time of Alexander the Great. Alexander was a mortal ruler unlike any the world had seen, a man whose ambition knew no limits, whose empire stretched from Greece to the edges of India. It was then that one of Alexander's generals, Ptolemy I Soter, came into contact with the gift of Babylon. He was a man of incredible ambition, even among mortals, and when offered the chance to ascend beyond humanity, he took it without hesitation. Ptolemy was turned by one of our most ancient, a basilisk who saw in him the potential to shape the future. And so, Ptolemy became Nosferatu, a descendant of Kingu, and his rule over Egypt began. The Ptolemaic dynasty was born, and with it, our house entered a new era. The name Basilisk, meaning kinglet, or small king, was born during this time. It symbolized Ptolemy's relationship to Alexander, as he ruled over Egypt in the conqueror's stead, but also spoke to our house's role in relation to Tiamat and Kingu. We were no longer House Kingu, content to lurk in the shadows. We were now House Basilisk, small kings in the mortal world, ruling not through overt conquest, but through the terrifying powers we possessed. It was during this time that Ptolemy discovered and honed one of our house's most fearsome abilities, the Eye of the Basilisk. With a single glance, Ptolemy could kill mortals, freezing their hearts with terror. It became the defining power of our bloodline, and those who crossed House Basilisk soon learned to fear the gaze of our members.
Stephanie shivered slightly, imagining the deadly power.
Ptolemy's dynasty flourished for centuries, but as the mortal world changed, so too did the Nosferatu. As empires fell and new powers rose, our house spread its influence across Europe, weaving into the fabric of medieval kingdoms. And from those darkened halls of power emerged one of Ptolemy's most infamous progeny, Mordred, the Black Knight.
Mordred, as in King Arthur's Mordred?
Indeed. The stories of King Arthur, or Coriolis as we know him, are fraught with myth and legend, but at their core is a tale of conflict between two great vampiric factions. Mordred, like Ptolemy before him, inherited the Eye of the Basilisk, and his reign was one of terror and strength. He fought fiercely against the king's court, the rival faction that sought to impose a new model of rulership over the Nosferatu. In the final battle, as the king's court rose to power, Mordred was said to have been defeated, but there are whispers. Some say he survived. Some say that Mordred never died, but instead went into hiding, plotting from the shadows to bring down the king's court and the Round Table.
As Jacqueline finished her recounting of the feud between House Basilisk and House Dracul, and the rise of their house, Stephanie remained still, absorbing the weight of the ancient conflicts. Jacqueline observed her pupil for a moment before continuing.
You've asked about the history, but there's more to our legacy than just battles and kingdoms. There are stories of individuals, those whose lives or unlives shaped the very foundation of our house. Let me tell you about one of them. Carmilla, whose name you may know, though she was born as Mircalla Karnstein.
Stephanie tilted her head slightly, intrigued.
Carmilla? The Carmilla from the old stories? I thought she was just a legend.
Legends are often built on truth. And in our world, those truths tend to be far darker and more fascinating than any mortal could imagine. Mircalla Karnstein was born into a family of nobility in Styria, around the late 16th century. Her life as a mortal was one of wealth and privilege, but it was also one filled with isolation. The Karnsteins were known for their reclusive nature, and their lands, surrounded by dark forests, always carried an air of mystery. There were rumors, of course, whispers that the Karnstein line was cursed, that the women of the family were all touched by darkness. But none of those rumors were entirely true until Mircalla came of age. She was a beautiful young woman, quiet yet filled with a cold, insatiable curiosity about the world. She often wandered the forests surrounding her family's estate, drawn to the shadows as though they whispered her name. It was during one of these wanderings that she encountered a stranger, a nobleman, pale and regal, who seemed to melt out of the darkness itself. He was no ordinary man, of course. He was one of our house, a member of House Basilisk, and he had come to her for a reason.
Why her? What made her so special?
Mircalla was marked by the blood of serpents long before she became one of us. Her lineage, though mortal, had roots that stretched deep into ancient bloodlines, lines that carried a faint trace of the void within them. The nobleman saw in her the potential to carry our house forward, to strengthen the bloodline with her inherent darkness, and so one night he offered her the gift of Babylon.
And she accepted?
Not at first. Mircalla was no fool. She understood the gravity of the offer and hesitated, knowing that accepting it would sever her ties to the mortal world forever. But the allure of power, of the unknown, was too strong, and in that moment, the void embraced her. Mircalla Karnstein died, and Carmilla was born. Carmilla, newly transformed, was taken under the nobleman's wing. He taught her the ways of our house, instructing her in the arts of void and entropy. But her true strength was something else entirely. It was in the way she moved through the world, a predator wrapped in the guise of an innocent girl. She learned quickly that while power can be wielded overtly, true control is often more subtle. She wandered the courts of Europe, never aging, always beguiling those around her with her beauty and grace. She was a seductress, a queen in the shadows. But beneath her charming exterior was the cold, calculating mind of a predator. Her power, much like that of the basilisk, lay in her gaze. Many claimed that Carmilla could kill with a single look, that her eyes held the power to freeze a man's soul or cause his heart to stop with fear.
Stephanie's eyes widened.
Like Ptolemy with the eye of the basilisk?
Exactly. Carmilla was a true descendant of Kingu, and through her blood she wielded the same terrifying ability. Over time, she perfected her craft, and her legend spread throughout the lands. Many of her victims fell in love with her, only to be devoured slowly over weeks, months, until their vitality drained entirely. But she wasn't just a killer, she was a ruler. Wherever she went, Carmilla established control, often without anyone realizing it. Entire noble houses crumbled at her whim, and the mortals around her were none the wiser.
But what happened to her? If she was so powerful, why isn't she ruling today?
Stephanie asked, clearly drawn in by the tale.
Carmilla's downfall was orchestrated by the Dracul, some say by Dracula himself.
Dracula?
Yes. In her rise to power, she chiseled away part of his territory and influence, so he would use her own habits to bring her ruin.
How?
Carmilla had a very unorthodox method of feeding. She would appear in a nobleman's house, befriend their daughters, and feed from them until they died. One of these noblemen was approached by the Order of St. George, a group of vampire hunters, and her true nature was revealed to him, and also how he could take up arms and seek revenge.
And how does Dracula fit in this?
The Order of St. George is known to be the Dragon Slayers, Dracul Slayers, and they are Dracula's sworn enemies, and he is known to put his enemies to fight among themselves in order to keep their attention away from him, using an enemy's knife to destroy another. It's his signature, an oeuvre, if you will, a way to slightly nod to those who have eyes to see.
Smart. So she was destroyed?
No, she escaped, but her secret was revealed and she had to hide. But she's still out there waiting.
The story of Carmilla gave Stephanie some pause. Was Oppenheimer doing the same to her? Pre-planning strife in her crew in order to keep them divided so he could better manipulate them? She did not know. Jacqueline continued, bringing her child back to the present.
Perhaps she will return with all the fury and power of House Basilisk. Carmilla is a sleeping giant, and her reappearance would change the balance of power once more. But whether that is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen.
I wonder what she would think of our world now.
Jacqueline tilted her head, watching her pupil carefully.
Perhaps one day you'll have the chance to ask her. As for us here in Dreadford, our progenitor and first Nosferatu of our blood is Gaius de Lucis. He was a child of Mordred and was one of the Nosferatu who started the tower here. For centuries, he waged a brutal war against the king's court for control over the city. His enemies, allies, and children feared him. He only delivered the gift of Babylon to his mortal descendants, the de Lucis family, and no one else. That was his rule. He broke it only once, much to his regret. My sire, Hernan de Lucis, was his eldest vampiric progeny, and did not follow the rule of his own sire. Until very recently, Gaius was one of the two Hierophants leading the tower and our house, but he is no more. Now our house is led by a child of his, Antoinette de Lucis.
What happened to him?
Gaius met the due reward for his actions.
The cryptic nature of the answer left Stephanie unsettled. She could sense the layers of history, betrayal, and dark consequences behind Jacqueline's words. There were things she was not yet ready to know, and perhaps things Jacqueline would never tell her. Stephanie shifted in the silence, eager to push her thoughts away from the mysteries surrounding Gaius.
I'm still amazed that you can trace your bloodline back so long, all the way to Ptolemy.
Jacqueline nodded slightly.
The blood remembers.
They fell into a comfortable silence, focusing again on the training exercises they had been working on. She could feel the darkness within her coiling, responding to her command, becoming sharper and more refined. There was a satisfaction in mastering it, knowing that her powers were growing.
You're learning quickly.
Jacqueline observed, her voice quiet but approving.
But the greatest challenge for a basilisk is not the mastering of power. It is resisting the pull of entropy. We are creatures of death and cold. It is easy to become a mere agent of those forces, rather than their master.
Stephanie smirked, amused by the solemnity in Jacqueline's words.
You once told me not to call you mother. I understand why, but I need to say this. I never had anything easy in my life. No one ever taught me anything without demanding a heavy price in return. But you've given me far more than I ever deserved. I think it's fair to say that you're the closest thing to a mother I've ever had.
Stephanie's words hung in the air as she stood up, her expression a mixture of gratitude and vulnerability. After a long pause, Stephanie cleared her throat, hesitating for a moment before speaking.
You're so serious, always talking about resisting entropy. I've noticed you're quite religious too. Why are you here in the tower if you have so much faith?
I learned from my twin sister that faith is not just about belief, it is about service. A person of faith accepts that they are a tool for higher purposes. We are where we are most needed, not where we choose to be. My sister never lost her faith, even when we were both turned into Nosferatu by our sire. She saw it as a calling, a mission.
Is your sister still alive?
Jacqueline looked away, the coldness in her eyes hardening even further.
No, she walks no more. The court destroyed her.
The coffin was more than just a bar. Its dark wood and heavy curtains offered a sanctuary for Dreadford's night dwellers. The jazz music that played softly in the background seemed almost to echo through the dimly lit room, underscoring the conversations between the few patrons who were gathered there. In a quiet corner of the bar, seated at a round table, were two figures. Obadiah, his sharp features barely visible in the shadows, watched the crowd with a patient gaze. Across from him sat Tom Bridges, whose size seemed to dwarf the small chair he was seated on. The large vampire leaned forward.
I love them, you know. My wife, my son. The hardest part was walking away knowing I wouldn't grow old with them.
Obadiah nodded, understanding all too well.
You made your choice. Now you need to move on, Tom. There's no going back once you've left the light.
Tom's massive shoulders shifted, as though the weight of his past clung to him still. But before he could reply, a shadow fell over their table.
Mind if we join you?
Virginia's voice cut through the quiet conversation. She stood with Isabella beside her, holding glasses of what appeared to be red wine. But Tom knew better. It wasn't wine. Virginia was tall, with an air of authority, her features obscured by the dim light. To the casual observer, she appeared as a statuesque woman of power and beauty, yet in reality, she was an Orlok, just like Tom. Isabella, on the other hand, was still wide-eyed and fresh to this new world. She sat close to Obadiah, her dark hair falling across her face as she observed the scene around her. Tom's gaze moved to the younger vampire, and he raised an eyebrow.
Is this the girl you've taken under your wing?
He asked, his voice gruff but with a hint of curiosity. Obadiah smiled faintly.
Isabella. She's still learning, but she'll find her place.
Virginia slipped into the chair next to Tom, her eyes studying him carefully. For a moment there was silence between them, the air heavy with unspoken tension. Tom, despite his monstrous size and appearance, had a knack for breaking through walls, both literal and figurative.
So, Virginia, you don't strike me as the kind to hang around small talk. What brings you to the table?
She shot him a glance, eyes narrowing slightly. She handed Obadiah and Tom each a glass full of the red beverage and took a sip from her own glass.
Small talk isn't my style, but you seem to enjoy it. Surprising for someone your size.
Tom chuckled softly.
Looks can be deceiving.
Is that so? I've heard about you, Tom Bridges. A gentle giant, they say. Hard times ahead for you. Nothing about being a Nosferatu is gentle.
He tilted his head slightly, as if considering her words, but then he smiled. A crooked but somehow charming smile.
I know how to be rough, when the situation demands.
Her eyes lingered on his crooked smile for a moment longer than necessary. She then turned to her glass and took a sip, and without looking at him, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, she said softly,
I'd like to see that sometime.
Obadiah cleared his throat, cutting through the tension, and turned to Tom.
Speaking of introductions, I've been meaning to ask, since Daniel's departure, the Midnight Fiends have an open spot, right? Isabella here is still learning the ropes, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind having someone from House Leviathan to watch your back. What do you say?
Tom leaned back in his chair, finally breaking eye contact with Virginia, and gave Isabella a cocky glance. She fidgeted slightly under his gaze but held her ground.
Is she ready for what's out there? She'll learn, but she needs a crew.
Obadiah nodded. After a moment of consideration, Tom exhaled through his nose and said,
It's fine by me, especially coming with your recommendation. But it's not just my call. I'll bring her with me to meet up with the others, see what they think. I appreciate that.
Tom offered a small, reassuring smile.
Might be good for us to have someone from House Leviathan. Opens up new opportunities for everyone.
I won't be a burden. I'll earn my place.
Isabella spoke.
Good. We'll see what you've got soon enough.
Tom nodded approvingly. The heavy wooden doors of Oliver's mansion creaked open, revealing a grand room bathed in the soft glow of chandelier light. The room was elegant, furnished with velvet drapes that framed the large oval table at the center. Around it sat the Midnight Fiends, the group Obadiah had spoken about to her: Oliver, Pamela, Julio, and Tom. Now, Isabella was here, stepping into a world she was still learning to navigate. She shifted nervously, feeling the weight of their gazes as she followed Tom to the table.
We've got a new face, guys. Isabella here is Obadiah's girl, and he's looking for her to join a crew. She's still new, but she's ready to learn. The question is, are you guys good with her joining the Fiends?
Oliver leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes locking onto Isabella.
Obadiah vouched for you, and we could use another member. But I need to hear your story. What brought you to us?
Isabella swallowed, a hard habit to let go now that she was dead. She didn't like being the center of attention, but this was necessary. She stood a little straighter, gathering her thoughts.
I was a cook. I opened a small restaurant near the docks. Nothing special, really. I didn't know about any of this. I didn't even know vampires existed.
She gestured vaguely to the room, encompassing not just the Fiends but the entire underworld she now found herself in, as they listened intently.
One night, I was walking home late and I ran into some trouble. A guy from the docks, someone who worked on the ships, started following me. He wouldn't leave me alone, and I didn't know what to do. That's when Obadiah appeared. He scared the guy away. I thought he was just another stranger passing by, but there was something different about him. He seemed otherworldly.
She smiled faintly, remembering that first encounter, and her voice softened as she spoke of Obadiah.
We kept running into each other after that. At first it felt like fate, but then I realized it was more. We were falling in love. We started dating. One night he told me the truth about the city, about vampires, the danger, and the opportunities.
Her eyes flickered to the others, gauging their reactions. Isabella paused for a moment, feeling the weight of what she was about to admit.
He told me that for us to be together, really together, I had to become one of you. And I accepted. I knew the life I was living wasn't enough. I wanted more. So I chose this.
A moment of silence followed her words, as the Fiends took it in. Isabella's eyes darted between them, trying to read their expressions.
We'll take it to a vote.
He turned first to Tom.
You brought her here. What's yours?
I've seen enough to know she's serious. She deserves a chance.
Pamela was next. She tilted her head, her sharp eyes never leaving Isabella's.
She's green, but something tells me she's got guts. I know a fighter when I see one.
Julio tapped his chin, his eyes narrowing as he inspected Isabella.
She'll need training, but the potential's there.
Finally, Oliver looked at Isabella again, his mind running some type of risk assessment analysis.
Nay. She seems too eager. Even impulsive. I don't like that. If she turned for love and excitement, her fire can burn the candle very quick.
Pamela and Tom erupted in protest, making Julio calmly lower his head with a smile, shaking it at how predictable his friends were. Isabella felt the room become very small, a disappointed look on her face. Oliver let his friends vent their frustration as his words hung in the air like a thick smoke. Finally, he raised his hand, asking for silence.
Since the vote must be unanimous, and it's not, you're in but on probation. Until you prove yourself, nothing is guaranteed. Understood?
Pamela crossed her arms, clearly unsatisfied with the deliberate suspense. Tom opened his mouth to say something, but closed it immediately. He understood now what his friend was doing. Julio continued to smile in silence, because he understood Oliver's angle from the start. He would give her a chance, but had a backup plan in case the Leviathan was too passionate. The businessman was clearly shaping up to be a good leader in Daniel's stead. Isabella, in her turn, nodded with relief washing over her.
Understood.
Oliver's expression softened just a little, but his voice took on a more serious tone as he continued.
Now that that's settled, there's something else.
He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, his gaze shifting to each member of the Fiends in turn.
Duchess Caroline of House Leviathan has reached out. We've got a situation. There's a circus in town, the Eternal Reverie. People are missing around there, leaving many to believe that there is a host of vampires there, and if it is true, they didn't announce themselves to the court, neither asked for permission to stay.
Pamela's eyes narrowed.
How many are missing?
Started with 2 disappearances, but the numbers have grown.
Julio leaned forward.
They've overstayed their welcome. What does the Duchess want us to do?
She wants proof. If they're breaking the laws of Dreadford, we must find out and deal with them.
Pamela cracked her knuckles, a predatory smile crossing her lips.
Sounds like a show to me.
After the meeting concluded, Pamela approached Julio on the way outside.
Julio, we need to talk.
What about?
Pamela motioned toward a quieter corner, away from the others. When they were alone, Pamela turned to face him, her voice lowering.
It's about Daniel.
We've already dealt with that. Daniel's expelled for a good reason, Pamela. You know that.
I'm not so sure. I spoke with him after what happened.
What are you talking about?
Pamela took a second, glancing to the side as if considering how to phrase her next words.
Daniel told me something strange. He said he feels this overwhelming compulsion to please DuPont, like something is controlling him.
For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them seemed to thicken. Julio's brow furrowed deeply as he digested her words.
I don't know for sure. But Daniel's not acting like himself. I saw it with my own eyes. Maybe we didn't help him by casting him out. Maybe there's more to this.
Julio ran a hand through his dark hair, the gears in his mind visibly turning.
Look, Daniel screwed up. But if there's any chance he's being manipulated, then we need to do something. We can't just leave him out there. Vulnerable.
Julio sighed, his expression softening just a fraction.
I will look into it, Pamela. Quietly. We can't afford distractions right now.
Pamela nodded, though the tension in her face didn't ease.
I get it. But don't wait too long, Julio. Something's off, and we might be too late if we don't act soon.
I won't wait, but we handle this carefully. No one else can know until we have more information.
Pamela gave him a grateful look before stepping back, her shoulders still tense.
Thanks, Julio.
The midnight fiends made their way by car to the outskirts of the city. Ahead, the faint silhouette of the Eternal Reverie Circus came into view, its once dazzling allure now twisted into something ominous under the pale light of the moon. They parked and approached the circus by foot. The lights that remained flickered weakly, casting distorted shadows that danced across the desolate grounds. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the faint rustle of wind through the trees and the distant hum of the city far behind them. Oliver was the first to step forward, his calm demeanor masking the tension in the air.
Keep your guard up. We don't know what we're walking into,
he warned in a low voice.
It's been abandoned for some time, but something's still here.
Julio agreed. Tom Bridges, towering over the others, adjusted his hat and shifted his massive frame as quietly as he could, keeping a protective eye on Isabella. The newest member of their group was visibly nervous, though she masked it well, her wide eyes flicking to the shadows, as if expecting something to jump out at any moment. The fiends moved closer, their steps measured and cautious. The circus grounds were deserted. As they walked, they passed by attractions that had clearly seen better days, weathered signs advertising grotesque spectacles. A twisted carousel stood still, its once vibrant horses now cracked and lifeless, their faces frozen in eerie, silent screams. Nearby, a broken Ferris wheel creaked ominously as it swayed slightly in the wind, its skeletal frame looming over the darkened fairgrounds like a forgotten relic. Julio's eyes locked onto the largest structure in the center of the circus, a massive crimson tent, its deep red fabric glowing faintly under the moonlight. It towered over everything else, its sheer size making it seem like a slumbering beast, waiting to awaken.
That is the main attraction,
he whispered. Pamela frowned, her eyes narrowing as she surveyed the scene. A scent of fresh blood captured her senses. With a look at each of his companions, she confirmed that they could also feel it.
Let's keep moving. We need to find where this is coming from,
Oliver said. The scent of blood grew stronger as Pamela led them to the source, venturing deeper into the grounds. It led them toward the edge of the circus, where a dilapidated haunted house attraction stood. The entrance, once adorned with gaudy lights, was now dark and foreboding. A sign that read, "Terrors of the Abyss," creaked in the wind.
Perfect. Just what we needed.
Pamela muttered sarcastically. Oliver stepped forward, his hand brushing against the door.
We'll go in through the back. No sense walking into a trap.
Tom took point and led the way around the side of the haunted house, moving quietly. The rest followed, their senses heightened. They found the back entrance, a small, nearly hidden door. Oliver motioned for Tom to open it. With a grunt, Tom twisted the handle and pushed it open with ease. The door creaked loudly, revealing a narrow, dimly lit corridor. The stench of rot and decay hit them immediately, the air inside thick and oppressive.
Well, this is inviting.
Pamela wrinkled her nose. One by one, they slipped inside, the darkness swallowing them as they entered the haunted house. The eerie silence that greeted them only heightened the sense of dread. As they moved through the narrow hallways, the fiend's eyes darted to every shadow, every flicker of movement. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and mildew, but beneath it all was the unmistakable coppery tang of fresh blood. Isabella, despite her nerves, kept close to Tom. Her vampiric instincts were on edge, and she felt a chill run down her spine as she caught the faintest hint of whispering, like voices coming from deep within the house.
Something's here. I can feel it.
Isabella's voice was barely a whisper. Tom's eyes flicked to Pamela, who was now crouched near the floor studying something.
Blood.
She said quietly, pointing to a small dried smear on the ground.
Not old either. Something or someone was dragged through here.
Whatever's inside this place, it's been feeding recently.
Oliver said. A deep silence fell over the group as they exchanged wary glances. The haunted house was no longer just a decaying attraction. It was a hunting ground, and the midnight fiends had just stepped into its jaws. Tom bent down to examine the blood smear.
What's the next step? Do we look for fingerprints?
He muttered, glancing at Pamela, but she crossed her arms, frowning.
Daniel was the one who knew how to do that. This would be a hell of a lot easier if he was here.
Julio's face tightened with irritation, and Oliver picked up on that.
Daniel always knew how to piece these things together. We're walking into something blind here, and we might be missing clues.
Pamela continued, her frustration bubbling up.
There's no time to dwell on the past. We've got to make do without him.
Just as Oliver finished speaking, a deep, monstrous sound echoed through the halls. It was low, guttural, and unmistakably inhuman. The fiend's eyes snapped to the source of the noise further inside the building.
Let's move,
Oliver said. The command was clear, but the tension was palpable. They advanced down a narrow corridor, stepping over broken animatronics that littered the floor. The mechanical figures, once meant to entertain, were now frozen in grotesque, unnatural poses. A clown with a broken jaw hung limply from a swing. A grinning skeleton with glowing eyes twitched slightly as they passed. An animatronic vampire with a pointed cape and fanged smile seemed to mock them as they walked by. The flickering lights overhead made shadows dance eerily along the walls, and every step seemed to drag them deeper into a nightmare.
Everything about this place, it's staged to hide something or to confuse.
Isabella whispered. They soon came upon a large open room, a central attraction. A rope bridge stretched across a dark, stagnant pool of water. Cages lined the walls, their bars rusted and bent. Most of the cages were empty, their doors hanging open, but one in particular caught their attention. A large sign above the cage read, Dagon, the monstrous creature of the Blood Lagoon. Inside the cage, a horrifying creature crouched over a severed human arm, munching at it with sharp, jagged teeth. Its body was grotesque, part man and part fish, with black slick scales that glistened under the dim light. Its limbs were unnaturally long, tipped with webbed, clawed hands, and its black eyes blinked slowly, filled with malice. Pamela's eyes widened in recognition.
That's a Dagon, an anathema. I've heard of these. They're created from vampires, stripped of their humanity by some kind of ancient curse from the tower. They're more Nephilim than anything else.
The fiends exchanged uneasy glances. This was far worse than they had anticipated. An anathema meant dark, forbidden magic, and likely deeper ties to the tower than they had realized.
We need to capture it. This is the proof we need.
Oliver said firmly. Tom stepped forward, drawing a stake from beneath his coat.
I'll handle it.
The others stayed back as Tom approached the cage cautiously, the Dagon's eyes tracking his every move. For a moment it stayed still, watching, its body hunched over like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Without warning, the Dagon lunged at the cage's bars with terrifying speed, its claws scraping against the metal. The bars buckled under the pressure, and before anyone could react, the creature had broken free, hurtling toward Tom with feral aggression. Tom barely had time to raise his arms in defense before the Dagon struck, its powerful limbs knocking him back with a force that sent him crashing into a nearby wall. The room erupted into chaos as the creature screeched, its voice a twisted, guttural roar that echoed through the haunted house.
A Dagon isn't just any monster. It is made from vampires of House Leviathan. Don't underestimate its strength.
You could have said this before.
The creature moved with unnatural speed, its webbed hands clawing through the air as it attacked. It slashed at Julio, who barely managed to dodge out of the way. He retaliated with his fire magic, but the monster jumped into the water, dodging his fire wave, then jumping back outside. The dark water followed the creature, spreading around the ground of the room, making the terrain slippery and treacherous. Oliver fired his shotgun, but the Dagon was too fast, dodging to the side with a snarl. Isabella darted in, her speed almost matching the creature's, but the Dagon was relentless, forcing her to back off with a series of vicious swipes. Tom, shaking off the impact, got to his feet and charged again, his overcoat billowing as he swung the stake toward the Dagon. It deflected the blow with a quick movement of its claws, knocking Tom aside once more, making him drop the stake.
The damn thing's strong.
Tom growled. Pamela circled around, trying to find an opening.
We need to bring it down now.
She warned before lunging against the monster. The creature dodged the movement of the woman and responded by biting her deeply. Isabella's eyes flicked to the stake on the floor. She knew its purpose because Obadiah had taught her well. In a flash, amid the chaos of the struggle, she dove for it with a burst of speed. With the stake in hands, she aimed at the creature's heart. She felt the scales resisting her attack, and the creature tried holding her arm to stop her from pushing the stake further. The Dagon's claws wounded her wrists, but Isabella called on the power of her vampiric blood and felt it burning inside her. The creature screeched, its body convulsing as the stake pierced its heart. For a moment, it flailed, trying to resist, but the damage had been done. The Dagon let out one last blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground, its body twitching violently before finally going still. The room fell into a tense silence as Tom put the creature on his shoulders, their unnecessary breaths heavy, their faces marked with relief and unease.
We need to get out of here. We need to expose whatever this circus is to the council.
Julio said, his voice strained as his eyes scanned the dark corners of the room. Oliver nodded, his eyes still fixed on the Dagon's staked form.
Everyone all right?
All eyes turned to Isabella. She cast a glance at the creature she had defeated. The Dagon's languid form limp on Tom's shoulder, kept inert by the stake piercing his heart. She felt a pain on her wrists, and for the first time she noticed she was very thirsty.
I think I need a little blood. I am feeling weak, but nothing I can't handle.
You did a great job.
As the Midnight Fiends moved swiftly away from the circus, their nerves were on edge, their minds still processing the battle they just survived. The chilling memory of the Dagon's screech lingered in the back of their thoughts as they reached the clearing where they parked.
Let's just get out of here before something else comes for us.
But before they could reach the car, there was a sudden violent screech of metal. Their car was wrenched upwards by an invisible force, crushed like paper in midair. It twisted, groaned, and fell to the ground in a heap of wreckage.
What the hell?
Oliver muttered, eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings. A slow, mocking clap echoed through the night, followed by the shuffle of footsteps. Emerging from the shadows near another car were 5 figures, each clad in grotesque costumes and Halloween masks. The Midnight Fiends stood in cold awe as they recognized their old enemies.
Look what we've got here.
Wade's voice rumbled through his mask.
Surprised to see us? Thought you sent us away for good? Guess we're harder to kill than you thought.
Javier laughed darkly, his voice laced with venomous glee. Julio clenched his fists, his muscles tensing with anger.
We put you in prison. You should be rotting there.
Should, being the key word.
Stephanie agreed, her voice dripping with mockery.
But we found a way out, got ourselves a new gig, and a new friend.
Her gaze shifted toward a 5th new companion. Stepping forward, the cloaked figure tilted her head, her mask resembling a twisted, lifeless doll's face.
Name's the Sculptress. Pleased to finally meet you all, Midnight Fiends. I've heard so much about you.
She said, her voice soft but filled with menace. Oliver took a step forward.
You were 4 before. Now you're 5. Who's desperate enough to team up with you freaks?
You'll find out soon enough.
Javier chuckled. The tension was thick in the air, the fiends on one side, their foes on the other, both groups staring each other down, waiting for the first move. The speed demon took a step forward.
Are you ready for round 2? 'Cause we've been waiting for this rematch. Soon enough, the city will know that the Midnight Fiends were destroyed by the Carrion Eaters.
The Sunrise security compound loomed against the night sky. The Carrion Eaters waited in the biting chill of the yard, tense with anticipation. Their reason to be here constantly brought back into their minds the sting of their defeat against the Midnight Fiends. They stood silent, each lost in their own thoughts, an assembly of shadowed figures eager to reclaim their pride. Elsa York's heels clicked against the concrete as she strode toward them. In a crisp black suit that accentuated her imposing presence, the CEO of Sunrise greeted the Carrion Eaters with a polished and faintly amused expression.
Well then, I trust you're all rested and prepared for the encore.
We are more than ready, Miss York.
Wade answered back, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his readiness for action. Without further words, Elsa motioned for them to follow. She led them to a sleek, obsidian-colored car parked beneath the compound's floodlights. Its dark surface gleamed almost predatory. It looked more like a weapon than a vehicle, reinforced steel plating, custom engine enhancements, and a sleek design engineered for maximum speed and endurance. Leon's smirk faltered, replaced by something akin to reverence, as he ran his hand along the car's hood.
Never thought I'd see something with these specs outside a dream.
Consider it your chariot to vengeance, Mr. Driver.
The businesswoman moved to the car's trunk and lifted it to reveal an impressive weapons cache nestled within. Shotguns with armor-piercing, explosive and dragon's breath rounds, sets of reinforced armor and combat gear to withstand anything a small combat force could throw at them. The Carrion Eaters stared, impressed, but Javier couldn't resist. He snickered, giving Elsa a lazy, mocking glance.
Look at you, the money girl. Playing soldier. Cute. I figure you just, sign the checks.
Elsa paused, her smile fading into something colder.
Money, Mr. Chavez, is like pure gold. Soft, malleable, weak. Alone it means nothing. It is only when combined with other harder metals that it becomes truly resilient and useful. I'm not funding this fight merely for the thrill. I'm going to guarantee that the tower will annihilate the King's Court and reign over Dreadford forever.
A low mechanical hum broke the tension. A dark figure stepped from the shadows, the unsettling blankness of her doll-like mask catching the light. She stood still, haunting and composed, with an almost spectral presence.
This is a sculptress. The preacher has sent her as the final addition to your little project. She'll be joining your crew,
Elsa said. The Carrion Eaters exchanged wary glances. The sculptress inclined her head, a gesture that might have been courteous if not for the unsettling blankness of her mask.
The Midnight Fiends have been sighted near the circus grounds on the outskirts of Dreadford,
the sculptress said, her voice carefully devoid of inflection and distorted by a modulator with an unnerving metallic lilt.
Guess we'll see what you bring to the table.
Remember, the tower's plans go beyond simple vengeance. We need captives, not ashes,
Elsa said. With a final nod, she turned away, leaving the Carrion Eaters as they loaded their gear and settled into the car. The compound's gates opened, and the engine roared to life, purring with lethal promise. The clearing was bathed in the faint moonlight. Far behind, the massive circus tent stood as a threatening reminder of the danger the midnight fiends had just escaped from. Tom moved back a few steps and set down the staked Dagon they had captured in the eternal reverie. Tom's hands flexed, his stance brimming with anticipation, as he straightened and prepared himself for what was to come as he faced the carrion eaters. Each side waited for the other to make the first move. Oliver took a step forward. His calm gaze quickly swept over the midnight fiends.
Last chance to retreat,
he said to the carrion eaters in challenge. With that, a ripple of movement ran through both groups. Muscles tensed, fingers twitched, and eyes sharpened with focus. Then, as if by a shared signal, both sides exploded into action, surging toward one another in a fierce clash of power and speed. Oliver immediately felt the dragon's power stirring inside him, clawing to be unleashed. The Nephilim within, that lurked just beneath. It was scary to rely on it. What might it demand?
This time, we fighting one-on-one, Dragon Boy.
Javier taunted, raising his arms with a casual menace that belied the raw power he wielded. Oliver drew his shotgun, but before he could shoot, the weapon was lifted from his hands and thrown away.
Come on, man. I want to crush you while you're trying your best,
Javier said. Oliver realized he no longer had the luxury of restraint. With a guttural roar, he embraced his demonic form, feeling his body twist and expand. In an instant, Oliver's form had shifted into something monstrous, a draconic figure standing against the night with the fury of an ancient beast. Javier's lips curled with dark delight.
That's more like it.
With a call from his psychic powers, a jagged piece of metal lifted from the ground, levitating just above his palm. He flicked his wrist immediately, flinging it. Oliver lunged, claws outstretched, as the metal darted past his shoulder, grazing his scales. He charged forward, sweeping his arm in a wide arc, but Javier sidestepped, his movements fluid and controlled. With a mental effort, the Morrigan sent shards of glass, twisted metal, and large scraps of debris from the recent car wreck spiraling towards Oliver in a deadly cloud. A brutal exchange began, Oliver's massive claws tearing through the debris as Javier sent it hurling toward him in a relentless barrage. A knife slashed across Oliver's arm, and then another nicked his jaw, drawing a hiss from him. But he pressed forward, his draconic fury unyielding, ripping through the wreckage as he fought his way closer.
Is that all, Oliver? For a dragon, you're looking a bit way down.
Javier laughed, exhilarated. Tom and Wade had faced each other before. Both men knew the other could be a serious threat. Tom glowered, his fists clenched, each muscle wound tight with tension. Wade, leaner and quicker, met him with a cold, calculating stare, studying his opponent. Both Nosferatu clashed, fists and elbows meeting with the sound of flesh striking flesh. Wade was lightning fast, weaving and ducking, while Tom's powerful strikes were methodical, like a sledgehammer swinging in wide arcs. With each bout, they seemed more evenly matched. As they grappled, Tom's voice broke through the grunts and the sound of fists hitting bone.
Have you figured out who killed your father?
Tom taunted, his tone almost sympathetic, though his fists showed no mercy. Wade sneered, sidestepping a heavy blow.
I found something else. You'll never be a father again, Tom. You don't have a life to return to. They've moved on, your family. Another man holds them now. They've forgotten you.
The words hit like a punch to Tom's gut. For a second he faltered, his mind flashing to the faces he'd once known and loved. Wade saw the opening and pounced, delivering a brutal, rapid combination of blows, each one calculated to wear Tom down, to punish him.
How does it feel? To know your family doesn't need you. Or even worse, to know that they need you but you cannot be there for them. That someone else has taken your place as father and husband.
Pamela circled Stephanie with the confidence of a predator, certain of its prey. Her gaze was fierce, her lips twisted in a smirk that conveyed equal parts amusement and disdain.
Back for more, Stephanie? I thought I'd beaten you well enough last time.
She taunted, her voice a low, mocking growl. But Stephanie, her face calm and unflinching, merely raised her weapon, a shadow-forged blade, newly crafted and shimmering with dark energy. This time, she looked different. Her stance was poised, her eyes cold. Whatever fears or hesitations had once plagued her seemed gone. Pamela lunged, throwing herself at Stephanie with brutality. Her fists were blurs of motion, each punch cracking the air. Yet Stephanie remained steady, calmly sidestepping each attack. Her shadow-forged sword met Pamela's blows with quick, calculated precision, deflecting and countering every strike. Pamela absorbed the hits at first, her supernatural endurance dulling the pain, allowing her to push through. But with each exchange, Stephanie's strikes seemed to grow in force, the dark energy pulsing with intensity. Pamela hissed, frustration boiling over.
Is that all you've got, little girl?
She spat, launching herself again, her movements feral and wild. But this time, as she moved in, Stephanie's free hand twisted in the air, summoning a shield of shadows that rose between them, a dense, impenetrable barrier. Pamela's fists crashed against it, her blows shuddering through the clearing. But the shield absorbed each impact without so much as a crack. Pamela's sneer faltered as she pummeled the shield again, her knuckles aching against the barrier that refused to yield.
Tired already?
Stephanie asked quietly, her tone icy. Isabella squared off against Leon, her body tense with exhaustion and thirst burning at her core. Her wrist throbbed, still smarting from her earlier battle with the Dagon, but she refused to let it show. Leon, quick and cocky, darted around her like a wraith. He grinned as he closed in, clearly relishing his advantage in speed.
You're looking a bit slow there.
He taunted, slipping just out of her reach, a blur in the dim moonlight. Isabella narrowed her eyes, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a response. She tapped into every ounce of her Leviathan training, drawing on every trick Obadiah had taught her. He had trained her briefly on how to fight against faster vampires. With her vampiric speed and fighting knowledge, she managed to anticipate his strikes, countering with swift, calculated movements that forced him to constantly adjust. The fight became a furious, mesmerizing dance, both of them twisting and lunging, dodging and striking. Leon's attacks were sharp and sudden, designed to keep her off balance, while Isabella's counters were fueled by fierce determination, her every movement a testament to her fighting spirit. She was tired, low on blood, yet each time he thought he had her cornered, she defied him, slipping just out of reach, pushing him to dig deeper. Julio squared off against the sculptress. He could sense the weight of her magic, a commanding power that filled the air around her like a dark fog. He was not used to fighting against other blood mages. His soul filled with unease as he took in her doll-like mask and the eerie calm she projected. Her cloaked face gave nothing away, yet somehow the familiarity of her presence gnawed at him. In a swift movement, he summoned flames from his hands, a blaze flickering to life. With a sweeping gesture, he hurled the fire at her, only to watch as she raised her hand, forming a wall of solid earth that smothered his attack with ease. The flames fizzled against the barrier, leaving him momentarily stunned. The sculptress tilted her head.
Oh, Julio, so eager to strike without patience? You've always been impulsive.
She mocked, her words wrapped in a cold, haunting familiarity. Gritting his teeth, Julio shifted tactics. He summoned a powerful gust of wind that easily bypassed the barrier of earth. But with a fluid motion, she conjured a torrent of water, twisting it around her to form a bubble. The air attack dispersed as it hit the bubble. With a gesture, she countered, using the water around her as a whipping current to strike Julio like a blade, forcing him to sidestep to avoid her attack by an inch.
And you're always so flashy, spreading yourself thin instead of learning to mold yourself to your surroundings.
She continued, amusement tinged with disdain. Each movement of hers was calculated, as if she knew every spell he would throw at her. A wave of dread settled over him as he pressed forward, trying to gain an edge, but her counters were swift, practiced. She was reading him, his style, his weaknesses. She was not simply powerful, she knew him.
You are nothing but a coward hiding behind a mask,
he said, his voice edged with defiance, disguising his hesitation. Suddenly her hands sank into the earth and Julio felt the ground tremble. The soil split, and a massive earthen construct began to rise, towering over him with a hulking form. It was rough, yet radiated raw strength. The creature lurched forward, each step a heavy, resonating thud as it bore down on him. Julio summoned a blaze, sending tendrils of fire to engulf the lumbering giant, but she swiftly doused his flames with a rush of water. His frustration mounted as he tried to evade the construct's swinging arms, their force enough to splinter trees. Desperation tightened his movements as he drew on every ounce of his blood magic, filling the air with swirling wind and fire, hoping to break through her defenses. He conjured a shield to protect himself each time the magical construct attacked. The sculptress only watched, bemused, letting him exhaust himself in a frenzy of spells. When his energies began to flag, she took a step forward, closing the distance between them with unerring calm.
Why are you doing this?
Julio asked, voice ragged, desperation leaking into his tone.
To save you,
she said in a loving tone. With a silent command, the construct stopped, and the sculptress reached up, slipping her fingers beneath the edge of the mask. As she removed it, the familiar face beneath was revealed, leaving Julio paralyzed with shock. Oliver swatted through the projectiles, shattering some and deflecting others, his massive arms shielding him as he pushed through the onslaught. He lunged at Javier, slashing through the air, but the Morrigan dodged with a preternatural ease, his grin only widening. Javier's telekinesis intensified, whipping the debris into a cyclone around Oliver, trapping him within a whirlwind of jagged metal and shattered glass. Oliver roared, his draconic fury building as he strained against the telekinetic force. He managed to push through for a moment, one swipe of his massive claw almost catching Javier's side. But the Morrigan quickly retaliated. He hurled a length of steel straight at Oliver, sending it rocketing toward him with the force of a missile. It struck Oliver square in the chest, knocking him back a few paces as he roared in frustration. The draconic might within him surged with a new burst of force, but he was slammed back into the cyclone.
Not so tough now, huh?
Javier jeered while he used his power with reckless abandon, twisting steel into missiles and sending them flying with deadly force. Each strike like a hammer blow, emboldened by his newfound strength, Javier grew manic, unhinged by the power at his fingertips. There were no headaches this time, no strain, only an unbroken flow of raw, devastating energy. Each telekinetic attack grew stronger, faster, battering Oliver from all sides, until he faltered, forced to his knees under the weight of Javier's relentless assault. With one final crushing telekinetic strike, Javier sent Oliver crashing into the ground, the monstrous draconic form battered and spent. A smug grin spread across Javier's face, marking the amusement of having brought a dragon down. As he stood over his fallen opponent, the thrill of victory ignited his spirit as Oliver's unconscious body returned to human form. Tom's grip on himself weakened, Wade's words burrowing under his skin. His strikes became sloppier, each swing leaving him open to Wade's attacks, every missed punch fueling Wade's relentless counterstrikes. Wade landed a savage hit to Tom's jaw, knocking him back, his own confidence growing with each of Tom's stumbles. But then Tom's gaze hardened. He drew himself up and leaned in close enough that Wade could hear the low, dark whisper.
You think I'm your enemy, but your real enemy is standing at your side.
Wade's eyes narrowed.
What are you talking about?
Tom nodded toward Stephanie, still locked in her own vicious fight against Pamela.
It was her boyfriend. He killed your father. He did it on Don Vittorio's orders, and she knew it all along.
Wade's face shifted, the pieces falling into place as he followed Tom's gaze. The realization flickered through his eyes, confirming the suspicions he'd buried deep. A dark rage simmered beneath the surface, but Wade pushed it down, tucking the revelation away. His gaze returned to Tom, cold but with a hint of gratitude, the words slipping through clenched teeth.
Thank you.
Then, without hesitation, Wade delivered a punishing blow to Tom's ribs, a strike so powerful it cracked bone. Tom felt his chest shudder under the impact, and with one final groan, he sank to his knees, brought down by both the physical blow and the crushing weight of Wade's words. A snarl escaped Pamela as she pulled back, feigning retreat before surging forward with her hands extended, aiming to rip the weapon from Stephanie's grasp. She committed fully, her weight pushing forward, expecting her usual overpowering ferocity to overwhelm her opponent. But Stephanie was ready, shifting with precise control. In one swift move, her shadow-forged sword elongated and morphed, twisting into a monstrous two-handed weapon. Pamela barely had time to react before the blade came down with brutal force. The strike connected with her skull, a sickening crack echoing as the shadow-forged blade splintered on impact, its pieces shattering against Pamela's head and sending her stumbling backward, reeling from the shock. Spots blurred her vision, but Stephanie gave her no time to recover. From the darkness, Stephanie summoned an axe, its blade sharpened to an otherworldly edge. Without hesitation, she swung, the weapon cleaving through the air with deadly precision. Pamela grunted as the first blow struck her shoulder, her supernatural resistance barely holding against the force. The second swing cracked against her ribs, her body lurching with the impact. With a final, devastating strike, the axe broke against Pamela's side, shattering upon contact. But it was enough. Pamela's form wavered, her strength draining as she sank to her knees, dazed. Her fierce gaze dulled, and with one last unsteady sigh, she slumped forward, her body hitting the ground. The vicious warrior was still, languid by Stephanie's hands. Leon's speed was relentless. Like a storm, Isabella couldn't quite escape. He slipped behind her, aiming a quick strike at her back, and though she spun around to block, her injured wrist buckled, sending a jolt of pain through her arm. She faltered for a fraction of a second, and that was all Leon needed. In one fluid motion, he lunged forward, the knife in his hand poised with deadly precision. Isabella saw it coming, her instinct screaming to dodge, but her body, drained, fatigued, couldn't move fast enough. She locked eyes with Leon in that fleeting moment, her defiance unwavering even as he drove the knife into her chest. The world dimmed as the cold steel pierced her heart, freezing her in place. Leon stepped back, watching as her form stiffened, her face a mask of fierce resolve, even languid.
Christina,
Julio whispered, barely able to believe his own eyes. She smiled, a bittersweet expression.
Yes, my love.
She replied softly, holding his gaze as she shaped an earthen stake with a twist of her hand. She stepped closer, her expression tinged with a chilling tenderness.
Ready to go home?
Julio's relief at seeing Christina alive burned brightly, but it was quickly shadowed by a sense of dread as her words took root. She stood before him, unchanged yet utterly transformed, like a phantom who had clawed her way back from oblivion only to become something unrecognizable.
Christina, you are alive. But why are you here with them? The tower, it's a nest of violence and bloodlust. You don't have to do this. Come with me,
he said, his voice trembling between disbelief and hope, a plea threading through his words. She shook her head, her smile colder now, her gaze unwavering.
Julio, I've seen enough of the court's games to know I want no part of them. And what about you?
Her eyes gleamed with something darker, a quiet bitterness he had never seen in her before.
Still caught up in the vampiric politics? The endless loyalty to House Ashkari, bending to the whims of the king and his court?
Christina, I did what I had to do to give you a chance. I wanted to save you. But the tower, it's poison. They'll use you. You don't know what they're capable of.
He took a step closer, hands reaching as if to grasp onto something solid in this unraveling nightmare.
Oh, Julio, I know exactly what's coming. I chose this. I'm not some naive girl playing at heroism. They are preparing, Julio. There's a reckoning coming, a storm that will tear through everything.
Julio felt the weight of her words settle into his bones, the quiet resolve that had taken root within her, a stark reminder to the woman he once knew.
Oh, so that's it? You're going to unleash this storm of them? Let the tower consume everything in its path?
Enough, Julio.
A strange music echoed from the darkness, cutting her off. The haunting sound rolled through the clearing.
What a show, everybody!
Boomed a figure stepping into the half-light. Pagliacci, his laughter, high and mocking, reverberated through the clearing as he took center stage, his dark eyes gleaming with deranged excitement. Behind him, other vampires of the circus emerged, each one garbed in a grotesque costume, eyes alight with predatory intent. On one side, a towering vampire held a chainsaw, revving it with a terrifying growl that harmonized with the rising tension. Two trapeze artists swung down from unseen perches in the trees, their movements impossibly graceful, almost supernatural as they twirled with lithe precision. A cloaked enchantress waved her hands, the shadows themselves swirling at her command, weaving dark tendrils that writhed and pulsed like living things. Blades spun through the air from a juggler who was juggling enchanted knives, each one glinting with a deadly edge as they flickered in and out of the light, aimed ominously in the direction of the carrion eaters. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster held monstrous animals at bay, creatures whose eyes glowed and fangs bared in primal hunger. A vampire of short stature, wearing a midget's costume and flashing a devious, sharp-toothed grin, strutted forward with sinister delight. As they all formed a semicircle around the carrion eaters, their eyes gleamed, anticipating the mayhem to come. Pagliacci tilted his head, an unnerving, slow movement.
And now
now for the grand finale!
He cackled, his laughter growing louder, laced with a cruel mockery.
Let's dance. The dance of death.
His hands flared open, gesturing to the Dagon still staked to the ground. A wolfman approached and pulled the stake from the Dagon's chest. With a guttural snarl, the beast awoke, joining the ranks of the circus crew. Before any of them could react, the circus struck like a storm unleashed. The vampires sprang forth with a ruthless fury. Pagliacci's sinister laugh echoed as he launched himself into the fray, claws extended and deadly as he bore down on the carrion eaters. The vampire's chainsaw roared as he swung it with lethal precision. The trapeze artists somersaulted through the air, landing with cat-like agility as they struck and vanished, their movements impossible to track. Javier attempted to dodge Pagliacci's vicious assault, but the clown was unrelenting, his supernatural agility and ferocity unmatched. With a swipe of his claws, Pagliacci caught Javier across the chest, sending him staggering back, and with a bite from elongated sharp teeth, he left Javier motionless and languid. Stephanie was attacked by the vampire with the chainsaw with a brutal swing. She tried to block the incoming strikes, but with each swing her defenses weakened. Finally, the chainsaw ripped through her weapon and drove into her shoulder. She let out a gasp and the vampire hit her with his fists, knocking her out. Wade, still on edge after his battle with Tom, caught sight of two trapeze artists who darted around him like shadows. They struck with precision, their supernatural speed making them nearly impossible to counter. Wade swung in frustration, his strikes meeting empty air as they dodged and taunted him. One artist landed a brutal strike against his ribs, and the other kicked the back of his knees, forcing him to kneel. Before he could rise, a swift blow to the back of his neck left him slumped forward, as he was sent into a languid state. Cristina, in the midst of her confrontation with Julio, barely had time to react as the Beastmaster's creatures descended on her. She turned, casting a deadly glare at her attackers, but the snarling creatures were relentless. Claws and fangs tore into her, each beast striking with predatory instinct. She managed to deflect the first wave her earth construct hit some beasts that were approaching her, sending the creatures reeling. But a second wave of beasts lunged, catching her arm with its fangs and yanking her down. The creatures pressed forward, overwhelming her as she struggled against their weight. Her strength faltered, and with a final furious glare she fell languid, her body motionless beneath the snarling pack. Julio tried to summon a wall of fire, aiming to drive the beasts away from Cristina, but he staggered as a blade embedded itself in his side, his blood seeping from the wound. The enchantress stepped forward, weaving a spell of dark shadows that coiled around Julio's limbs, pinning him in place. His gaze met Cristina's, her face a cryptic mask, as he felt the shadows tighten, drawing him down into the darkness. His last breath was spent on a whispered plea, before he too fell languid, leaving only silence in the wake of the circus's brutal efficiency. Leon, watching his crew succumb to the onslaught, made a split-second decision. The car they had come in was just a few yards away. He ducked, dodging the wolfman's attempt to grab him. He bobbed and weaved past the Dagon and sprinted toward the vehicle, his feet pounding against the earth. He dove into the car, slamming the door shut, just as a burst of knives hit the rear windshield. Leon started the engine, tires screeching as he sped into the night, the circus vampires trailing him momentarily before vanishing back into the shadows. He glanced in the rearview mirror. He caught a final glimpse of the clearing, the twisted figures of the circus descending upon his allies, each of them crumpled and lifeless on the ground. He clenched the steering wheel, the shock coursing through him. Wasn't the circus allied with the tower? Does this mean the circus is betraying the tower, or is tower betraying the carrion eaters? Leon drove away, his mind racing. No, Oppenheimer had freed them from Deadman's prison. The Archons are not betraying his crew. But how could he show his face to them and ask for another rescue operation? He had to solve this by himself. He needed to prove he was worth the blood he spills. There was one person who might help, who was missing from the fight tonight, the one who had been kicked out of the Midnight Fiends but might still care for them, the one who could possibly provide answers in this twisted mess. Leon gritted his teeth only thinking of it and steered the car with purpose. He was going to ask for the help of the last person in this rotten city who would give it to him, Daniel Reed. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, where the scent of sin lingered in the air, Daniel Reed stared blankly out the window, his gaze unfocused as the sounds of the city below crawled through the thin panes of glass, muffled by the night. The lights outside Daniel's office cast harsh shadows across the room, distorting the thin haze of smoke drifting from his cigarette. Another night gone by in this city of shadows and secrets, where despite the victories, the darkness always seemed to linger, like a stain that won't come out.
Here I am, a man forged in the fires of adversity, hardened by years of seeing the worst that humanity and the inhuman has to offer. And yet, despite it all, there's a part of me that can't help but wonder if things could have been different. If I had taken a different path, made different choices, would I still be sitting here, drowning my sorrows in smoke and regret?
He took another drag. Nothing. It was hollow and empty, only a futile attempt to feel alive. He hated being a vampire, a living dead. Most of them were monsters and proud of it. But he had met some that were trying their best to do what is right. He missed his time with the Midnight Fiends. The short while they spent together was the highlight of his existence as a Nosferatu. A knock broke his trance, a sharp rap that echoed through the silence of the room.
It's open.
The door creaked open, and she stepped in. Yelena. The first thing he noticed was her scent, something exotic, dangerous. She moved with a sway in her step, each stride deliberate. Her eyes met his with a glint of amusement, as if she knew more about him than he wanted her to. She lingered by the doorway, her red lips curving into a smirk.
What brings you to my office?
Business.
She replied with a hint of a laugh, her gaze not leaving his. She moved closer until she was standing near his desk. He noted the way she looked at him, like a predator sizing up prey.
You're not from around here, are you?
She asked, her voice smooth, almost mocking. He leaned back, folding his arms.
Is it that obvious?
Just a bit.
She ran a finger over the back of the chair in front of his desk, letting it hover before pulling it out and sitting down with elegance, crossing one leg over the other.
It always seems to me like you're mixed up in something big.
His tone sharpened. She raised an eyebrow, a smile flickering at the edge of her mouth.
What makes you say that?
Call it a hunch, call it intuition. Either way, I've got a feeling you're trouble.
She chuckled softly, the sound almost mocking.
You've got me all wrong, detective. I'm just a woman trying to make her way in the world.
Somehow I doubt that.
She leaned in, her gaze intense.
Tell me, detective, do you always trust your instincts?
Only when they tell me to stay away from dames like you.
Shame. You might be missing out on all the fun.
She smirked. He considered her words, but there was something else, a glint of curiosity he couldn't entirely hide. Something in her look told him she saw it too. Her eyes softened, but her expression held a trace of intensity.
So, I've heard you're not exactly in the best of company these days.
She tilted her head, watching his reaction.
You do know that Pierre Dupont has a certain influence over you.
Daniel looked away, suddenly unwilling to meet her gaze.
I know. Enough.
He said, his voice barely above a murmur. She nodded, a knowing look crossing her face.
I can see it in you. The doubt, the way you will wavers whenever he's near. Do you understand what's happening?
Daniel hesitated, a shadow crossing his face.
Not entirely.
Then, I wish to tell you a story. It might help you to understand why you feel the way you do.
Daniel frowned, but he couldn't resist the pull in her voice. She wasn't here just to talk. She carried a truth that tugged at something inside him. In her gaze, he saw something he'd missed for so long.
All right,
he said finally, his tone resigned but curious.
Tell me your story.
The dim light in Daniel's office appeared to grow softer as Yelena's voice filled the space, her words weaving a world far removed from the grime and steel of the city. She began slowly, as if drawing back layers of dust from an ancient relic, her gaze distant as she painted the image of a river under starlit skies, where civilizations rose and fell beneath the quiet witness of the Euphrates.
Before she was a legend, Ishtar was a priestess, whose beauty could freeze men's hearts or set them ablaze. Her voice held the magic even mages feared. In her youth, she was blessed by mortals and envied by the divine. She did not ask for gifts, but they were given to her by those desperate to be in her favor to earn her smile.
Yelena paused, as if seeing the priestess in her mind's eye.
There is an old myth about her. One night, she walked to the edge of the sacred grove, where an ancient tree bore a single fruit unlike any other. She plucked it and took a bite. It is said that in tasting that fruit, she stole a fragment of the knowledge held by the gods themselves. It was this act that first drew the gaze of the immortals. For a while Ishtar possessed beauty. It was her hunger for something beyond human limitations that set her apart.
Daniel could almost feel the sand of that distant land shifting beneath his feet. Yelena continued, her voice dropping to a whisper, laced with awe and caution.
One night, Tiamat herself, the first Nosferatu, came to Ishtar. The queen of monsters saw in her kindred spirit. Tiamat offered her something no mortal would refuse. A taste of true immortality, a beauty that would never fade, power that would defy the limits of the flesh. But there was a price. In exchange for eternal life, Ishtar would become Tiamat's vassal, her loyal acolyte in the war against those who ruled over the land. The mages posing as gods. Ishtar was no fool, and didn't refuse. Tiamat directed her to seek out a creature of great power, a Nephilim known as the Eagle. To consume this being would be her final rite of transformation. It is said she ventured in the Darklands to find it, a journey that took her to the edge of death and beyond. What passed between them is shrouded in myth. But when she returned, she was no longer human.
Daniel listened in silence, captivated, as Yelena described Ishtar's return to her city, transformed into a creature of the night.
Her once potent beauty was now in unholy radiance, amplified beyond mortal comprehension. Her voice, which had always been enchanting, became irresistible, capable of bending even the strongest will. And her power did not stop there. She quickly discovered something new, a dark practice we call the sanguine fealty. Through her blood, Ishtar could bind others to her will. It wasn't just words or charm. It was deeper. She drank from her followers, and in return, she gave them her own blood, binding them to her in a way no human could resist. The mortals worshipped her, calling her goddess. Her influence seeped into every corner of the land, commanding loyalty that transcended reason.
Daniel's gaze narrowed as he began to understand the nature of this power.
Sanguine fealty. Vampires using it to influence others is not so rare, is it?
He asked, more to himself than to Yelena. She nodded.
To control through blood, Ishtar perfected it. She built an empire, commanding legions of followers who worshipped her with undying devotion. When Tiamat finally rallied the Nosferatu to destroy the mages, Ishtar was at her side. In battle, she was as fierce as she was graceful, leading her forces against those who dared defy the will of the Nosferatu. What followed was their golden age. The Nosferatu ruled over the night, and their word was law. They were the gods and goddesses after the mages fell, creating an age of dark beauty and fear. But like all ages, it couldn't last forever. The tower they built, their seat of power, crumbled. And just like that, Ishtar, along with the other founders, disappeared after the Tower of Babel.
Daniel sat back, absorbing it all. Her words filled him with a strange mix of awe and dread. To imagine a world shaped by creatures like Ishtar, bound by power and blood, was unsettling in ways he hadn't anticipated.
Ishtar's legacy did not end with her disappearance. She left behind 4 children, each possessing a fragment of her power. They were known by titles more than names, and their gifts shaped our house as it is today. The demagogue, whose voice could sway nations. His words alone could bend people's minds, stoking their emotions and driving them to action. The muse, who wielded a beauty that was almost painful. She could mesmerize with a glance, ensnaring mortals and vampires alike. The architect, a visionary who could shape stone and build the foundations to empires with his hands. He was the mind behind the Tower of Babel. And the enchantress, who delved into magic. She crafted spells, illusions, and words that could baffle even the most skilled Nosferatu. Here in Dreadfort, we are descended from the muse.
Daniel glanced down, a faint smirk touching his lips.
I guess I can see some resemblance in you.
Yelena chuckled, brushing a stray strand of hair back.
Flattery will get you nowhere, detective. But yes, I suppose we all carry a piece of her, in one way or another.
Daniel's eyes narrowed.
So the seductive power, the mind games, it all comes from these 4?
Yelena nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on him.
Ishtar created them to carry on her will. Together, they laid the foundation of what we are. But their lives were probably just as tragic and dark as any vampire's fate.
And you, Yelena, where do you fit into all this? Why are you here telling me this story?
Yelena's eyes softened as she met his gaze.
Because, Daniel, I thought it was time you knew where you came from. The long story of the blood that runs in your veins. And well...
She hesitated, a vulnerability flashing across her face.
I thought you should know that you are not alone in this.
I always thought I was just another lost soul trying to get by in the dark.
We are all lost souls, Daniel. That's why we find each other. My crew, the Ebony Dagger, was formed for that very reason. To find others, to share the eternal night.
Guess it's good to have company in the darkness.
Daniel once again remembered the Midnight Fiends and Pamela. Yelena continued the tale. She recounted the ancient days when House Ishtar was at the peak of its power in Rome. He could practically see the grand feasts, the shadowy chambers lit by flickering torches, and the sensual decadence of the Roman Empire. And at the center of it all was the enigmatic leader of House Ishtar, known now only as Strix, a figure as alluring as she was ruthless.
She was unlike anyone Rome had ever seen. A witch, a mystic, an empress in her own right. It was said that her influence drove Rome's emperors mad. But it wasn't just her beauty, Daniel. She possessed something far darker. A cunning and power that could turn men to her will.
And she used that power, didn't she? Twisting people, bending them all for her own gain?
Daniel asked. Yelena nodded.
Exactly. For a blend of seduction, blood magic and manipulation, she became Rome's shadow ruler. She commanded a web of influence stretching across the city, controlling senators, generals, and even the emperors themselves. It was said her sway over Claudius was so complete that she practically ran his court.
Sounds almost like she was Rome's true ruler,
Daniel observed.
She was, in every way that mattered. Rome became her playground, and she fattened it greedily, indulging in all it offered. And she used the power of her blood fealty to bind her most powerful followers to her, creating a loyalty so profound that they would die or kill for her without hesitation.
But how did it all fall apart? With that kind of power, how did she lose everything?
Yelena's gaze darkened.
Rome was as unforgiving as it was indulgent. The moment Strix's ambition became too obvious, her enemies gathered in the shadows. The emperors she manipulated, The nobles she twisted to her will, they grew resentful. Eventually, Strix was overthrown in a bloody coup. She was destroyed, her power shattered. House Ishtar transformed into House Strix, a name chosen to honor her and to embody the seductive, dark power that defined her rule. Our house embraced that legacy ever since. House Strix has always seen the Roman era as its apex, our golden age.
Daniel leaned back, a wry smile on his face.
So, let me get this straight. Your house, our house, reveres a seductress turned witch empress who manipulated emperors, created blood slaves, and met a dramatic downfall?
Yelena nodded, watching him with a faint smile.
That's precisely it. Strix was the embodiment of the house's ideals, for better or worse. And that's why we remember her not only as the figure of power, but as a warning. Power and desire can consume just as easily as they can elevate. House Strix has carried her memory forward because she represents something deep within us, a reminder of what we can achieve and what we risk losing.
Daniel tapped a finger against his chin, considering.
It's unsettling, knowing that vampires today still use that same power to manipulate and control. Modern vampires may not be as grand as ancient Roman empresses, but they play the same games.
Yelena's eyes glinted, pleased by his keen observation.
Yes, and as the crux of House Strix's power. We do not wield brute strengths. We wield something subtler, and the ability to control, to influence, to enthrall. It's a form of art.
As they settled back in the shadowed silence of the room, Yelena's expression turned contemplative, and her gaze grew distant.
There is one more figure I think you should know about. A figure who left a controversial legacy. He may have been more monster than vampire, but he undeniably shaped House Strix.
Daniel tensed, sensing the weight behind her words.
Who was he?
She leaned in, her voice hushed yet resonant.
The Marquis de Sade.
Daniel blinked in surprise.
The writer?
Yelena nodded, a faint smile touching her lips.
Not just any writer. He was a vampire of House Strix, a Nosferatu who took our house's ideals and twisted them into his own dark philosophy. His life and works were dedicated to indulging every vice, every taboo. He wasn't just a libertine. He was an architect of chaos, using his writings and actions to tempt humanity into embracing their darkest impulses.
She began her tale, her words bringing to life a vision of 18th century France, where aristocratic decadence veiled society's simmering unrest. Born into privilege, the Marquis de Sade had been expected to live as a noble, embodying the virtues of his class. But his nature, heightened by his vampiric transformation, drove him to pursue something far different.
His appetites were boundless.
Yelena continued, her voice edged with a chill.
To him, the lines of morality were nothing but obstacles, and he saw it as his duty to shatter them. He was drawn to anything forbidden, revealing in vices that even the most depraved mortals shied away from.
Daniel shifted uneasily.
So he preyed on people?
More than that, he treated his life as a grand experiment, a way to explore what he called liberty. But his freedom was perverse. He pushed others to embrace their basest desires, to strip themselves of every inhibition. He wrote books filled with his philosophies, dark tales that glorified cruelty, hedonism, and absolute dominance over others. Humans, already tempted by their own darker natures, found themselves ensnared by his words.
Daniel frowned.
And no one tried to stop him?
He was arrested, several times in fact.
She said with a wry smile.
But the mortal authorities never understood who they were truly dealing with. They saw him as a lunatic, a pervert, a danger to decency. But he was so much more. He was a master manipulator, a seducer of minds and souls. Each time he was locked away, he'd find ways to continue his writings, inciting those who read him into perversion and reveling in mayhem he caused from the shadows of his cell.
Daniel's gaze fell, a wave of revulsion tightening in his chest.
So he was a corrupter, a predator. And House Strix allowed this?
Yelena's expression softened.
Don't misunderstand, Daniel. Not everyone in House Strix embraced his views. Many of us saw him as a warning of what happens when our ideals go unchecked. But there was something undeniably seductive about the way he embodied pure, unrestrained freedom. His infamy strengthened House Strix's name in ways we couldn't have imagined. His tales, his successes, each became a piece of the house's reputation, a symbol of how deeply we understand human nature's most hidden corners.
Daniel grimaced, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth.
What about the people he left in ruin? The ones who couldn't escape his influence? Does House Strix simply celebrate that?
Yelena looked at him, her eyes glinting with a complicated sadness.
Daniel, I won't lie. House Strix has always walked the edge between beauty and depravity. But there are those among us who saw him not as an example to follow, but as a warning of what we could become if we lose our humanity. Desaid's life was a testament to the dangers of excess and freedom without conscience. In a way, his madness left us with a moral compass, a reminder that the line between freedom and debauchery is thin.
Daniel absorbed her words, his mind swirling with conflicted thoughts. He recognized a strange kind of brilliance in Desaid's ability to tap into human nature's darker corners, yet he felt an overwhelming distaste for the depths to which he had sunk, a perversion of freedom and art.
So that's what our house is built on? Monsters like him? Vampires who revel in cruelty and destruction?
His voice trembled slightly, betraying the despair he felt.
Is that all we are, Yelena? Is there nothing good left in us?
Yelena's gaze softened, a flicker of compassion crossing her features. She shook her head slowly.
No, Daniel, that's not all we are. Not all of us walk the same path. There are stories of vampires who defied the darkness within, who fought to hold on to their humanity despite everything.
Daniel's brow furrowed, his skepticism clear.
Like who? It seems like all the great names in our history are just more examples of how far we can fall.
Yelena leaned forward, her voice lowering, almost reverent.
Have you heard of Varney?
Varney? No, I don't think so.
Daniel echoed, unfamiliar with the name. Yelena nodded, her eyes distant as she began to weave her tale.
He was different. A vampire from centuries ago. A figure whose story became legend among mortals. They wrote about him in penny dreadfuls, of all things. To mortals, he was a villain in a melodrama. But to us, he was something more. A vampire who suffered.
She paused, letting the words hang in the air before continuing.
Varney wasn't like Desaid, who reveled in his monstrosity. He hated what he was. He loathed the bloodlust, the pain he brought to others. Every life he took weighed on him, haunted him. He lived with the constant torment of his own existence, knowing he was a monster, but desperately trying to hold on to something good, something human.
Daniel frowned, his expression softening as the story resonated with him.
What happened to him?
Varney was a tragic figure.
Yelena said quietly.
He was caught between his nature and his conscience. He tried to help those he cared about, even as he feared he would destroy them. He sought redemption, though he never believed he deserved it. He showed us that even in the depths of darkness, there is a spark of light. That we can choose to fight, even if the fight is against ourselves. You remind me of him, Daniel.
He looked up, startled.
Me?
You hate what you are, what you've become, but you haven't given in. You're still trying to do what's right, even when it feels impossible. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you strong.
Yelena reached across the table, her hand gently resting on his.
You're right to be wary. House Strix is complex, brilliant, and dangerous in equal measure. But remember, it's also a house of passion, of freedom, and of resistance. And people like me, we fight for something more than just pleasure and power. I fight to give people a voice, to resist oppression, to remind us that we are worth something.
Daniel settled deeper into his seat, his mind reeling from the stories Yelena had shared. But as Yelena prepared to tell him about Justine de la Chapelle, there was a shift in her tone. Her face gave way to a grim expression, as though this story carried a personal weight she couldn't conceal.
Now we come to someone much closer to home. Justine de la Chapelle, the first of our bloodline here in Dreadfort. She was the progenitor of House Strix in this city, and she made it her mission to see our house rise above the others.
Daniel noticed the tension in her posture, the way her hands curled into fists as she spoke.
You knew her well, didn't you?
Yelena nodded.
All too well. She was my sire, and Dupont's too. Justine wasn't just any vampire. She was a woman of terrifying power, and her ambition made her dangerous. When she arrived with the first vampires of the king's court, she claimed a position of influence immediately, taking on the title of Duchess of House Strix at the king's council.
Yelena's voice hardened, and her eyes took on a faraway look as she continued.
For Justine, power wasn't a means to an end. It was the end itself. She believed in House Strix's right to rule, not just over mortals, but over Nosferatu as well. She used blood fealty as her weapon, binding every vampire in her house to her will. Those who resisted didn't survive.
Yelena took a steadying breath.
How did she bring you into her world?
I was married when she found me. She murdered my family, left me with nothing. And then I was put under blood fealty from the moment she had brought me into the blood, forced to carry out her will. My life, my thoughts, my very desires were twisted to serve her ambition. Justine used her power over me to ensure my loyalty. I despised her, but I couldn't break free.
Daniel felt a wave of empathy and revulsion. The thought of being trapped under another's control, of having no will of his own, hit close to home.
That sounds like a living nightmare.
It was.
Yelena replied, her voice laced with bitterness.
Justine wanted nothing less than absolute rule over Dreadfort. She expanded our house's numbers and used fealty to cement her control, drawing in more vampires and binding them all under her command. It seemed like no one could stop her.
What happened to her?
Daniel asked, an uneasy hope stirring within him.
Justine's own hunger for power led to her downfall. She was destroyed during the Great Betrayal, and with her death her hold over House Strix was broken. I was free. For the first time I was able to choose my own path.
Yelena said, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes.
So that was the end of her influence?
Not entirely. Justine may have fallen, but her legacy lives on through Dupont. He was her most devoted child, and has worked tirelessly to rebuild the power his mother held over House Strix. Dupont is skilled, subtle, and just as dangerous. He has managed to bind a significant number of our house's Nosferatu under his own blood fealty.
Daniel felt a knot forming in his stomach.
And what about you? How did you escape his control?
Yelena's eyes narrowed with determination.
I've opposed Dupont since the day Justin fell. I've seen enough what blood-fealty can do. I know what it's like to have no will of my own, and I would die before I let someone like him bind me again.
Daniel's gaze softened.
So you resist him. But there must be others who feel the same way.
Yelena nodded.
They are. Not everyone in House Strix has fallen under Dupont's influence. Some follow me, others follow another leadership figure who has emerged in recent years. Bloody Mary. She doesn't share Dupont's obsession with control. Her methods are more independent, though not without their own kind of danger.
Daniel raised an eyebrow.
So that's how House Strix got divided?
Very much so. It's a tense balance. And with Dupont's ambitions, it feels like a storm is always just on the horizon. We live in an uneasy truce.
Doesn't it exhaust you?
Daniel asked softly.
Fighting like this, resisting control at every turn?
Yelena offered a weary smile.
It does. But that's the choice I made when I broke free from Justin. I could have allowed Dupont to bind me, to take the easy path and follow his will. But I won't go back to that life. House Strix may be steeped in the legacy of power and manipulation, but I believe it can be something more. I believe we can honor freedom, not just control.
Daniel felt a flicker of hope in her words.
It's strange, but hearing you talk about House Strix, it doesn't sound as monstrous as I expected. I always thought vampires were all about power and cruelty, but you're different.
Yelena's smile softened.
You have a good heart, Daniel. Perhaps one day, House Strix will be remembered for something more than its darker legends. Perhaps we can build something new.
Daniel looked at her.
Maybe we can. Maybe that's why I'm here.
In that quiet moment, Daniel realized that though he was still unsure about his place in this shadowed world, he wasn't alone. Together, they represented a glimmer of hope, a chance to redefine House Strix not as a place of control, but as a place where freedom might still thrive amidst the dark. Daniel sat in the dim light of the office, feeling the weight of Yelena's words settle over him like a heavy cloak. She had opened a door to a history steeped in blood and control, showing him what House Strix had been, and what it might still be if he let himself fall under Dupont's influence. Despite his misgivings about his new life, her words stirred something within him, a flicker of defiance he hadn't realized he possessed. He glanced over at Yelena, who was watching him with a fierce intensity.
It's hard to even know who to trust. I came into this world barely understanding it, barely understanding myself. Dupont saw that. He tricked me.
Yelena's gaze softened, but her voice held steady.
The path you're on doesn't have to end in servitude, Daniel. Yes, Dupont has power, but he doesn't own your soul, nor your conscience. You have the strength to resist, to reclaim your freedom from his fealty.
Daniel clenched his jaw, a spark of determination igniting within him.
How? How do I go against someone like Dupont when he's got half of House Strix under his thumb? If I try to walk away, he'll see it as betrayal. And I don't know if I can protect the ones I care about.
Yelena's eyes burned with conviction.
You'll protect them by fighting for what's right. By proving to them and to yourself that you won't be controlled. There are others who feel as you do, who've managed to resist Dupont. You have allies, Daniel. And if you want their loyalty, you have to be honest with them. No more hiding, no more running from the truth.
Her words hit him like a cold, hard truth. Daniel had spent so long struggling to accept his own nature. The thought of reaching out felt impossible, like stepping into a storm without knowing if he'd make it to the other side.
Did you know, Daniel? When the buffalo hears the storm coming, he runs towards it.
I did not. Why does he do that?
Because he gets through quicker this way, minimizes his exposure to the danger. If you run from it, it will only expose you more. Run toward the storm, Daniel. Confront it.
Her eyes glinted sharp. Yelena's confidence gave him strength, and he let out a breath, his voice steadier than he felt.
Then I'll start with the Midnight Fiends. They're my only real connection to this new life. If I can be honest with them, maybe they'll give me a chance.
Yelena nodded approvingly.
They were your last ones. Don't underestimate the bonds you've built with them. If you show them who you truly are, if you are honest about what's at stake, about the power DuPonts hold over you, they may stand by you. And together, you will be stronger.
Daniel hesitated. He thought of his friends. He thought of the fear in their eyes, the way they had recoiled from him. It had been that moment when he saw the horror in their faces that had driven him into DuPont's arms, but he couldn't keep running from the storm. It was only exposing him to more danger. He had to confront it.
Thank you, Yelena. I don't know what will come of this, but I know one thing. I can't let fear and doubt control me anymore.
Then fight for it, Daniel. Fight for the part of you that this curse should never touch. Remember, you're not alone. And let's retake our house from that monster.
He would reach out to the Midnight Fiends, to those he once called friends, and tell them the truth. He would fight to win back their trust and, in doing so, find a way to break free from DuPont's influence. And if that meant standing against House Strix, he would do it, because he knew now more than ever that he had something worth fighting for. Yelena's gaze still lingered on Daniel as she wrapped up her words of encouragement. The tales she'd shared had awakened something within him, a sense of purpose, perhaps even a hint of hope. The stories of House Strix's infamous figures and her own bitter resistance to their legacy hung in the air like a whispered challenge. She glanced around the cluttered space and smirked, her eyes settling on the stockpile of rat blood Daniel kept tucked away in a dusty corner. With a wry, almost motherly sigh, she reached into her bag and pulled out a small glass bottle filled with a thick, dark liquid. She set it on his desk with a slight flourish.
Wild boar, it tastes better. Trust me.
She said, a teasing smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. Her voice softened.
You might as well live a little, Daniel. Even if our lives are unconventional.
Daniel stared at the bottle, momentarily taken aback. He was used to the bare minimum, to the stale, metallic taste of his usual supply.
Thank you,
he murmured, his fingers brushing the cool glass. Yelena nodded, a subtle understanding passing between them, and with that, she turned and slipped out the door, leaving Daniel alone with the thoughts she'd stirred within him. He sat in silence, fingers running over the label on the bottle. Her words echoed in his mind, urging him to confront his past, to fight for his own autonomy, to find the courage to seek out his old allies. He was lost in thought, gathering his resolve, when a sharp knock shattered the quiet. Daniel rose and crossed the room, pulling open the door. But instead of Yelena, he found himself face to face with Leon.
Well, well,
he sneered, looking Daniel up and down with thinly veiled disdain.
Detective Reed, solving any great mysteries in here or just brooding in the dark?
Daniel reached for his stake under his leather jacket, but Leon deterred him fast. With a steady voice, Daniel demanded through gritted teeth.
What do you want, Leon?
Leon's smirk faded, replaced by a look of unease. His tone took on an edge of urgency. He met Daniel's gaze, the hostility in his eyes replaced by something almost vulnerable.
Easy, cowboy. I need your help. And so do the Midnight Fiends.
The yellow glow of the streetlights cast long shadows across Dreadford's cracked sidewalks as Daniel Reed stepped out of the public library, a bundle of blood bags tucked into his jacket. The city's chill gnawed at him, but he barely noticed. His focus was on the sleek black car idling by the curb, its engine purring like a restrained predator. Leon lounged in the driver's seat, his sharp features lit by the cold blue glow of the dashboard. The vampire's grin was crooked, equal parts charm and malice, as he watched Daniel approach.
Grab a bedtime story while you were in there?
Leon drawled, tapping his fingers against the steering wheel. Daniel ignored the jab and slid into the passenger seat, pulling the blood bags free.
I got the blood,
he said curtly, holding them up. Leon's grin widened as he glanced at the bags.
Aren't you the Boy Scout? How'd you know she'd help? Witches aren't exactly the charitable type.
She has her reasons,
Daniel replied. He turned his gaze to the dim cityscape outside the window.
One of the midnight fiends matters to her.
Leon let out a low chuckle, his fingers drumming faster. He threw the car into gear and the engine roared, the tires squealing as they peeled away from the curb. For a moment, neither spoke, the hum of the car filling the silence. Then Leon broke it, his tone suddenly serious.
We've got the blood and we've got time. You still up for hitting the circus tonight?
Daniel turned his head slightly.
You think the two of us can take on Pagliacci's crew? They outnumber us, and by your own account, they've got some hard power.
Leon's grin turned feral, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes.
Numbers don't mean shit if they're outgunned. The carrion eaters left behind enough firepower to start a small war. It's all sitting in the trunk. With a little creativity, it's our force multiplier.
Daniel raised an eyebrow, skepticism bleeding into his voice.
If you had that kind of arsenal, why didn't you use it?
Leon's grin faltered, replaced by a shadow of bitterness.
Because we thought we didn't need it. We wanted to take down the midnight fiends claw for claw, prove we were capable of doing it with our gifts and wits. No shortcuts. But that pride left the carrion eaters unarmed when the circus struck, and us with options.
The city blurred past them, streetlights fading as the urban sprawl gave way to shadowed fields and distant woods. In the far distance, the faint glow of the circus lights pierced the darkness like a beacon. As the car hurtled toward the circus, both vampires fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Daniel leaned back in his seat, his eyes narrowing. This would be no simple rescue mission. It would be war. The circus grounds lay under a shroud of oppressive silence, the muted glow of flickering bulbs casting grotesque shadows on the tattered tents. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and something acrid, like old blood. Daniel and Leon stepped out of the car, their boots crunching softly against gravel.
Showtime,
Leon muttered, popping the trunk. Inside was an arsenal that would make a mercenary blush, sawed-off shotguns with dragon's breath rounds, reinforced combat armor, and a collection of knives, grenades, and stakes. Daniel grabbed a shotgun, slinging it over his shoulder, as Leon slipped on a lightweight vest designed for maximum mobility. They worked in silence, the tension palpable as the moonlight gleamed off polished steel. They exchanged a brief nod before melting into the shadows, their forms swallowed by the eerie carnival grounds. Inside the big top, Pagliacci's circus vampires reveled in grotesque abandon. The smell of spilled blood mingled with laughter as it echoed off the canvas walls. Bound and unconscious, members of the Midnight Fiends and Carrion Eaters lay in a heap at the center of the tent. A hulking beastmaster loomed nearby, lazily stroking the head of a grotesque hybrid creature that snarled in its sleep. Pagliacci himself sat atop a throne cobbled together from circus debris, his painted face split in a manic grin.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Tomorrow, we send these leftovers to our sponsor. But tonight, we celebrate.
The cheer was cut short by a thunderous explosion. A plume of fire and debris ripped through the side of the tent, sending vampires scattering. Through the smoke and chaos, Daniel and Leon emerged, shotguns blazing. Daniel moved with cold precision, each pull of the trigger, sending incendiary rounds into the heart of the chaos. One of the Beastmaster's monstrous pets, an unholy fusion of wolf and serpent, lunged for him, only to be incinerated mid-leap by a dragon's breath round. Leon darted through the confusion like a wraith, his speed slowing the world around him. A dagger flashed in his hand, cutting through tendons and throats of familiars with surgical efficiency. The Beastmaster roared in fury, hurling a massive net at Leon. But the vampire sidestepped with inhuman speed, closing the distance in a blink.
Nice pets,
Leon said before ramming a grenade into the Beastmaster's chest and vaulting backward. The resulting explosion left little more than a smoking crater where the Beastmaster had stood. A sudden high-pitched cackle drew their attention. The midget vampire in a garish clown costume launched himself at Leon with uncanny speed. Mid-air, Leon caught him by the throat and slammed him into the dirt. Daniel moved in for the kill, aiming a stake at the clown's heart. Before it struck, the vampire erupted into a swarm of screeching bats scattering into the air.
Cool trick,
Daniel muttered, switching to his shotgun. Leon raised a hand, his powers slowing the swarm just enough for Daniel to shoot a dragon's breath round through it. The bats shrieked as flames consumed them, leaving nothing but ash. Their brief victory was shattered by a deafening howl. The wolfman charged into the fray, his massive form ripping through the remnants of the tent. His yellow eyes gleamed with feral rage as he lunged, claws swiping through the air with enough force to cleave steel. Leon dodged nimbly, but even his enhanced reflexes couldn't entirely evade the wolfman's assault. A glancing blow sent him sprawling. Daniel fired round after round into the beast, but the incendiary shells barely slowed it down.
Got any ideas?
Leon called, rolling to his feet.
Working on it,
Daniel shouted as he reloaded. Before they could regroup, the air shimmered. Pagliacci's voice echoed around them, twisted and mocking.
You made a mess of my party, boys. Time for a last laugh.
The battlefield distorted, the ground shifting beneath their feet. Bright lights and swirling colors disoriented them as the tent seemed to reshape itself into a kaleidoscope of horrors. Daniel fired blindly, his sixth sense trying to cut through the illusion, but Pagliacci's gift of the blood was too strong. Leon's voice cut through the haze.
It's a trap! Move!
The ground suddenly gave way beneath them, dropping the pair into a hidden chamber. Metal walls closed in around them, the grinding sound of machinery filling the air. Daniel's eyes darted to the ceiling, where rotating blades hung menacingly. Leon cursed under his breath as he scanned the room for an exit. Pagliacci's laughter echoed from above.
Welcome to my fun house! Let's see how long you last in the compactor.
The walls groaned as they began to close in, the sharp scent of grease and rust filling the air. Daniel and Leon stood back to back, frantically searching for a way out as the machinery threatened to crush them. Daniel forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood.
We can only hope to survive this.
Leon snorted, a bitter laugh escaping his lips.
Hope? Don't make me laugh, Danny.
He turned his head slightly, glancing at him.
Did you have a nice family? Play catch with your dad? Mom bake cookies for you and your friends?
Daniel hesitated.
They did, actually.
Leon smirked, his expression dark.
Well, I had a mom hooked on pills who couldn't boil an egg, and a dad with a shitty job who liked to drink to forget his shitty life. He was a mean drunk, though. Every day he'd come home and beat me and my brother over stupid stuff. And one day, Mom took so many pills she didn't wake up.
Daniel stayed quiet, letting Leon talk.
After that, Dad got drunk all the time, lost his job, came home one night and beat me so bad he almost killed me.
Leon's tone turned colder, harder.
You see, Daniel, people like me don't have the luxury of hope. Hope's like a dream, only real when you're asleep. We've got goals. The goal of not getting beat up today. The goal of finding a car to get the hell out of that house. The goal of making money.
Daniel studied Leon, sensing the layers of resilience in his companion. Beneath his bravado, Leon was a survivor.
That's why you like cars,
Daniel said after a pause.
They helped you escape.
Leon's voice dropped lower.
Maybe.
What happened to your dad?
What about him?
You said your mom died from the pills. What happened to your dad?
After my dad almost killed me, my brother Tony made sure he wasn't going to almost kill anyone ever again.
That's dark.
Life's dark, Daniel.
Leon met his gaze with steely eyes.
And when life gives you shit, you throw it right back in its face.
Daniel hesitated, then spoke softly.
Your brother sounds like he meant a lot to you.
Leon's face softened, though his voice stayed firm.
Tony did everything for me. He got me clothes for prom, went to juvie for me, kept me safe from Dad. He wasn't perfect, not by a long shot, but he wasn't trash either. Just a guy trying to make it in this world who made a lot of mistakes.
His hands clenched into fists.
I thought taking down Vittorio would fix it, that it'd make the emptiness go away, but it didn't. Destroying him didn't bring Tony back.
Daniel felt a pang of sympathy as Leon's grief poured out. He thought of Vittorio, the suave mobster who had caused so much pain.
I didn't know.
Leon shrugged bitterly.
How could you know? Now all I've got left is my goals. Right now that's getting the hell out of here and giving that clown Pagliacci a serious ass-kicking.
Daniel drew a breath, his voice steady.
I admire you, Leon.
Leon blinked, surprised.
You admire me for what?
You're not like most of the tower vampires I've met. You've got restraint. You are not bloodthirsty. A lot of the ones I've dealt with in the King's Court don't even try.
Leon tilted his head, his brow furrowing.
What are you trying to say, Danny?
Daniel hesitated, then spoke, his voice laced with gravity.
While the Midnight Fiends were investigating the Carrion Eaters, we found something. About your brother.
Leon stiffened, his breath catching.
Tony, what about him?
Don Vittorio killed him because he thought Tony was stealing money from one of his businesses.
Daniel's voice softened.
Your brother was innocent, Leon. The money was being stolen by Javier Chavez, a member of your crew. Javier set Tony up to take the fall.
Leon froze, the words hitting him like a punch to the gut. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air.
Javier.
Leon's voice was a low growl, his fists trembling. His eyes hardened with fury, then shifted to determination.
We're not dying here.
Daniel nodded.
That's my goal now.
Leon's voice steadied, his resolve clear.
Let's smash this thing and get out of here. Then Javier's gonna answer for what he did.
Galvanized, the two worked in sync. Leon focused, using his speed manipulation to slow the compactor's grinding mechanisms. Daniel reached out with his sixth sense, scanning for a weakness in the structure. His eyes locked onto a rusted joint in the machinery.
There! Hit that spot!
Leon shot the joint with his shotgun, while Daniel shot at another one. The compactor groaned under the force and the mechanism shattered. With a deafening crash, the trap collapsed around them, leaving them bruised, but alive. Daniel caught his breath, glancing at Leon.
You good?
He asked. Leon nodded, his jaw tight.
I've got a goal now, Reed, and I'm not stopping till it's done.
The cacophony of the compactor's collapse echoed through the grounds. The circus vampires stood frozen, their grotesque faces twisting in shock as dust and debris billowed from the shattered trap. Suddenly, a belt full of grenades tumbled into their direction, its pins conspicuously missing. The circus vampires' eyes widened in fear as they scrambled to find cover, but their reactions were too slow. The grenades detonated in a thunderous explosion, fire and shrapnel ripping through the air. Screams were swallowed by the blast as the ground shook, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. From the wreckage emerged Daniel and Leon, their eyes blazing with determination.
You might have the grand finale, but the people still need the encore.
Leon spat. Daniel surveyed the empty place.
We don't have much time. Let's rescue our people.
The circus vampires were still reeling, their disbelief granting Daniel and Leon the window they needed. They moved swiftly to where their crews lay motionless in vampiric slumber. Daniel's hands were already reaching for the bags of blood they'd managed to secure earlier.
Time to wake the dead.
One by one, they poured the potent ichor into the mouths of their crew members. The transformation was immediate, eyes snapping open, fangs gleaming as their vampiric hunger surged. The Midnight Fiends and the Carrion Eaters rose, their weakened forms reinvigorated by the stolen lifeblood. Pamela from the Midnight Fiends was the first to stand, shaking off her stupor.
Took you long enough, Daniel.
She growled, cracking her knuckles.
I was starting to think you'd bailed.
Not my style. Now let's finish this.
Daniel replied. Leon had a palpable darkness in his eyes as he delivered the blood to awaken Javier.
We have a score to settle,
he thought.
But first, we've got a circus to burn down.
The two factions quickly armed themselves with whatever they could find, makeshift weapons, broken pipes, and their own sharpened instincts. For now, their shared hatred of the circus vampires united them. From the shadows, a guttural laugh echoed. Pagliacci stepped into view, his painted face twisted in malevolent glee. Behind him, His troop of grotesque vampires slinked forward, their movements predatory and theatrical.
Well. The rats found their way out of the trap. How resourceful.
Pagliacci cooed, his voice a velvet mockery. Daniel stepped forward, his voice cold and sharp.
Your show's over.
Pagliacci's smile widened, baring his fangs.
Oh, but the curtain hasn't fallen yet. Shall we see who takes the final bow?
With a gesture from the clown, the circus vampires lunged, their movements a chaotic blend of acrobatics and bloodlust. The midnight fiends and carrion eaters met them head-on, the clash erupting in a whirlwind of snarls, fists and flashing blades. The chamber devolved into chaos, a cacophony of violence and vengeance. Blood sprayed across the walls as the two sides fought for their survival. Pamela tore through the fray with feral precision, her fists delivering bone-crushing blows to familiars who crossed her path. Then the roar of a chainsaw echoed nearby as a vampire swung wildly at Pamela. Sparks flew as the teeth screeched against her hardened skin, leaving shallow cuts that healed almost instantly.
Is that all you've got, big guy?
Pamela taunted, stepping closer. Her endurance seemed to unnerve the huge vampire, who growled in frustration and hurled the chainsaw at her in a last-ditch effort. Pamela sidestepped the attack, her smirk widening. From the shadows, Stephanie emerged. Her right sleeve hung empty, a cruel reminder of what she had lost during her previous fight against Mr. Chainsaw. The wound had healed, but the absence of her arm remained a phantom weight at her side. Her remaining hand moved with purpose, fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air as dark energy crackled between them. Darkness coalesced around her, forming into a massive, jagged construct of shadows.
Let's see how you like this.
Stephanie hissed. The vampire tried to dodge Stephanie's attack, but Pamela held him long enough for the shadow construct to tear into him, slicing through in a storm of shadow and screams. His body crumbled into ash, scattered by an unseen wind. High above the ground, the trapeze vampires leapt from platform to platform, their agility a blur of motion. They rained attacks down on Tom and Wade, their weapons slicing through the air with deadly precision. Tom crouched low, his eyes narrowing as his echolocation painted the room in sharp relief.
They're fast, but they can't hide.
Good.
Wade growled, cracking his knuckles.
I'm faster.
As the trapeze artists swung in for another pass, Tom gave the sign and Wade dashed forward, his supernatural speed blurring his form. He leapt, grabbing one of the vampires mid-air and slamming them into the ground with bone-crushing force. The other vampire tried to flee, but Tom was already scaling the platform like a spider, cutting off her escape route. With a snarl, he dropped from above, pulling the trapeze vampire down into Wade's waiting grasp. Together, they crushed their foe in a synchronized attack, their combined strength leaving no trace of the performers, but floating embers in the air. As the battle raged on, it became clear the tide was turning. The reinvigorated midnight fiends and carrion eaters fought with ferocity born of fury and vengeance, their unity overpowering the disorganized chaos of the circus vampires. Pagliacci's laugh echoed eerily as he darted between Daniel and Leon, his form flickering like a mirage. His claws lashed out, scoring deep gouges in the stone walls.
Keep your eyes on him.
Leon barked, his shotgun at the ready.
He's slippery.
Daniel tightened his grip on his stake, his focus unshaken.
We've got this. Stay close.
Pagliacci lunged, his illusions disorienting. But Daniel and Leon moved in perfect sync, their strikes coordinated to cover each other's blind spots. A precise blow from Daniel's stake finally landed into the clown's heart, sending Pagliacci sprawling. As his body crumpled, Pagliacci let out one final laugh. His form shimmered and shrank, transforming into a grotesque toy clown. The two stared at the unsettling figure, unsure if their foe was truly defeated or if he had escaped in some twisted way. Daniel wiped blood from his face, his voice ringing out above the din.
Push them back, take them down!
And they did, with unrelenting force. The circus vampires, once so confident in their twisted games, now found themselves outmatched, their grotesque show unraveling in a torrent of violence and blood. The hulking form of the Dagon, with his amphibian features and razor-sharp claws, lunged at Isabella. She moved with blinding speed, her learning from their previous fight evident in every precise strike. Within moments, her improvised weapon found its mark, ending the Dagon's eternity in a burst of ash. The wolfman roared in fury, charging her with savage strength. His claws raked against her arm, drawing blood, but Isabella refused to falter. She ducked, rolled, and struck, her persistence matching the beast's raw power. The fight was brutal, every strike met with counterattacks that pushed her to the brink, but her agility and quick thinking ultimately gave her the edge. With a final, decisive blow, she drove a pipe into the wolfman's heart, his body collapsing in a heap. The juggler's weapons filled the air, a whirlwind of blades, fire, and stakes. His precision was unmatched, each projectile narrowly missing Oliver and Javier as they dodged and countered. Oliver's form began to shift, scales rippling across his skin as his dragon-like demonic form emerged. With a roar, he charged, his claws deflecting the juggler's barrage. Javier's telekinesis added to the assault, wrenching weapons from the air and hurling them back at their wielder, who could barely dodge. Together, they forced the juggler onto the defensive. In a dramatic finish, Oliver's claws tore through the juggler's chest, while Javier's telekinetic force crushed his remaining weapons. The juggler fell, his act brought to a permanent close. The air grew cold as the cloaked enchantress summoned tendrils of darkness and ice, each one lashing out with deadly precision. Julio countered with a fiery blast, the flames clashing against the dark tendrils in a shower of sparks.
Watch your left, my love.
Christina called, as she summoned an earthen barrier to block an attack aimed at Julio.
Thanks,
he grunted, hurling another fiery burst. Despite their differences, their teamwork was undeniable. The enchantress fought fiercely, her chilling magic creating an oppressive atmosphere, but Christina's earth constructs and Julio's fire wore her down. With a final devastating strike, Christina used a statue's stone fist to crush the enchantress, her body dissolving into black mist. One by one, the grotesque performers fell, their theatrics no match for the sheer determination of their prey-turned-predators. Their once mighty troop reduced to scattered ash and silence. The battlefield was eerily quiet now, the chaos of combat replaced by the crackle of distant flames and the settling dust. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of burned flesh. The surviving vampires stood amid the wreckage. Pamela stretched, rolling her shoulders as if shaking off the tension.
Well, that was a mess.
She muttered, shooting a glance at Stephanie.
You all right?
Stephanie nodded, her shadowy constructs already dissipating into the dim light.
For now.
Her gaze shifted to her right arm, which was missing from the elbow below from her first battle against Mr. Chainsaw. Her sight flickered toward Wade, who stood apart, arms crossed and eyes sharp. His scrutiny was palpable, a silent accusation. Across the room, Javier wiped soot from his face, his expression grim.
Man, we can't stand around congratulating ourselves. The job's not finished.
Christina, still holding fragments of stone magic in her hands, agreed.
The job was to take them back to the tower.
Javier stepped forward, his demeanor cold and authoritative.
Man, this shit was not about the circus. It was about capturing them.
Leon, standing beside Daniel, raised a hand to silence the rising tension.
Enough.
All eyes turned to him.
We're done here. We retreat. I'll take responsibility for the failure.
Javier stiffened, his jaw tightening as his eyes locked onto Leon's.
Man, you think the tower's gonna let us slide? You think?
I said.
Leon interrupted, stepping closer, his gaze burning into Javier's with an almost predatory intensity.
We retreat. I'll deal with the fallout.
The weight of his words hung in the air, and for a moment Javier hesitated. Then slowly he inclined his head, his acquiescence clear, despite the resentment simmering beneath the surface. Christina bristled, stepping toward Leon.
You can't just call it like that.
I just did. Rookie.
Leon snapped, his voice sharp enough to cut through her protest. His tone left no room for argument. From the sidelines, Wade's gaze remained fixed on Stephanie. His silence was unnerving, and she felt the weight of his unspoken suspicion. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and she could see it, the mistrust, the questions he wouldn't ask aloud. She broke the stare, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to summon her shadows again.
We retreat. There's nothing more to gain here.
Stephanie said suddenly. Christina rounded on her, disbelief etched across her face.
You're agreeing with this?
I am.
Stephanie replied, her tone colder than before.
Let's go.
The carrion eaters began to regroup, pulling back toward the exit. Julio threw one last frustrated look at Christina, who avoided his gaze before turning to follow.
Christina, we should talk.
Not now, not here.
she answered. As the carrion eaters began to withdraw, Leon paused, standing toe-to-toe with Daniel.
This doesn't make us friends,
Leon said, his voice low but laced with meaning. Daniel folded his arms, his expression unreadable.
Never said it did, but at least now we know where we stand.
The two men exchanged a long stare, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Neither would admit it, but respect lingered in the space between their hostility. Without another word, Leon turned and followed his crew. The carrion eaters disappeared into the shadows, leaving the midnight fiends alone amidst the carnage. Daniel exhaled slowly, his shoulders easing as the tension finally dissipated. The others gathered around him, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and relief.
They'll be back,
Pamela said, her voice quiet but firm.
Let them come,
Daniel replied, his gaze lingering on the doorway where Leon had vanished.
Next time we'll be ready.
The circus ruins fell in silence. The air was still heavy with tension, but something unspoken lingered, relief. Daniel stood apart from the group, his posture stiff as if bracing himself for judgment. His eyes scanned his crew, the ones he had betrayed. Their faces were grim, but their exhaustion made their expressions harder to read. Julio was the first to step forward.
Let's get this out of the way, okay? You betrayed us. That's not something you forget. But you also risked everything tonight to save us. It does not erase what you did, but it counts for something. You didn't have to come back, but you did. Didn't you, Daniel?
Oliver nodded, his calm demeanor offering an anchor in the situation.
We vote. That's how we do things. I propose we readmit Daniel Reed into the crew.
The vote was quick and unanimous. Isabella remained silent, her eyes on Daniel as though assessing him. Oliver finally spoke again, breaking the silence.
Well, looks like you're back in, Daniel.
Daniel exhaled slowly, his shoulders relaxing for the first time.
Thank you,
he said, his voice quiet but sincere.
I know I betrayed your trust, and I know I can't undo it. But I swear to work hard to earn back what I lost.
Don't get too mushy on us.
Tom interrupted, grinning.
Just say you're sorry and let's move on.
A faint smile tugged at Daniel's lips. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the crew.
I'm sorry,
he said, meeting each of their eyes in turn.
For everything.
The group chuckled, the tension lifting slightly. Daniel extended a hand, and one by one the others shook it. As the camaraderie settled, Daniel's expression darkened slightly.
But there's something you all need to know. My sanguine fealty to DuPont. It's still in effect. As long as it is, I'll always be a risk to you.
The group fell silent, the weight of his admission pressing down on them. Julio stepped forward with a thoughtful expression.
Maybe there's a way to deal with that. It will take some work, but I think I can come up with a solution.
Daniel's brow furrowed.
What are you thinking?
Give me some time. We'll figure it out.
A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Daniel approached Isabella, extending a hand.
I don't think we've been formally introduced, Daniel.
She shook his hand, her grip firm.
Isabella?
Tom strolled over, grinning.
Isabella, you were amazing out there. Taking down both the Dagon and the Wolfman. That's some serious chops.
Just doing what I had to do to help the crew.
Oliver stepped up.
Welcome to the team, Isabella. You've earned your place here.
Her eyes widened slightly at the compliment, but she nodded.
Thank you.
As the group prepared to leave the ruins, Pamela approached Daniel. She stopped a few paces away, her eyes soft but her tone playful.
So, need a place to crash for the day?
Daniel raised an eyebrow.
Is that an invitation?
Pamela smirked, her gaze meeting his with unspoken meaning.
Maybe.
He smiled, the tension of the day finally melting away.
Lead the way.
The rest of the crew watched as the pair walked off, their quiet conversation fading into the night. For the Midnight Fiends, the night had been won, but the road ahead remained uncertain. Together they turned to the darkness, retreating to regroup for the battles yet to come. Later, in another place far from there, Pagliacci paced furiously near a decrepit altar, his grotesque painted face twisted with rage.
Do you have any idea how much this operation has cost me? My crew, gone! Everything I've built, ruined!
A slow, deliberate clap echoed from the darkness.
Spoken like a true businessman.
The crypt was cold and damp, the air filled with the smell of decay. The light of the flickering torches failed to reach the corners where darkness clung like a living thing. The shadows at the far end of the crypt stirred as Father Michael stepped into the dim torchlight. The midnight fiend was clad in his dark costume, his piercing eyes radiating disappointment rather than anger. Pagliacci's fury faltered as he took an instinctive step back.
Michael.
Your failure warranted it. You assured me the carrion eaters would be delivered. You promised the midnight fiends would be eradicated. Yet here we are.
Father Michael said coldly.
It wasn't my fault. Your child interfered. Daniel! He's the one who turned everything upside down!
Pagliacci's lip curled. Father Michael's eyes narrowed.
Daniel,
he repeated, his tone almost contemplative.
Yes, my son has always been a bit of a wild card, but your inability to anticipate such interference speaks to your own inadequacy.
Pagliacci growled, his claws twitching.
Do you think it was easy? They were stronger than anticipated. That girl, Isabella, she alone destroyed the Dago and the Wolfman.
Michael raised a hand, silencing him.
Excuses bore me, Pagliacci. Your failure is an inconvenience, not a catastrophe. We adapt. We move forward.
His voice was calm but carried an undeniable weight. Pagliacci's shoulders slumped slightly.
But what now? Everything I worked for...
Means nothing.
Michael interrupted sharply, stepping closer until their faces were mere inches apart.
The Midnight Fiends and Carrion Eaters are obstacles, nothing more. They are pawns in a game they don't even realize they're playing. Alas, thanks to your ineptitude, we must play a longer game. Still, what we have to gain is far greater than whatever you believe you lost. Since you fancy yourself the businessman, chalk it up to investment instead of loss.
Pagliacci flinched, but dared to meet the priest's gaze.
You have a plan, then?
Michael smiled faintly, though there was no warmth in it.
I always have a plan,
he said, stepping past Pagliacci toward the altar. He placed a hand on its cold surface, as if drawing strength from the ancient stone.
This setback is trivial. I've already set things in motion to achieve our goal through another path.
And what about Daniel?
Pagliacci asked. Michael turned, his expression a mix of amusement and menace.
Daniel's path and mine are destined to cross again. And then he will have to make a choice, join us or perish.
Michael turned and began to walk away, his footsteps echoing ominously in the crypt, without looking back. As his figure disappeared into the shadows, Pagliacci was left alone in the crypt. He slumped against the altar, his painted face cracking as his fury burned within him. For the first time in his long existence, Pagliacci felt not like the master of his circus, but like a clown in this macabre theater.